Captain Robert Frobisher strolled at his ease along Park Lane, his gaze on the rippling green canopies of the massive trees in Hyde Park. He'd steered his ship, the Trident, up the Thames on the previous evening's tide. They'd moored at Frobisher and Sons' berth in St. Catherine's Dock, and after he'd dealt with all the associated palaver, it had been too late to call on anyone. This morning, he'd dutifully gone into the company office in Burr Street. As soon as the customary formalities had been completed and the bulk of his crew released for the day, he'd jumped into a hackney and headed for Mayfair. But rather than driving directly to his brother Declan's house, he'd had the Jarvey let him down at the end of Piccadilly, so that he could take a few minutes to drink in the green. He'd spent so much of his life looking at the sea, being reminded of the beauties of land was no bad thing. A self-deprecating smile curving his lips, he turned the corner into Stanhope Street. Barely 10 o'clock was an unfashionably early hour at which to call at a gentleman's residence, but he felt sure his brother and his brother's new wife, the lovely Edwina, would welcome him with open arms. The morning was fine, if a touch crisp, with the sun intermittently screened by grey clouds scudding across the pale sky. Declan and Edwina resided at number 26. Looking down the street, Robert saw a black carriage pulled up by the curb farther along. Premonition swept cool fingers across his nape. Early as it was, there was no other conveyance waiting in the short residential street. As he continued strolling, idly swinging his cane, a footman perched on the rear of the carriage saw him. Instantly, the footman leapt down to the pavement and moved to open the carriage door. Increasingly intrigued, Robert watched, wondering who would descend. Apparently, he wouldn't need to check the house numbers to discover which house was his goal. The gentleman who, with languid grace, stepped out of the carriage and straightened was as tall as Robert, as broad-shouldered and lean. Sable hair framed a face the features of which screamed his station. Wolverston. More precisely, His Grace the Duke of Wolverston, known in the past as Dalziel. Given Wolverston was plainly waiting to waylay and speak with him, Robert surmised that Wolverston's status as commander of British agents outside the Isles had, at least temporarily, been restored. Robert's cynical, world-weary side wasn't all that surprised to see the man. But the gentleman who, much less elegantly, followed Wolverston from the carriage was unexpected. Portly and very precisely attired, with a fussy, somewhat prim air, the man tugged his waistcoat into place and fiddled with his fob chain. From long experience of the breed, Robert pegged him as a politician. Along with Wolverston, the man turned to face Robert. As Robert neared, Wolverston nodded. "Frobisher." He held out his hand. Robert transferred his cane to his other hand. Returning the nod, he grasped Wolverston's hand, then shifted his gaze to Wolverston's companion. Releasing Robert, Wolverston waved gracefully. "Allow me to present Viscount Melville, First Lord of the Admiralty." Robert managed not to raise his brows. He inclined his head. "Melville." What the devil's afoot? Melville curtly nodded back, then drew in a portentous breath. "Captain Frobisher." "Perhaps," Wolverston smoothly interjected, "we should adjourn inside." His dark eyes met Robert's gaze. "Your brother won't be surprised to see us, but in deference to Lady Edwina, we thought it best to await your arrival in the carriage." The notion that consideration of Edwina's possible reaction held the power to influence Wolverston even that much, Robert fought not to grin. His sister-in-law was a duke's daughter, and thus of the same social stratum as Wolverston. Yet Robert would have wagered there were precious few who Wolverston would even think to tiptoe gently around. Curiosity burgeoning in leaps and bounds, at Wolverston's wave, Robert led the way up the steps to the narrow front porch. He hadn't previously called at this house, but the butler who opened the door to his knock recognized him instantly. The man's face lit. "Captain Frobisher." Then the butler noticed the other two men, and his expression turned inscrutable. Realizing the man didn't know either Wolverston or Melville, Robert smiled easily. "I gather these gentlemen are acquainted with my brother." He didn't need to say more. Declan must have heard the butler's greeting. He appeared through a doorway down the hall. Smiling, Declan strode forward. "Robert! Well met!" They grinned and clapped each other on the shoulders. Then Declan noticed Wolverston and Melville. Declan's expression shuttered, but then he looked at Robert, a question evident in his blue eyes. Robert arched a brow back. "They were waiting outside." "Ah, I see." From Declan's tone, Robert gathered that his brother was uncertain whether Wolverston and Melville's appearance was good news or bad. Yet, with assured courtesy, Declan welcomed Wolverston and Melville, shaking their hands. "Gentlemen." As the butler shut the door, Declan caught Wolverston's eye. "The drawing room might be best." Wolverston inclined his head, and the butler moved to throw open the door to their left. Declan waved Wolverston, Melville, and Robert through. As Declan started to follow, Robert heard the butler ask, "Should I inform her ladyship, sir?" Without hesitation, Declan replied, "Please." Sinking into one of the numerous armchairs spread around the cosy room, Robert was surprised that Declan hadn't even paused before summoning his wife to attend what was clearly destined to be a business meeting, although of what business, Robert couldn't guess. Declan had barely had a chance to offer his guests refreshments, which they all declined, before the door opened and Edwina swept in, bringing all four men to their feet. Fetchingly gowned in cornflower blue and white striped silk, she looked happy and delighted, glowing with an uncomplicated enthusiasm for life. Although her first smile was for Declan, in the next breath, she turned her radiance on Robert and opened her arms. "Robert!" He couldn't help but smile widely in return and allow her the liberty of an embrace. "Edwina." He'd met her several times, both at his parents' home as well as at her family's, and he thoroughly approved of her. From the first, he'd seen her as precisely the right lady for Declan. He returned her hug and dutifully bussed the smooth cheek she tipped up to him. Drawing back, she met his eyes. "I'm utterly delighted to see you. Did Declan tell you we planned to make this our London base?" She barely paused for his answer, and his quick look at Declan, before she inquired about the trident and his immediate plans for the day. After he told her of his ship's position and his lack of any plans, she informed him that he would be staying for luncheon and also to dine. Then she turned to greet Wolverston and Melville. The ease she displayed toward them made it clear she was already acquainted with them both. At Edwina's gracious wave, they resettled in the armchairs and sofa, and the next minutes went in general converse, led, of course, by Edwina. Noting the quick smiling looks she shared with Declan, and noting his brother's response, Robert felt a distinct pang of envy. Not that he coveted Edwina. He liked her, but she was too forceful a personality for his taste. Declan needed a lady like her to balance his own character, but Robert's character was quite different. He was the diplomat of the family, careful and cautious, while his 3 brothers were reckless hellions.
"Well then."
Apparently satisfied with what Wolverston had deigned to share about his family's health, Edwina clasped her hands in her lap.
"Given you gentlemen are here, I expect Declan and I had better tell Robert about how we've spent the last 5 weeks, about the mission and what we discovered in Freetown."
Mission? Freetown? Robert had thought that, while he'd been on the other side of the Atlantic, Declan and Edwina had remained in London. Apparently not. Edwina arched a brow at Wolverston. His expression impassive, he inclined his head. "I dare say that will be fastest." Robert didn't miss the resignation in Wolverston's tone. He felt sure Edwina didn't either, but she merely smiled approvingly at Wolverston, then transferred her bright gaze to Declan.
"Perhaps you had better start."
Entirely sober, Declan looked at Robert and did. Between them, Declan and Edwina related a tale that kept Robert transfixed. That Edwina had stowed away and joined Declan on his run south wasn't really that much of a surprise. But the puzzling situation in Freetown, and the consequent danger that had stalked them and, beyond anyone's ability to predict, had reached out and touched Edwina, was a tale guaranteed to capture and hold his attention. By the time Edwina concluded with a reassurance that she'd taken no lasting harm from the events of their last night in Freetown, Robert no longer had any doubt as to why Wolverston and Melville had been waiting on the doorstep to waylay him. Melville huffed and promptly confirmed Robert's assumption.
"As you can see, Captain Frobisher, we are in desperate need of someone with similar capabilities as your brother to travel to Freetown as fast as may be and continue our investigation."
Robert glanced at Declan. "I take it this falls under our customary association with the government?" Wolverston stirred. "Indeed." He met Robert's eyes. "There are precious few others who could do the job, and no one else with a fast ship in harbour." After a second of holding Wolverston's dark gaze, Robert nodded. "Very well." This was a far cry from his usual voyages ferrying diplomats, or diplomatic secrets of whatever sort, back and forth. But he could see the need, could appreciate the urgency, and he'd sailed into Freetown before. He looked at Declan. "Is this why there were no orders waiting for me at the office?" He'd been surprised to learn that. The demand for his services was usually so great that the Trident was rarely free for more than a few days, and Royd and his Corsair often had to take on the overload. Declan nodded. "Wolverston informed Royd the government would most likely need to call on another of us once the Cormorant got back, and, fortuitously, you were due in. I received a missive from Royd, and there's one waiting for you in the library. We're free of our usual business, and are to devote our services to the Crown." Robert dipped his head in acknowledgement. He tapped his fingers on the chair's arm as he sifted through all Declan and Edwina had revealed, adding in Wolverston's dry comments and Melville's few utterances. He narrowed his eyes, in his mind studying the jigsaw-like picture he'd assembled from the facts. "All right. Let's see if I have this straight. 4 serving officers have gone missing, one after another, along with at least 4 young women and an unknown number of other men. These disappearances occurred over a period of 4 months or more, and the few instances known to have been discussed with Governor Holbrook he dismissed as due to those involved having gone off to seek their fortune in the jungle or elsewhere. Some such excuse. In addition, 17 children from the slums are also missing, apparently disappearing over much the same period, with Holbrook brushing their vanishing aside as children running off. Nothing more nefarious. Currently, there is nothing to say if Holbrook is trying to suppress all interest in this spate of missing people because he's involved, or whether his attitude springs from some other, entirely non-criminal belief. Regardless, Lady Holbrook has proved to be definitely involved, and it's doubtful she'll still be in the settlement. But you would like me to verify whether Holbrook himself is still at his post. If he is, then we presume him innocent, or at least unaware of whatever is driving these kidnappings. Robert arched a brow at Wolverston. Correct? Wolverston nodded. I haven't met Holbrook, but from what I've been able to learn, he doesn't seem the type to be involved. However, he might well be the type of official who will refuse to react until the unpalatable truth is staring him in the face, until circumstances force him to it. Robert added that shading to his mental jigsaw. To continue, in the case of the missing adults, there are reasonable grounds on which to believe that they're being selected in some way, and that attendance at the local priest Obo Undoto's services in some way facilitates that. We know nothing about how the children are taken, other than that it's not through any connection with Undoto's services. Declan shifted. We can't even be sure the missing children are being taken by the same people, or for the same reason as the missing adults. But given that young women have been taken as well as men, Edwina put in, there has to be a possibility that all the missing, children as well as adults, are being used in the same way. Her chin firmed. By the same villains. Robert paused, then said, regardless of whether the children are going to the same place, given the priestess's claims, none of which have yet proven unfounded, so let's assume she spoke true, Undoto and his services are clearly the obvious place to look for the beginnings of a trail. No one argued. After a second of considering the picture taking shape in his mind, Robert went on. If I've understood correctly, the Vodun priestess, Lashoria, Reverend Hardwick, and even more his wife, an old sailor named Sampson, and Charles Babington, are people you, he glanced at Declan and Edwina, consider safe sources. Both nodded. Declan stated, they're potential allies, and might well be willing to play an active hand in helping you learn more. He met Robert's eyes. Babington especially. I believe he has a personal interest in one of the young women who has gone missing, but I didn't get a chance to pursue that or him further. But he can command resources within the settlement that might prove useful. Melville cleared his throat. There's also Vice Admiral Decker. We have no reason to imagine he has any involvement in whatever heinous crime is underway in the settlement. He all but glowered at Declan. I gave your brother a letter, enabling him to call on Decker's support. I believe I worded it generally, so it will apply to you as it would have to him. Declan dipped his head. Decker wasn't in port while I was there. I still have the letter. I'll give it to you. Robert wasn't fooled by Declan's non-committal tone. He wouldn't be tripping over his toes to ask any favours of Decker either. Indeed, he hoped the Vice Admiral remained at sea throughout his visit to the settlement. Regardless, Wolverston said, I cannot stress enough how critical it is that whatever occurs while you're on this mission, you must not at any point do anything to alert the perpetrators to any level of official interest. We must protect the lives of those taken. Sending in a rescue team who find only dead bodies isn't something any of us wish to even contemplate. Given that we cannot be certain who of those in authority in the settlement is involved, and conversely, who is safe to trust, every action you take must remain covert. Robert nodded curtly. The more he heard, the more he dwelled on all he'd learned. Remaining covert, first to last, seemed his wisest choice.
"So, Captain," Melville said bracingly, "we need you to go into Freetown, follow the trail your brother has identified, and learn all the details of this nefarious scheme."
Melville's expression was a blend of belligerence and something much closer to pleading. Robert recognized the signs of a politician facing a threat beyond his control. Before he could respond, Wolverston softly said, "Actually, no." Wolverston caught Robert's gaze. "We cannot ask you to learn all the details." From the corner of his eye, Robert saw Melville's face fall as he stared at Wolverston, who, in this matter, was effectively his mentor. As if unaware of the angst he was causing, Wolverston smoothly went on. "From what your brother has said, and from all I've learned from others over recent days, given that those effecting the kidnappings are slave traders, then I gather that in Freetown, as generally in that region, the slave traders will be operating out of a camp. They will hold their captives at that camp until they have a sufficient number to take to whoever they're supplying. Further, the camp will almost certainly be outside the settlement's borders, somewhere in the jungle, possibly some distance away." Wolverston glanced at Declan, who, his expression impassive, nodded. Imperturbably, Wolverston continued, his gaze returning to Robert's face. "Consequently, this mission is highly unlikely to be accomplished in only 2 stages. There will be, however, many stages we require to learn what we need to know, all without alerting the villains involved. Your brother—" He paused, then inclined his head to Edwina. "And Lady Edwina got us the first vital clues. They identified Undoto's services as being a part of the scheme and gave us the connection to the slave traders. They also confirmed that those in high places in the settlement are involved, something we must strive never to forget. If Lady Holbrook was suborned, almost certainly others will have been as well." Wolverston's gaze cut to Melville, but although he looked dejected and, indeed, disgruntled, the First Lord made no attempt to interrupt. "Therefore," Wolverston continued, "your mission must be to confirm the slave traders' connection to Undoto, and, by following the slavers, to identify the location of their camp. Your orders are specifically that. Locate the slavers' camp, then return and report. You must not follow the trail further, no matter the temptation." Wolverston paused, then added, "I appreciate that. Very likely, that will not be an easy directive to follow. It's not one I take joy in giving. But in order to mount a rescue of all those taken, it's imperative we learn of the location of that camp. If you go further and are captured yourself, put simply, all those missing can't afford that. If you are taken, we won't know until your crew return to tell us, and once they do, we'll be no further forward than we are now, no nearer the point of knowing enough to effectively rescue those taken." Wolverston glanced at Melville. When he looked back at Robert, his features had hardened. Running a mission in successive stages may seem like a slow way forward, but it is a sure way forward, and those taken deserve our best attempts to successfully free them. Robert met Wolverston's gaze. 2 seconds ticked past. Then he nodded. I'll locate the slavers' camp and bring the information back. Simple, straightforward. He saw no reason to argue. If he had to sail to Freetown and do this mission, he was glad enough that it should have such a definite and definable endpoint. Wolverston inclined his head. Thank you. He looked at Melville. We'll leave you to prepare. Melville rose, as did everyone. He offered Robert his hand. How long before you and your ship will be ready to depart? Robert gripped Melville's hand. A few days. As hands were shaken all around, and they moved toward the door, Robert thought through the logistics. He halted at the doorway and spoke to all. I'll send the Trident to Southampton to provision from the stores there. I imagine I'll be able to set sail in 3 days. Melville humphed, but said no more. From his expression, Robert surmised that the First Lord was even more deeply troubled by the situation in Freetown than Wolverston. Then again, Wolverston had no real responsibility to shoulder in this instance, while Melville, as Robert understood it, as First Lord, Melville had his neck metaphorically on the block, at least politically, and possibly even socially. Robert returned to the armchair opposite the sofa. While Declan and Edwina farewelled their unexpected guests, he swiftly reviewed all he'd been told. When Declan and Edwina re-entered the drawing room and resumed their seats, he looked from one to the other. All right. Now tell me all. As he'd assumed, the pair had a great deal more to impart to him on society in Freetown, of all the characters who had played even small parts in their own drama, of the sights, sounds, and dangers of the slums, and so much more that, he knew, could well prove helpful, and perhaps even critical, once he was on the ground in the settlement. The hours slid by unnoticed by any of them. When the clocks struck 1, they repaired to the dining parlour and continued their discussions over a substantial meal. Robert grinned when he saw the platters being brought in. Thank you, he said to Edwina. Shipboard food is good enough, but it's nice to eat well when one can. Eventually they returned to the comfort of the drawing room. Having exhausted all the facts and most of the speculation applicable, they finally turned to the ultimate question of what purpose lay behind the strange kidnappings. Slumped in the armchair he'd claimed, his long legs stretched out before him, his booted ankles crossed, Robert tapped the tips of his steepled fingers to his chin. You said that Dixon was the first to vanish. Given he's an engineer of some repute, assuming he was chosen for his known skills, I agree that that suggests the enterprise our villains are engaged in is most likely a mine. Lounging on the sofa beside Edwina, Declan nodded. At least in those parts. So, what are they mining? Robert met his brother's blue eyes. You know that area better than I. What's most likely? Declan twined his fingers with Edwina's. Gold and diamonds. I assume not together, so what's your best guess? If I had to wager, I'd go for diamonds. Robert had a great deal of respect for Declan's insights into all matters of exploration. Why? Declan's lips twisted. He glanced at Edwina. I've been thinking about why those behind this have chosen to take young women and children, what uses they might have for them. Children are often used in gold mines to pick over the shattered ore. They'd be just as useful in mining for diamonds, at least in that area. But young women, they have no real role I can think of in gold mining. But in mining for diamonds in that area? Gripping Edwina's hand, Declan looked at Robert. The diamonds there are found in concretions, lumped together with other ore. Separating the ore from the stones is fine work. Not so much precision, as simply being able to work on small things. Young women with good eyesight could clean the rough stones enough to reduce their size and weight so that the final product, while keeping its value, would fit into a relatively small space, easy to smuggle out, even by mail. Declan held Robert's gaze. If I had to guess, I would say our villains have stumbled on a pipe of diamonds and are busy retrieving as many stones as they can before anyone else learns of the strike. Later that same day, in a tavern in Freetown, located on a narrow side street off the western end of Water Street, an area frequented by clerks and shopkeepers and others more down at heel, a man rather better dressed than the other denizens sat nursing a glass of ale at a table in the rear corner of the dimly lit tap room. The tavern door opened, and another man walked in. The first man looked up. He watched as the second man, also better dressed than the general run of the tavern's clientele, bought a glass of ale from the man behind the counter, then crossed the room to the table in the corner. The men exchanged nods, but no words. The second man drew up a stool and sat, then took a deep draught of his ale. The sound of the door opening reached the second man. His back was to the door. He looked at the first man. That him? The first man nodded. Both waited in silence until the newcomer had bought an ale for himself and approached the table. The third man set his glass down on the scarred surface, then glanced around at the others in the tap room before pulling up a stool and sitting. Stop looking so damned guilty. The second man raised his glass and took another sip. All very well for you. The third man, younger than the other two, reached for his glass. You don't have an uncle as your immediate superior. Well, he's not going to see us here, is he? The second man said. He'll be up at the fort, no doubt busily sorting through his inventory. God, I hope not. The younger man shuddered. The last thing we need is for him to realize how much is missing. The first man, who had silently watched the exchange, arched a brow. No chance of that, is there? The younger man sighed. No, I suppose not. He stared into his ale. I've been careful to keep everything we've taken off the books. There's no way to see something's missing if, according to the books, it was never there. The first man's lips curved without humour. Good to know. Never mind that. The second man focused on the first. What's this about Lady H? I heard through the office that she's decamped on us. The first man flushed under his tan. His hands tightened about his glass. I was told Lady H had gone to visit family, and for all I know, that might still be the case. So yes, she's gone. But as she knows nothing about my connection to our operation, she didn't see fit to explain her reasons to me. I asked around, indirectly, of course, but apparently Holbrook doesn't know when she'll be back. So we might have lost our ability to vet our kidnappees. The second man frowned. Yes, the first man replied, but that isn't what most concerns me. He paused to take a sip of his ale, then lowered the glass and went on. Yesterday, I heard from Dubois that Cale claims he lost 2 of the 3 men he sent to the governor's house to fetch some lady. Lady H had sent word to them to come and get. The third man looked puzzled. When was that? As near as I can make out, it was 15 nights ago, 3 days before Lady H sailed. I spent the evening in question dealing with dispatches, so I knew nothing about it at the time.
The first man paused, then more diffidently went on.
From what I could gather, it was Frobisher's wife, Lady Edwina, who came to see Lady H that evening. But I can't be certain Lady Edwina was the lady Lady H called Cale to come and get, and I see no point in asking too many questions of the governor's staff. According to Dubois, Cale said that the lady his men picked up was drugged and asleep. All his man, the one who survived, could tell him was that the lady had golden hair. In their usual team of 3, Cale's men wrapped her in a rug and carried her out through the slum behind the house. But then they were attacked by 4 men, sailors, according to the survivor. The sailors killed 2 of Cale's men and took the lady back. Cale's third man ran, but then doubled back and trailed the sailors to the docks. He saw them get into a tender and be rowed off, but in the dark he couldn't tell which ship they boarded.
The second man continued to frown into his glass. If I'm remembering aright, Frobisher's ship was in the harbour that night. It wasn't there the next day. They must have left on the morning tide. The first man humphed.
Word is that they, Frobisher and Lady Edwina, were on their honeymoon and were headed to Cape Town to visit family there. If that's so, then even if it was Lady Edwina who Lady H drugged, God alone knows why the silly bitch would do such a thing, but if she did, I can't imagine we'll hear any more about it.
The third man stared at the first.
But surely Frobisher will lodge some sort of official complaint with Holbrook.
The first man grinned.
I doubt it. Lady Edwina's the daughter of a duke, very highly placed within society in London. I really can't see Frobisher wanting to draw attention to his wife being in the hands of the likes of Cale's men, in the night, in the slum, no one else about. Not the sort of thing he'd want known about his wife.
I agree. The second man nodded. He's got her back, and by the sounds of it, no harm done. He'll leave it at that. He paused, then added, If Frobisher had wanted to make anything of it, he wouldn't have sailed without pounding on Holbrook's desk. He didn't, so I agree. That's that. He cut a glance at the third man. No need to borrow trouble on that account. The first man leaned his chin on one hand.
And I don't think we need to fear Lady H giving us up to anyone either. She has far more to lose than we do. The only reason she agreed to Undoto's suggestion was for the money. That's really all she cared about. And if it was Lady Edwina she tried to drug and send off to Cale, then once she learned that Lady Edwina had been rescued, I can quite understand Lady H wanting to make herself scarce. I would too. But if that's the case, it's better for us that she's taken herself off. We wouldn't want her to be waiting here to be asked any awkward questions, if any are ever directed this way.
The second man grunted. She doesn't know enough to point the finger at us, anyway. The first man dipped his head.
True, but she might have pointed at Undoto, or given up her contact with Cale, and that might have started things unravelling. No, overall, we should be glad she's gone. But if she has done a flit for good and all, then the one thing we do need to work on is how to cover for her expertise.
The first man looked at the other 2 and raised his brows.
Any notion how we're to vet those we take to make sure their disappearance doesn't set off any alarms?
Silence ensued. Finally, the second man raked his hand through his thick black hair. Let's leave that for now.
but keep alert for any possible other way. As of this moment, Dubois has enough men for his needs."
"But he says he'll need more."
The first man countered.
"He said Dixon's not far from opening up the second tunnel, and once he does, if we want to increase production like we've promised our backers, then Dubois will need more men."
"So he'll need them soon, but not immediately." The second man nodded. "No need to panic. We'll find a way."
"What about women and children?"
the third man asked.
"Dubois said he has enough of both for now."
The first man turned his glass between his hands.
"He won't need more until they start hauling rock from the second tunnel."
The three fell silent. Then the second man humphed. "I hope Dixon can be trusted to do what's needed." The first man's lips quirked.
"Dubois was very confident that in order to keep Miss Fraser safe and unmolested, Dixon will perform exactly as we wish."
The second man grinned. "I have to say that Dubois' notion of using the women's safety to control the men has proved nothing short of inspired." The first man grunted and pushed away his empty glass.
"Just as long as the men don't think ahead and realize that, when we have all we need for them, it's all going to come to the same thing in the end."
A grey dawn was breaking far to the east as Robert steered the Trident down the last stretch of the Solent. The day was overcast and blustery, the waves a choppy grey-green, but the wind gusted from the northeast, which made it damned near perfect sailing, at least to him. He'd risen in the small hours and had jockeyed the Trident into position to be one of the first ships to heel out on the surging tide. With the way clear before the prow, he'd called up the sails in rapid succession. Ships like the Trident were best sailed hard, with as much canvas flying as possible. They were designed to race over the waves. The buoys at the Solent's mouth came into view, rising and falling on the swell. Robert corrected course, then, as the first of the channel's rolling waves hit, swung the wheel. He called rapid sail changes as the ship heeled. The crew scurried and shouts flew as the sails were adjusted. Then, the Trident was shooting into the darker waters of the channel, prow unerringly on the correct heading to take them out into the Atlantic on the most southerly tack. Once the ship steadied, he checked the sails, then, satisfied, handed the wheel to his lieutenant, Jordan Latimer. "Keep her running as hard as you can. I'll be back for the next change." That would come when they swung even further to the south to commence the long haul to Freetown. Latimer grinned and snapped off a salute. "Aye, aye. I take it we're in a hurry." Robert nodded. Believe it or not, the Cormorant made the trip back in 12 days.
12?
Latimer let his disbelief show. Royd put a new finish on the hull and fiddled with the rudder. Apparently, if running under full sail, it shaves off nearly a sixth in time. Declan's master reported the Cormorant was noticeably faster, even on the run from Aberdeen to Southampton. Latimer shook his head wonderingly.
"Pity we didn't have time for Royd and his boys to doctor the Trident before we set out. We'll never make it in 12 days.
True. Robert turned to descend to the main deck. But there's no reason we can't make it in 15, as long as we keep the sails up. If the winds held steady, they would. He went down the ladder to the main deck, then paced along the starboard side, checking knots, pulleys, and the set of the spars, listening to the creak of the sails, the little things that reassured him that all was right with his ship. Halting near the bow, he glanced back and checked the wake, all but unconsciously noting the way the purling wave broke and the angle of the hull's cant. Seeing nothing of concern, he turned and looked ahead to where, in the far distance, the clouds gave way to blue skies. With luck, when they reached the Atlantic, the weather would clear, and he would be able to cram on yet more sail. The ship lurched, and he gripped the rail. As the deck righted, he leaned against the side, his gaze idly sweeping the seas ahead. As he'd predicted, it had taken 3 days for the Trident to sail from London to Southampton, and to be adequately provisioned from the company's stores there. Add 14 more days for the journey south, and it would be 18 days since he'd agreed to this mission before he sighted Freetown. 14 full days before he could start. To his surprise, impatience rode him. He wanted this mission done and squared away. The why of that had been difficult to define, but last night, as he'd lain in his bed in the large stern cabin, his cold, lonely, and uninspiring bed, he'd finally got a glimpse of what was driving his uncharacteristically unsettling emotions. After 3 full days spent with Declan and Edwina, he wanted what Declan had, what his brother had found with Edwina, the happiness and the home. Until he'd seen it for himself, until he'd experienced Declan's new life, he hadn't appreciated just how deeply the need and want of a hearth of his own was entrenched in his psyche. Put simply, he envied what Declan had found and wanted the same for himself. All well and good, he knew what that required. A wife. The right sort of wife for a gentleman like him. And that was definitely not a sparkling, effervescent diamond of the first water like Edwina. He wasn't entirely sure what his wife would be like. He had yet to spend sufficient time dwelling on the prospect, but he viewed himself as a diplomat, a man of quieter appetites than Royd or Declan, and his style of wife should reflect that, or so he imagined. Regardless, all plans in that regard had been put on hold. This mission came first, which, of course, was why he was so keen to have it over and done. He pushed away from the side and headed for the companionway. He dropped down to the lower deck and made his way to his cabin. Spacious and neatly fitted with everything he needed for a comfortable life on board, the cabin extended all the way across the stern. Settling into the chair behind the big desk, he opened the lowest drawer on the right and drew out his latest journal. Keeping a journal was a habit he'd acquired from his mother. In the days in which she'd sailed the seas with his father, she'd kept a record of each day's happenings. There was always something worthy of note. He'd found her journals as a boy and had spent months working his way through them. The insight those journals had afforded him of all the little details of life on board influenced him to this day. The impact they'd had on his view of sailing as a way of life was quite simply incalculable. And so he'd taken up the practice himself. Perhaps when he had sons, they would read his journals and see the joys of this life too. Today, he wrote of how dark it had been when they'd slipped their moorings and pulled away from the wharf, and of the huge black-backed gull he'd seen perched on one of the buoys just outside the harbour mouth. He paused, then let his pen continue to scratch over the paper, documenting his impatience to get started on this mission and detailing his understanding of what completing it would require of him. To him, the latter was simple, clear and succinct. Go into the settlement of Freetown, pick up the trail of the slavers, follow them to their camp, and then return to London with the camp's location. With a flourish, he set a final period to the entry. Cut and dried. He set down his pen and read over what he'd written. By then, the ink had dried. Idly, he flicked back through the closely written pages, stopping to read entries here and there. Eventually, He stopped reading and stared unseeing as what lay before him fully registered. Unbidden, his gaze rose to the glass-fronted cabinet built into the stern wall. It contained the rest of his journals, all neatly lined up on one shelf. The record of his life. It didn't amount to much. Not in the greater scheme of things, on the wider plane of life. Yes, he'd assisted in any number of missions, ones that had actively supported his country. Most had been diplomatic forays of one sort or another. Since his earliest years captaining his own ship, he'd claimed the diplomatic missions as his own, his way of differentiating himself from Royd and Declan. Royd was older than him by 2 years, while Declan was a year younger. But they were both adventurers to the core, buccaneers at heart. Neither would deny that description. If anything, they revelled in being widely recognized as such. But as the second brother, he decided to tread a different path, one just as fraught with danger, but of a different sort. He would be more likely to be clapped into a foreign jail because of an unintended insult exchanged over a dinner table, while his brothers would be more likely to be caught brawling in some alley. He was quick with his tongue, while they were quick with their swords and fists. Not that he couldn't match them with either blades or fists. Growing up as they had, being able to hold his own against them had been essential, a matter of sibling survival. Thoughts of the past had him smiling. Then he drew his mind forward, through the past to the present. Then he looked ahead. After a moment, he shut the journal and stowed it back in the drawer. Then he rose and headed for the deck. Given how boring his recent life had been, more like existing than actively living, perhaps it was a good thing that this mission was not his usual diplomatic task, something a little different to jar him out of his rut, before he turned his mind to defining and deciding the details of the rest of his life. A fresh and different challenge, before he faced a larger one. Climbing back onto the deck, he felt the wind rush at him and lifted his face to the bracing breeze. He breathed in and looked around at the waves, at the sea stretching forever on, as always, his path to the future. And this time, his way was crystal clear. He'd go to Freetown, learn what was needed, return to London and report, and then he would set about finding a wife. Chapter 2. Good morning. Miss Aileen Hopkins fixed a polite but determined gaze on the face of the bored-looking clerk, who had come forward to attend her across the wooden counter, separating the public from the inner workings of the office of the naval attaché. Located off Government Wharf in the harbour of Freetown, the office was the principal on-land contact for the men aboard the ships of the West Africa Squadron. The squadron sailed the seas west of Freetown, tasked with enforcing the British government's ban on slavery. Yes, miss? Despite the question, not a single spark of interest lit the man's eyes, much less his expression, which remained impersonal and just a bit dour. Aileen was too experienced in dealing with bureaucratic flunkies to allow his attitude to deter her. I would like to inquire as to my brother, Lieutenant William Hopkins. She set her black travelling reticule on the counter, folded her hands over the gathered top, and did her best to project the image of someone who was not about to be fobbed off. The clerk stared at her, a frown slowly overtaking his face. Hopkins? He glanced at the other 2 clerks, both of whom had remained seated at desks facing the wall and were making a grand show of deafness, although in the small office they had to have heard her query. The clerk at the counter wasn't deterred either. Here, Joe! When one of the seated clerks reluctantly raised his head and glanced their way, the clerk assisting her prompted, "Hopkins! Isn't he the young one that went off God knows where?" The seated clerk shot Aileen a quick glance, then nodded. "Aye, it'd be about 3 months ago now."
"I am aware that my brother has disappeared."
She failed to keep her accents from growing more clipped, as her tone grew more severely interrogatory.
"What I wish to know is why he was ashore, rather than aboard HMS Winchester."
"As to that, miss," the first clerk's tone grew decidedly prim, "we're not at liberty to say." She paused, passing the comment, then countered,
"Am I to take it from that you do, in fact, know of some reason William, Lieutenant Hopkins, was ashore? Ashore when he was supposed to be at sea?"
The clerk straightened, stiffened. "I'm afraid, miss, that this office is not permitted to divulge details of the whereabouts of officers of the service." She let her incredulity show.
"Even when they've disappeared?"
Without looking around, one of the clerks seated at the desks declared, "All inquiries into operational matters should be addressed to the Admiralty." Her eyes narrowing, she stared at the back of the head of the clerk who had spoken. When he refused to look around, she stated in stringently uninflected tones,
"The last time I visited, the Admiralty was in London."
"Indeed, miss." When she transferred her gaze to him, the clerk at the counter met her eyes with a wooden expression. "You'll need to ask there." She refused to be defeated.
"I would like to speak with your superior."
The man answered without a blink. "Sorry, miss, he's not here."
"When will he return?"
"I'm afraid I can't say, miss."
"Not at liberty to divulge his movements, either?"
"No, miss, we just don't know." After a second of regarding her, possibly noting her increasing choler, the clerk suggested, "He's around the settlement somewhere, miss. If you keep your eyes open, perhaps you might run into him." For several seconds, her tongue burned with the words with which she would like to flay him and his friends, and the naval attaché too. Ask at the Admiralty. It was half a world away. Thanking them for their help, even if sarcastically, occurred only to be dismissed. She couldn't force the words past her lips. Feeling anger, the worst sort, laced with real fear, geysering inside her, she cast the clerk still facing her a stony glare. Then she picked up her reticule, spun on her heel, and marched out of the office. Her half-boots rang on the thick, weathered planks of the wharf. Her intemperate strides carried her off the wharf and up the steps to the dusty street. Skirts swishing, she paced rapidly on, climbing the rise to the bustle of Water Street. Just before she reached it, she halted and forced herself to lift her head and draw in a decent breath. The heat closed around her, muffling in its cloying sultriness. The beginnings of a headache pulsed in her temples. Now what? She'd come all the way from London, determined to learn where Will had gone. Clearly, she'd get no help from the Navy itself. But there'd been something about the way the clerk had reacted when she'd suggested that there was a specific reason Will had been ashore. Her older brothers were in the Navy too, and both, she knew, had served ashore at various times, dispatched by their superiors on what amounted to secret missions. Not that she or their parents, or even their other siblings in the Navy, had known that at the time. Had Will been dispatched on some secret mission too? Was that the reason he'd been ashore? A shore long enough to have been captured and taken by the enemy.
Aileen frowned. After a moment, she gathered her skirts and resumed her trek up to and around the corner into Water Street, the settlement's main thoroughfare. She needed to make several purchases in the shops lining the street before hiring a carriage to take her back up Tower Hill to her lodgings. While she shopped, the obvious questions revolved in her brain. Who on earth was the enemy here? And how could she find out?
Good morning, Miss Hopkins. You've been out early.
Aileen turned from closing the front door of Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house for genteel ladies to face its owner. Mrs. Hoyt was a round, genial widow and a redoubtable gossip who lived vicariously through the lives of her boarders. Her arms wrapped around a pile of freshly laundered sheets, Mrs. Hoyt beamed at Aileen. With frizzy red hair and a round face, she filled the doorway to her rooms to the left of the front hall, opposite the communal parlour. Having already taken Mrs. Hoyt's measure, Aileen held up a small bundle of brown paper-wrapped packages.
I needed to buy some stationery. I must write home.
Mrs. Hoyt nodded approvingly.
Indeed, dear. If you want a lad to run your letters to the post office, you just let me know. Thank you.
With a non-committal dip of her head, Aileen walked on and up the stairs. Her room was on the first floor. A pleasant corner chamber, it faced the street. Lace curtains screened the window, lending an aura of privacy. Before the window sat a plain lady's desk with a stool pushed beneath it. Aileen laid her packages and reticule on the desk, then stripped off her gloves before unbuttoning her lightweight jacket and shrugging it off. Even with the window open, there was little by way of a breeze to stir the air. She pulled out the stool and sat at the desk. She opened her packages, set out the paper and ink, and fixed a new nib to the pen. Then, without allowing herself any further opportunity to procrastinate, she got down to the business of informing her parents where she was and explaining why she was there. She'd been in London staying with an old friend, with no care beyond enjoying the delights of the season, before returning to her parents' house in Bedfordshire, when she'd received a letter from her parents. They'd enclosed an official notification they'd received from Admiralty House, stating that their son, Lieutenant William Hopkins, had gone missing from Freetown, and that he was presumed to have gone absent without leave, possibly venturing into the jungle to seek his fortune. Her parents had, unsurprisingly, been deeply distressed by that news. For her part, Aileen had considered it ludicrous. To suggest that any Hopkins would go absent without leave was ridiculous. For 4 generations, all the men in her family had been Navy through and through. They were officers and gentlemen, and they viewed the responsibility of their rank as a sacred calling. As the only girl in a family of 4 children, Aileen knew exactly how her 3 brothers viewed their service. To suggest that Will had thrown over his position to hie off on some giddy venture was pure nonsense. But with both her older brothers at sea with their respective fleets, one in the South Atlantic, the other in the Mediterranean, as Aileen had been in London, her parents had asked if she could make inquiries, with a view to discovering what was going on. She duly presented herself at Admiralty House. Despite the family's long connection with the Navy, she'd got even less satisfaction there than she had at the naval office here. Goaded and angry, and by then seriously worried about Will, he was younger than she, and she'd always felt protective of him, and still did. She'd gone straight to the offices of the shipping companies and booked the first available passage to Freetown. As she'd brought ample funds with her to London, cost had not been a concern. She'd arrived 2 days ago. She'd had plenty of time on the voyage to plan.
Although her station and family connections meant that there was almost certain to be some family from whom she could claim support and a roof over her head while she searched for Will, she decided on a more circumspect approach. Hence Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house, which was located on Tower Hill, the province of local British society, but below the rectory rather than above it. The houses of those moving in what passed for local society were located on the terraces higher up the hill. Aileen had no time for social visits. Her sole purpose in being in the settlement was to find out what had happened to Will, and, if at all possible, rescue him. At 27 years of age, and as naturally inclined to command as her brothers, she'd seen no reason not to come to Freetown and see what she could do. She was as capable as her brothers, and the other two were not in any position to help Will at that time. There was also the underlying niggle of knowing that if she hadn't been the only one of their brood available, and, moreover, already in London, her parents would never have turned to her for help. She was the girl in the family. No one expected her to contribute to anything in any way. She was supposed to be decorative rather than effective, and the only expectation anyone seemed able to credit her with was to make a comfortable marriage and keep house for some husband, most likely another naval officer. In her heart, she knew that such a future was unlikely to ever come to pass. Aside from all else, her temperament and the odd itch beneath her skin, the same impulsive longing for adventure that had compelled her to set sail for Freetown, made her unsuitable for the position of meek and mild wife. Even as she sent her pen scratching across the paper, she felt her lips quirk. Meek and mild was not an epithet anyone had ever applied to her. After outlining her decision to come to Freetown and her intention to discover where Will had gone, she devoted several paragraphs to describing the settlement and where she was staying with a view to easing her parents' minds, then briefly outlined what she'd ascertained from her first inquiries. Yesterday, her first full day in the settlement, hoping to gain some casual insights before she called at the naval office, she'd sought out the usual taverns around the docks where naval officers were wont to congregate. There were always certain establishments that attracted their custom, and while in general she would never have ventured into a tavern alone, in those places that catered to naval officers, her family's connection to the service, and the Hopkins name was well known throughout the Navy, gave her a degree of protection. She'd relied on that, gone in, and, as she had hoped, she'd found several old sailors who knew her brother and had shared drinks and tall tales with him. She'd reasoned that if Will had been sent ashore on some mission that involved the settlement, then these were the men from whom he would have first sought information. If Will had asked questions, she wanted to know what about. And she'd been right. According to the old sea dogs, shortly before he'd disappeared, Will had asked questions that circled two subjects. First, an army officer called Dixon, who was stationed at Fort Thornton, which squatted at the top of Tower Hill. That was puzzling enough, but Will's second area of interest had been some local priest who held services in the settlement. Apparently, Will had attended several services, possibly as many as 3. Of all her brothers, she knew Will the best, understood him with the greatest clarity. That he'd voluntarily attended a church service meant he'd gone for some reason that had nothing to do with religion. She lifted her pen and read over all she'd written. After a moment's deliberation, she decided against sharing her intention to rescue Will. There was no need to add to her parents' anxieties. Instead, she concluded with a less stressful repetition of her intention to discover where Will had gone. She ended with a promise to be in touch in due course. While she sanded the sheet, then sealed her missive, she debated her options. She set aside the letter, then glanced at the small clock on the mantelpiece. Lips firming, she pushed back from the desk and walked to the low chest that served as a dressing table. In the mirror above it, she considered her reflection, then grimaced and started unpinning her hair. As she did, she considered the image the clerks at the Naval Office had seen. A gently bred English rose with pale skin and roses in her cheeks. Her face was close to oval, her nose unremarkable, her forehead wide. Her bright hazel eyes were her best feature, large and fringed with long brown lashes and well set under finely arched brows. Other ladies might have used them more, but she rarely thought of it. Her lips were well enough, pink and softly plump, but they were usually set in a firm, if not uncompromising line above her distinctly determined chin. Her hair was a pleasing but unusual and distinctive shade of copper brown. It normally fell in glossy waves, but at the moment her tresses were frizzing almost as badly as Mrs. Hoyt's in the unrelenting humidity. With her pins removed, she wielded her hairbrush with grim determination. Eventually, she managed to rewind and refasten her hair in a passable chignon. She put down the brush, twisted side to side examining her handiwork. Then she nodded to herself in the mirror. Good enough. Good enough to pay a call at the rectory. She resettled her skirts of pale bone-coloured cotton, then put the matching jacket on again, but in a concession to the heat, left it open over her neat white blouse. After sliding the cords of her reticule over her wrist, she picked up the letter and headed for the door. From Mrs. Hoyt, she'd learned that the Anglican minister's wife was a Mrs. Hardwick, and that Mrs. Hardwick could be found most mornings at the rectory. Aileen felt sure that the minister's wife would know about the other priest's services. Pausing with her hand on the doorknob, she hesitated. There's also the army officer, Dixon. As far as she knew, Will had no friends in the army. For a second, she debated, rectory or fort? Then she firmed her lips and opened the door. She would post her letter and then call at the rectory. One question at a time. Step by step, she would hunt Will down. And then she would get him back. 2 days later, Aileen filed out of the rustic church in which the local priest, one Obo Undoto, conducted his services. Hemmed in between 2 other ladies, she was carried forth on the tide of the emerging congregation, which then spread across the dusty area before the church. As matters had transpired, she hadn't had to ask Mrs. Hardwick for information. When she'd called at the rectory, she'd found a small gathering of ladies taking tea. At Mrs. Hardwick's invitation, she'd joined the group. After the introductions had been dealt with, the conversation had turned to events occurring in the settlement, and a Mrs. Hitchcock had mentioned that Undoto's next service would be held at noon 2 days hence. Later, Aileen had left the rectory with Mrs. Hitchcock and had asked for directions to the church, which Mrs. Hitchcock had readily given, along with a recommendation that she would find the service diverting. When Aileen had walked into the rectangular church just before noon, she'd had to hunt to find a seat. She'd been astonished by how full the church had been. People of all races and of a wide range of social classes had crammed the pews. Europeans of all nationalities primarily to the left, with local natives and others of the African nations mostly to the right. Her surprise had lasted until she'd heard enough to appreciate the tenor of Undoto's offering. In a voice full of thunder and brimstone, with a showman's zeal, He delivered something more akin to a stage performance than a conventional religious experience. Given the dearth of entertainment she had by then noted in the settlement, the crowd packing the church wasn't such a wonder. Anything to fill the boredom that many, of necessity, had to bear. None of which explained why Will had attended, most likely more than once. She knew beyond question that Andoto's performance wouldn't have appealed to her younger brother as a way to pass his time. She'd spent the majority of the service surveying the congregation and everything else she could see, searching for some sign of what might have drawn Will to the place, but she'd seen nothing and gained no clue to that mystery. As she slowly wended her way through the crowd, now thronging the forecourt, she noticed an old man, a grizzled old tar if she'd ever seen one, ponderously stumping away from the church. He leaned heavily on his cane. He had lost one leg and had an old-fashioned wooden peg leg. Instantly, Aileen knew who among all the congregation Will would most likely have approached. Her younger brother had always been fascinated with old tales of the sea. She changed tack and went after the old man. As she drew level, she glanced at his face and discovered he was one-eyed too. "Excuse me," she said. "I wonder if I might speak with you." The old sailor glanced at her in surprise, but the instant he took in her face and her attire, he halted, politely raised his cap, and planting his cane, half bowed.
"Of course, miss."
His eyes crinkled at the outer edges as he set his cap back on his head.
"Old Samson at your service. Always happy to have a chat, although what a lady like you might want with an old sea dog like me, I can't imagine."
She smiled.
"It's quite simple, really. My brother was here."
With a wave, she indicated the church.
"Some months ago, and I'm quite sure he would have spoken with you. He's mad for tales of seafaring, and you look like you could tell quite a few."
The old sailor folded both hands over the head of his cane.
"Aye,"
he nodded.
"You have that right. I've sailed all of the 7 seas in my day. Ain't nothing I like better than to remember those days. Rip-roaring they were. But what's your brother's name?"
Before she could answer, he added,
"I pride myself on learning the name to go with every face I see, at least among the Europeans."
"Excellent."
Aileen's smile brightened.
"His name is William Hopkins. He's a lieutenant currently serving with the squadron here."
"Will Hopkins? Sure, I remember him. Interesting lad. Keen to hear my stories."
She beamed.
"I was sure he would have asked."
"So, how can I help you?"
Samson arched his bushy brows.
"Young Will hasn't been by for some time, and truth to tell, I never did understand why he came. Lads like him can usually find enough to interest them in the settlement without resorting to Andoto's histrionics."
"I can imagine."
With 3 brothers, she certainly could.
"But Will has disappeared, it seems, and I'm here to see if I can find any trace of where he might have gone, or why."
She saw a frown form in Samson's eyes. She tipped her head, regarding him more closely.
"I gathered that Will came to more than one service."
"Aye."
Samson nodded, but his expression had grown absent-minded, as if the news that Will had disappeared had triggered thoughts of something else.
"He came 3 times.
"Do you recall if he met with anyone after the service? Perhaps some young lady? Or was he watching someone?"
Samson shook his head and answered in a distracted fashion.
"Not that I saw. and I sit on a stool in the back corner, so I see most things."
With the obvious excuse discounted, Aileen concluded that Will's purpose in attending the services, 3 of them, had to have been connected with his mission, whatever that mission had been. But how? She raised her gaze to Sampson's face, only to discover he'd refocused on her and was now regarding her with some concern. "What is it?" she asked. He frowned.
"It's possible I shouldn't tell you this, but there were others asking questions. A captain and his crew, not Navy, but I got the impression they was authorised, if you get my drift. A couple of weeks ago, they were here asking about people, officers, who'd apparently attended Undoto's services and then vanished. They didn't mention your brother by name, but if I recall aright, they said there were 2 Navy lieutenants among the missing."
Her heart leapt. "This captain and his crew, are they still here?" The worried look in Sampson's eyes increased.
"No. I heard they'd sailed off in something of a rush. Some say to Cape Town, but others that saw them go say they left under oars at night, and the tack they took out of the estuary lay to the north."
For a second, Sampson searched her eyes. Then he drew himself up.
"If you'll pardon the liberty, miss, this Captain Frobisher was a sharp sort, and he and his crew knew what they were doing. They came asking questions about people who'd gone missing, and they must have found something of the sort to send them packing, possibly back to London."
Sampson glanced swiftly around, then shifted closer and lowered his voice.
"It's true there's something havey-cavey going on in the settlement. Seems there's more missing than a handful of officers. But whatever's going on, it's dangerous enough to have a captain of the likes of Frobisher playing cautious. You need to take that on board. Asking questions about those who've gone missing might end with you going missing too."
He shifted back and looked her in the face.
"Trust me, miss. You need to back away and leave this to those trained to handle such things."
The possibility that, contrary to all appearances, someone, most likely someone in authority in London, was pursuing those missing, Will included, came as a huge relief. However, they, whoever they were, weren't here, and she was. And Will was still missing. She'd held Sampson's gaze while those thoughts flitted through her mind. His worry remained plain to see. She drew breath, hesitated, then inclined her head. "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Sampson. Rest assured, I'll pay it due heed." No need to tell him that learning that Will had, indeed, been on some mission and had subsequently disappeared, and that others had disappeared as well, had only made her more determined than ever to find her missing brother and, if possible, rescue him too. The obvious first step was to learn more about the mission Will had been pursuing. Other than attending Undoto's church, the only oddity she'd heard of in Will's behaviour before he'd disappeared had been his interest in Dixon, the army officer stationed at the fort. Given the time-honoured tensions between Army and Navy, Will's interest in Dixon had to have been work-related, ergo, mission-related. Presumably, he'd gone to speak with Dixon, which made Dixon an obvious person for her to speak with, too. Her hopes of gaining some insight into the nature of Will's mission were riding high as she toiled up the final stretch of road that led to the open gates of the fort, with its guardhouse built against the palisade to one side of the entrance. On gaining the cleared area before the gates, she paused and looked back. Perched on the crown of the hill above the harbour, the fort commanded an arresting view over the settlement and the ships clustered before the docks to the wide blue sweep of the estuary beyond. She took a full minute to savour the sight. 3 days had passed since she'd spoken to Samson outside Undoto's church. She'd spent those days alternating between vacillation and action. On the vacillating side, she'd found herself entertaining nagging doubts along the lines that perhaps Samson was right, and she and her family would be better served by her retreating and then waiting to hear through official channels. Every time she'd got to the waiting to hear through official channels part, her thoughts had come to an abrupt halt, and she hadn't been able to follow that line any further. She would never convince herself that waiting for someone else, especially someone with official authorization, to rescue Will was a viable alternative. Her actions had been more to the point. She'd gone back to the taverns she'd previously visited and tried to learn more about Dixon. She'd reasoned that the more she could learn about him before she faced him, the better placed she would be. Unfortunately, that tack had proved futile. For the same reasons she hadn't expected Will to be acquainted with an army officer, none of those he had drunk with knew much of Dixon either. Just that he was stationed at Fort Thornton. And now she was there. She turned away from the vista and walked the last yards to the guardhouse and the pair of middle-aged guards taking the sun at their ease beside it. They straightened as she neared. Both respectfully touched a hand to their hats. "Miss?" said the younger with a nod. "Ma'am?" said the older, straightening even more. Aileen halted before them and smiled. "Good morning. I would like to speak with an officer by the name of Dixon. I understand he's quartered here." Both guards looked at her. Then, to her surprise, the pair exchanged a sidelong glance. The older refocused on her. "I'm afraid, ma'am, that won't be possible." She blinked. Before she could formulate an appropriate response, the younger guard blurted, "He's not here, you see. Gone off to seek his fortune in the jungle, they say." The older guard cut his junior a chiding look. "Don't believe, much less repeat, everything you hear." Looking back at Aileen, he said, "Captain Dixon was here. He should still be here. But he went missing some months back, and no one's seen hide nor hair of him, nor heard anything about him since." "He's vanished?" She fought to rein in her shock, battled to keep her expression uninformative. Nevertheless, the older guard frowned in concern. "Why did you wish to speak with him, ma'am?" She met his shrewd eyes. She couldn't think of any reason to lie. "I believe my brother, a lieutenant in the Navy, came to speak with Captain Dixon. This would have been some months ago, possibly 3 months or more." "I remember that." The younger guard beamed at her. "Thought it odd that one of the Navy officers wanted to speak with one of ours." "So my brother, and Dixon met?" The younger guard shook his head emphatically. "Couldn't. Dixon was already gone. Would have been a good 5 weeks before. I remember we told your brother that. Had quite a jaw about it now I think back, about what Dixon vanishing like that might mean." The older guard was regarding her closely. "Why don't you ask your brother about Dixon? About what he was after him for, when the squadron sails in? Should be in a week or so, I gather." Aileen met his eyes, then grimaced. "Would that I could. Sadly, my brother has vanished, too." "Caw!" The younger guard's eyes rounded. "Mercy me! Whatever's going on?" The older guard narrowed his eyes on his junior. "Told you," Don't know what's going on, but it's not what it looks like. A week later, late in the afternoon, Aileen threw a shawl about her shoulders and left the confines of the boarding house to walk in the public gardens behind the rectory. She'd found the little oasis of civilized peace just a few yards up the road and down a short lane 6 days ago, and it had quickly become her favourite place for thinking. As the sun began its final descent toward the western horizon, a cooling breeze often lifted off the harbour and estuary beyond, sweeping up the hill with gentle grace, refreshing and renewing the air after the stifling, muggy heat of the day. Pacing along the lightly gravelled path, Aileen made for her favourite bench. Situated beneath the spreading branches of a tall, shady tree, the bench was unoccupied, as it usually was. She'd seen only a handful of people using the gardens, and most of those were nursemaids or governesses with their charges. At this time of day, they were busy elsewhere, doing other things. Amid the leaves of the old tree, long brown seed pods hung, dry now, and in the stirring of the breeze, they added their soft rustle to the evening's chorus. She found the already familiar susurration welcoming. She sat, letting the fine shawl fall to her elbows so she could better enjoy the coolness on her skin. She scanned the short stretch of lawn below and saw only a single couple who were already heading home. She watched them go. Then she raised her gaze to the wider vista of the harbour and its ships, and the estuary beyond. From there, she could even see the opposite shore, so distant it was nothing more than a thick band of jungle green edging the water. This was a very foreign land. She told herself that. Told herself it was no real surprise that finding any trace of Will months after he'd disappeared would take time. More, that any trail wouldn't easily be uncovered. In search of that trail, she'd returned to sit through 2 more of Undoto's performances. She'd spent both observing closely, searching for some hint of what had sent Will there, desperately hoping for some inkling of what he had gone there to find. Other than feeling faintly disturbed by the tenor of the services, she'd learned nothing more. She'd spoken with Sampson again, but perhaps unsurprisingly, given his earlier concern, he'd been discouraging. His attitude had only added to her welling despondency. She'd expected to get somewhere by now. Glumness dragged at her. Instead of giving in to it, she focused on the scene before her. A ship, sleekly hulled and sporting 3 towering masts, was sliding gracefully up the estuary. Even from this distance, she could make out the tiny figures of sailors scrambling high on the spars, furling a quite staggering array of sails. The sight of the ship held her transfixed. As she watched, it smoothly slid past the mouth of the harbour and continued up the estuary, still well out from shore. She wondered why the ship wasn't turning in. As far as she knew, there was no other settlement, certainly not a settlement of the size to which such a ship might sail, farther along the estuary's shores. She continued to trace the stately passage of the ship. Watching it was curiously soothing. Courtesy of her brother's incessant obsession, she was more than passingly acquainted with the latest designs in sailing vessels. In the sleek lines of the ship nosing down the estuary, she thought she detected the telltale shape of the new ships out of the Aberdeen shipyards. Clippers, as people were starting to call them, because under full sail, which was how they were designed to be sailed, the hull rose and sped across the water, clipping the waves. She imagined how fast the ship before her might go if all the sails she could see were set before a good wind. It would fly. Will would have loved it. Will love it one day. She frowned at herself, at the unintentional surfacing of her deepest fears. The best way to eradicate fear was to face it. She didn't want to, yet she forced her mind to consider the unthinkable. She still couldn't believe it. Will isn't dead. He'd gone missing, but he was somewhere, and still alive. He was findable. In turn, that meant he could be rescued. She would do it. She would not give up. She would never give up on Will. Finally, the ship she'd been watching turned its prow toward shore. It came in a short way, then anchored just inside a cove 2 bays to the east of the harbour. She wondered why the captain had chosen to avoid the harbour proper. Perhaps they're only anchoring for the night, or to take on water. Regardless, she'd seen enough. She had more pressing matters to address. Eschewing the sight before her, she turned her thoughts inward. Doggedly, she retrod, yet again, all she'd learned. Now that she'd worked out why Will had gone to see Dixon, because Dixon had already disappeared, and Will had wanted to learn more, that left Will's attendance at Undoto's services as the one peculiarity she had yet to explain. She decided that was a clear enough sign. Either something happened at the services that Will had seen, but that she had yet to notice, or... She couldn't think of anything that or might be. Frowning, she refocused on her surroundings and realized the light was fading. In the tropics, night descended like a curtain falling on a stage, with brutal finality and quite surprising abruptness. She rose. The temperature had started dropping with the setting of the sun. She flicked her shawl about her shoulders and set off at a brisk walk for the lane, the road, and Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house. As she entered the lane, her senses came alert. Pure habit. She didn't expect to meet with any difficulty in that area. Nevertheless, as she emerged onto the road by the rectory, she recognized that, with the falling of night, the atmosphere in the settlement changed. It wasn't only the view, the surroundings, that grew darker. She set off along the rough pavement toward the boarding house. Lights were already burning on the front porch, and a welcoming glow shone through the parlour curtains. Then she nearly tripped as her mind connected her recent thoughts. She halted and stared ahead as she realized. I might have been looking in the right place, but at the wrong time. She breathed the words as the possibility firmed in her mind. In this place, as in any other rough and dangerous place in which predators lurked, time of day made a very real difference to what anyone watching might see. Her heart lifted. She stepped out, her stride firmer, more decided, even more determined. She'd been watching Undoto during the day. She needed to watch him during the evening and night. True evil walked in darkness, after all. Chapter 3. Robert stepped out of the Trident's tender onto a rickety pier, constructed of old spars lashed together with vines. Better than slogging through the waves, he supposed, and definitely better for the swift execution of his plan than sailing into the harbour proper. With its usual abruptness in these climes, night had fallen some hours before. The Trident had been in position by then, but he deliberately held off and waited until the bustle of early evening activities had faded before coming ashore. He directed a searching look into the darkness beyond the pale sand, but there were few people to witness their landing. An old man slumped with a bottle in his hand in front of a ramshackle hut. A young man sitting on a stool and frowning over some nets. Several women and children flitting like wraiths through the shadows. None seemed to be paying any great attention. No doubt they knew better than to stare too openly at men like his party. White men who came ashore under the cover of darkness and well away from the lights of the settlement. With a few quiet words, he and the 4 men he'd hand-picked to accompany him hoisted their bags, then moved silently and swiftly off what was plainly the local pier of a small fishing village, huddled around a pocket of the shore of the wide-mouthed bay, 2 bays farther east from Crew Bay and the main port of Freetown. Robert led the way up a stretch of deep sand. He paused where the sand gave way to firmer ground, and the shadows of listing palms created a pool of deeper darkness, and waited for his men to join him. As they trudged toward him, he looked past them at the tender, steadily pulling out through the shallow waves. The Trident herself was a dark, somewhat indistinct shadow that seemed to hover, gently drifting, on the dark surface of the water farther out in the cove. The 4 men reached him. With the tip of his head, he indicated that they should follow him. Resettling his sea bag over his shoulder, he walked on in the direction of the settlement. He took whatever path offered, tacking this way and that, as he steadily led the way westward through the straggling shanty-town of crude dwellings that bordered the settlement like lace on a woman's petticoat. He'd left all his officers on board. They couldn't merge into the population of Freetown in the same effortless, unobtrusive way the 4 men he'd brought with him could. Benson, Harris, Fuller, and Coleman were all sailors, plain if experienced seamen for whom no one in a port city would spare a second glance. All 4 were also highly experienced fighters, whether on deck or on land. For what Robert imagined he would need to complete this mission, the 4 possessed the best collection of requisite skills. Jordan Latimer, his lieutenant and second in command, hadn't liked it any more than his ship's master, Hurley, and his quartermaster, Miller, had. But they'd held their tongues. They were accustomed to being the ones by his side. That, this time, he'd chosen others for that role simply illustrated how very unlike his usual missions, which often involved drawing rooms and even ballrooms, this particular mission was. He'd left his officers to manage the ship and hold her, ready to depart at a moment's notice. He'd given instructions that once the tender was restowed, they should let the ebbing tide draw them farther out from shore, back into the estuary proper, and then anchor where, through a spyglass, they could see the rickety pier, yet where their position made it clear they were not intending to engage with, or threaten, anyone. He paused to glance back, to see if the tender had been hauled in, and if the Trident was drifting out again. But the stands of palms that lined the shore, and the black shapes of the village houses with their palm-fronded thatched roofs, blocked his view. His men milled behind him. Cloaked in darkness, he turned and strode on. He'd been to Freetown before. His memory of the settlement's geography was rudimentary but sufficient, and Declan and Edwina had spent hours describing the various areas of the town as they now were. So while he didn't have anything resembling an accurate map, he had a fair idea of where he was heading, and the pulsing throb of many lives lived at close quarters drew him steadily on. They entered the settlement proper, the area defined by recognizable streets, even if the surfaces were merely beaten earth, from the east, and made their way toward the nearer edge of the commercial district. There, traders' stores, smaller warehouses, and inns and taverns catering to various types of travellers congregated between the end of Water Street and the shore. Robert halted in the middle of a dark street that in one direction led to Water Street and in the other to the wharves the local fishing fleet used. He looked around, then glanced at his men. "Let's see if we can find an inn. One catering to merchants should suit. I want something not too far from this spot. Meet back here in 10 or so minutes." With nods, the men spread out, drifting down this alley, that lane. Robert himself walked on toward Water Street, but found only stores and offices. He was walking back to where he'd parted from his men when Benson came trotting out of a lane on the side of the street away from the harbour. He fell in beside Robert.
"Nice little place just along there, Cap, sir."
With a tip of his head, Benson indicated the lane he'd come out of.
"Could be out of place."
Robert halted. "Let's see what the others turn up." Gradually, the other three drifted back. Harris had found another inn, but was dubious about its quality.
"Bit too run down and leery, I'm thinking. We're supposed to be respectable, right?"
Robert nodded and jerked his head toward the lane. "Let's take a look at the place Benson found." Benson's find proved to be perfect for their needs. Only a few doors from the street connecting with Water Street, the inn was small, unassuming, and run by a stalwart couple, who, by their careful manner, clearly strove for security and respectability, and therefore also offered a degree of privacy to their guests. Posing as a trader visiting the settlement to determine what prospects for goods for Europe and the Americas the region might provide, Robert hired 3 decent-sized bedchambers, 1 for him and 2 for his 4 men to share. His men knew how to slip into the supporting roles he'd assigned them, bobbing respectfully to the landlady and dismissing with relaxed thanks the landlord's offer to have their bags carried up. After reassuring the landlady that they wouldn't be putting her to the trouble of making up a meal for them at such a late hour, Robert accepted a lighted lantern from his host and followed his men up the scrubbed wooden stairs. His room was neat and clean, the bed a touch more solid than a cot, with decent linens and a fine net looped over a metal circle suspended over the well-stuffed mattress. The room also contained a simple desk and a single straight-backed chair. Robert swiftly unpacked the few clothes and other items he'd brought with him and tossed his sea bag into the narrow armoire. After discussing his options with Declan and Edwina, he'd decided to avoid the port and enter the settlement on foot, and subsequently to assume an identity and a purpose that would keep him well away from, essentially out of sight of, all the various local authorities, and even farther from local society. Declan had been here mere weeks ago, and too many would recognize the similarity between them. Robert's hair was a darker shade of brown than Declan's, and his features were a touch more austere, but they both had blue eyes, and in so many other ways echoed each other physically, that Edwina had been adamant that even if people didn't recognize him as Robert Frobisher, they would definitely recognize him as a Frobisher. While Declan's appearance in the settlement, explained by being on a honeymoon cruise with Edwina, would have passed muster well enough not to raise any suspicions, a second Frobisher turning up a month later would certainly make any villain with links to the authorities twitchy, at the very least. Luckily, Robert wasn't the least averse to what was, compared to where his usual missions landed him, slumming it. Posing as a trader meant he didn't have to call on anyone, didn't have to play the gentleman diplomat captain, didn't have to do the pretty by anyone at all. He could simply get on with this mission, get started immediately on picking up the slavers' trail, finding their camp, then heading back to England. In pursuit of that goal, he returned downstairs. His men were waiting just inside the inn's door. At his nod, they all filed outside. Robert paused under the narrow porch that ran along the front of the inn. Looking into the darkness, listening to the distant yet raucous sounds emanating, no doubt, from the taverns lining the docks, he confirmed his bearings, then looked away from the harbour toward the now largely silent streets that terraced the slope of Tower Hill. All was quiet up there. Time to learn the lie of the land, Lips quirking, he glanced at his men and tipped his head toward the quieter quarter. "Let's take a walk." At this time of night, they could go all the way up to Fort Thornton itself, then descend and walk the length of Water Street, through the heart of the commercial district. In a loose group, they strode down the lane, then up the road to Water Street. They crossed the thoroughfare and started up the slope into the residential streets, dimly lit by flickering flares beyond. They weren't out to take the air. All of them scanned the streets, taking note of landmarks, occasionally turning to look down at the settlement and the harbour beyond. Sauntering along, Robert slid his hands into his pockets. "We'll save the docks for last." That was where the greatest danger of him, or even his men, being recognized lay. But by then, most of those sober enough to trust their eyes would have gone back to their bunks, and those remaining would pose no real threat. When they reached the precinct of the fort, a jumble of buildings squatting behind a timber palisade, they hugged the shadows, careful to avoid the sentries keeping watch from the flare-lit area before the gates.
"How they expect to see anyone with all that light about, God only knows,"
Coleman muttered.
"Oh, they'll see 'em,"
Fuller replied.
"Just too late to save themselves."
Robert's lips twitched at the sneering comments. Even though his men weren't Navy, they had a seafarer's contempt for those who served on the land. As they headed down the hill again, Robert felt satisfied with the day's progress. By the time they returned to their beds, they would have a working knowledge of the settlement, enough to see them through their mission, enough to be able to start investigating properly tomorrow. The inn would provide a safe base. Andoto's church and the tavern the old sailor Sampson frequented were a little farther up and around the hill, easy to walk to from the inn. The slum where the priestess Lashoria lived also lay in that general direction, but farther away from the settlement centre. While they ambled down the length of Water Street, noting the shops and offices along the way, Robert reviewed his potential contacts: Lashoria, Sampson, and Babington. Of the three, Babington was the one Robert felt least confident about asking for help. He knew Babington better than Declan did. They'd crossed paths several times. Babington was a shrewd negotiator, more so because he didn't appear to be outwardly aggressive, much like Robert himself. In Robert's opinion, Babington was not properly appreciated by his own family. He was largely wasted here, essentially playing nursemaid to Macaulay, who, heaven knew, needed and would accept no one's help. Babington might prove to be a valuable ally, but attempting to recruit him might also be a big mistake, depending on where his loyalties lay. Robert had no intention of revealing any of the mission's more pertinent details, such as their belief that there was a diamond mining operation involved, unless he could first satisfy himself as to what Babington's priorities truly were. Given that dealing with Babington might not be straightforward, Robert decided to call on Sampson first. Declan and Edwina had suggested that interviewing Lashoria would be best done in the evening, so he'd start his day with Sampson and see where the trail took him from there. He'd been following the direction his men had been taking without any real thought. Refocusing, he discovered they'd circled around and down to the end of Government Wharf. His men halted at the steps leading down to the wharf itself. They glanced his way as he joined them. To their left, Government Wharf extended into the harbour. While there appeared to be no Navy frigates moored there or anywhere else in sight, Robert studied the long line of merchant vessels tied up and slowly rising and falling on the gentle swell. Not along the wharf. Too dangerous. Too many merchant captains knew his face. He looked ahead, along the main quay and the row of buildings fronting it. Most were government offices, agencies, harbour masters' quarters, and the like. The now diminishing sounds of revelry drifted from lanes and alleys that ran back from the quay. There were no taverns directly facing the water. He started down the steps. "Along the quay to the end. We can get back to our inn that way." And tomorrow he'd make a start on finding the slavers' trail. The sooner he did, the faster he'd learn where their camp was hidden, and then he would be on his way back to London and the challenge of finding a wife. As he imagined was the case for most men, a large part of him instinctively recoiled from even contemplating that final task. Yet as he stretched his legs and strolled through the humid dark, he discovered that one small part of his mind was already cautiously questing, imagining, and envisioning his ideal wife. The morning after the epiphany that if she wanted to discover any nefarious dealings, she would need to watch Undoto in the dark hours rather than in the full light of day, Aileen stood in her bedchamber and surveyed the items she'd spread on the chintz counterpane. Clothing came first. She'd left the bulk of her wardrobe with her friend in Russell Square, so she had limited choices. But she'd had time between booking her passage and her departure from London to purchase 4 simple outfits, skirts with matching jackets, in lightweight cotton. The modistes had only just started to create such garments for the English summer, and they'd cost a pretty penny. But since arriving in the settlement, she'd been glad of her foresight. The most useful outfit for any nighttime excursion would be the one in deep blue twill. Although the ensemble was intended to be worn with an ivory blouse, she'd bought a silk blouse in the same shade of dark blue, with some thought of possibly needing to pass herself off as a widow. She hadn't had to employ the subterfuge, but that had left her with a dark-coloured outfit she'd yet to don. The unrelenting heat of the days had dissuaded her from wearing the darker shade. With a hat and veil. She grimaced and looked at the bureau, at her one and only hat, a villager style in straw, sitting perched on the bureau's top. She wrinkled her nose. Entirely unsuitable. But she'd seen a small milliner's shop tucked in a side street off Water Street. She glanced again at the clothes she'd laid out, then down at what she was wearing. One of the jacket and skirt ensembles in a soft lemon yellow with an ivory blouse. She wouldn't need the hat or the darker clothes until the evening. If she accomplished what she hoped to by mid-afternoon, she would have plenty of time to call in at the milliner's and find something more appropriate. Along with a good swath of black netting for a veil. She felt sure any milliner would have black netting to hand. No doubt the settlement had funerals enough. With her clothes and headgear decided, she turned to her open suitcases, located her gloves, and discovered she'd packed a pair of mid-length black gloves. Perfect! Laying the pair aside, she looked down. Raising her skirts, she regarded her dusty half-boots. More than adequate for creeping about in. She released her skirts and smoothed them down. Sartorially speaking, she had everything she needed. Next, equipment. She reached into one suitcase, underneath her clothes at the very back, and drew out what appeared to be a jeweller's box, along with a silk roll of the sort ladies use to carry pearls. She crossed to the small desk and placed both items on the surface. Smiling to herself, she sat on the stool, opened the jeweller's box, and surveyed the tiny American-made pistol her eldest brother had given her for her last birthday. She'd already known how to shoot a pistol, but she'd practiced diligently with the smaller weapon, and now counted herself an excellent shot, at least at appropriate range. Just to check, she untied the cords about the jewellery roll and spread it open, revealing a pair of sharp daggers and a whetstone. Satisfied she had everything she would need, she returned her attention to the pistol. After gently easing it from its velvet bed, she hefted the familiar weight in her hand. Carefully, she put it down, lifted out the cleaning supplies that had been nestled alongside it, and settled to clean the weapon. The exercise, something she'd done many times in the past, freed her thoughts to wander. She was convinced Will's disappearance was somehow connected with Undoto. She intended, therefore, to watch the priest, evening and night, until she saw whatever there was to be seen. Her lips firmed. Her gaze was fixed on the pistol in her hands, her eyes not truly seeing. There has to be something. Something about Undoto that had caused Will to haunt his services. Some link that would lead from Undoto to Will. After reassembling the pistol, she laid it aside and picked up the whetstone and one of the knives. As the sound of the whetstone passing along the blade filled her ears, she forced herself to face the fact that she had no idea if she would find anything, would stumble upon anything pertinent, by watching Undoto. But she had no other clue, no other avenue to follow. So she would follow this one, and see where it led. The resolution had her reviewing the practicalities of what she'd planned. First, find out where Undoto lives. That would be easy enough, but she would need transportation. Robert found Samson exactly where he'd expected him to be, in the tap room of the tavern above which he lived. The old sailor was seated at a table in the corner. Head down, he was scanning a news sheet and didn't look up when Robert and his 4 men entered the low-ceilinged room. Despite the relatively early hour, Robert bought a round of ale for his men, himself, and an extra for Samson. Then, carrying Samson's drink as well as his own, he crossed to the table at which the old man sat. When Robert halted before the table, Samson deigned to look up, and up. When Samson's gaze found Robert's face, the old tar blinked, then sat back, the better to view him. Robert smiled and gestured with the mugs of ale. "Mind if we join you?" Samson glanced at the other 4 hanging respectfully back. He identified them as fellow seafarers and grinned.
"Not at all."
He nodded at the 4 in welcome. Then his gaze returned to Robert's face as Robert placed the mugs of ale on the table and pushed one toward him.
"Thank ye. Looks like my morning just became more interesting."
He scrutinized Robert as he settled on the stool opposite.
"Was it your brother who was here before, then? Captain Frobisher?"
Robert nodded. "Yes, my younger brother." Samson studied Benson, Fuller, Harris, and Coleman as they pulled up stools, sat, and sipped their ale. He looked back at Robert.
"You're another Captain Frobisher, then?"
Robert dipped his head in assent and took a long pull of his ale. The taste was distinctly different, but it was recognizably ale. Lowering the mug, he met Samson's inquisitive eye. "We're here to follow the trail my brother blazed." Samson sobered.
"Aye, good thing, too. I'd noticed people not turning up to Undoto's services even before your brother came, but I don't go farther afield in the settlement, so I just thought they'd growed bored with it and hadn't bothered coming back. But your brother and his men said people had vanished, and I gather that's still true."
"Indeed. We're trying to find out where they've gone, with a view to staging a rescue. My brother suggested you'd be amenable to helping us out with information." Samson nodded.
"Happy to help any way I can."
His lips twisted wryly.
"And these days, supplying information is about my limit."
Nevertheless, we appreciate your help." Robert sipped, then said, "What can you tell us about any changes in behavior of those you see regularly, especially any changes since my brother was here?" Sampson's brow creased in thought. He lifted the mug of ale and sipped, absent-mindedly savouring the taste before he swallowed and said,
"The most notable change would have to be her ladyship, Lady Holbrook. She stopped coming to Undoto's services some weeks back. Thinking on it, her stopping would have been just after your brother sailed."
Sampson flicked Robert a shrewd glance.
"Bit abrupt, that seemed. He and his ship were here one day and gone the next."
Robert acknowledged the point with a nod. He had his wife with him. Sampson nodded readily.
"I remember her. Pretty little thing."
Robert's lips eased. "In her case, you don't want to be fooled by the prettiness. But she and my brother ran into strife, courtesy of their investigations, and they had to draw back. I'm their replacement, the next stage of the investigation."
"Aye. Well, there haven't been any other major changes in those I see, other than Lady Holbrook not coming to Undoto's services anymore, and for all I know, she might just have lost interest, or taken to her bed ill, or have too much to do."
"Do you know if Holbrook himself is currently in the settlement?"
"Far as I've heard, or rather, I've heard nothing about him sailing off anywhere."
Sampson grinned.
"But I don't exactly swan about in those circles, so I can't rightly say what the governor's been up to."
Robert nodded. "I'll check with others." He would have to. Wolverston and Melville would be waiting to learn which way the wind blew with Holbrook. He watched Sampson down a large mouthful of ale. "Have you heard any whispers of people going missing recently, or of any other odd happenings?" Sampson pursed his lips. After a moment, he said,
"Haven't heard anything about anyone on Tower Hill being gone. But I did hear about the docks, that some navvies didn't turn up where they were expected. But hereabouts, no one can say if they've vanished like those others, or if they just upped stakes and went off to some better prospect, or took work on some ship."
Sampson shrugged his heavy shoulders.
"No way to know, is there?"
"Indeed. That was half the problem in this case. In this sort of place, so many people were disconnected drifters." Sampson shifted on his bench.
"Howsoever, in terms of odd happenings, there was one I hadn't expected."
His voice had grown stronger, more definite.
"A young lady, well, not that young, I suppose, but young enough, if you catch my drift. She turned up, must be going on 2 weeks ago now. Showed up at one of Undoto's services and spent the whole time looking sharply about. She spotted me, and after the service, she came up and asked to speak with me. She was searching for her brother, a naval lieutenant by the name of Will Hopkins. I'd seen him at the services months back, and she, the lady, was right. Young Will had come up and had a jaw with me. He liked to hear my stories."
Robert frowned. He was acquainted with the older 2 Hopkins brothers. "This lady, did she mention her name?" Sampson's brow furrowed as he clearly thought back, but then he shook his head.
"No."
He met Robert's eyes.
"I suppose she'd be Miss Hopkins, but she was more than old enough to be married, and widowed too, so she might have another name now."
Before Robert could comment, Sampson continued.
"Anyways, She was asking questions, obviously trying to figure out what had brought her brother to the services. Asked if it was some young lady, but I put her straight about that. But she was right. A lad like Will Hopkins had to have some reason to come to the services. He wouldn't have just wandered up to waste his time. Not on 3 occasions at least.
He was sent to track Dixon, the army engineer who had already vanished. Robert saw no reason to conceal that fact.
Aye, well, Miss Hopkins, or whatever her name is, hadn't tumbled to that, but she knew as well as I did that there had to be something behind Will coming to the services. She was asking questions, trying to learn what.
Sampson drew in a deep breath.
I didn't think that was wise, and I tried to warn her off.
He met Robert's gaze.
I told her about your brother, and how he'd been asking questions about the officers who'd gone missing, including her brother, most like. I also told her that your brother had to withdraw quickly, that he'd sailed from the settlement and just might have headed back to London. And I pointed out that people who asked questions about people who've gone missing tended to wind up missing too. I did my best to get her to back off and leave the investigating to those qualified to do it.
Robert arched a cynical brow. Did you succeed?
I'm not hopeful. She's been back to 2 more services, and anyone who thought to watch her would know she weren't paying attention to Doto's thunderings.
Robert grimaced. The last thing he needed was a gently bred but determined female complicating his simple and straightforward mission. Do you have any idea where she's staying?
Not precisely. She'll be up on Tower Hill somewhere, would be my guess.
What did she look like? It was Benson who asked. Sampson took a moment, plainly calling up a picture in his mind.
Brassy brown hair, sort of bright brown and glossy, not dark. Hazel eyes, average height, good figure but well laced. Very English looking, and if I had to guess, used to getting her own way. Wouldn't say spirited, so much as forceful.
Unease trailed tauntingly down Robert's spine.
Damn!
He was going to have to act to effectively deflect the woman. He couldn't risk her popping up at some crucial moment and interfering with his mission. More, if she was Hopkins's sister, then given his acquaintance with her older brothers, he should definitely do his best to send her packing all the way back to England. Sampson humphed.
I made it clear she was dabbling in dangerous waters, and while she listened, I'm damned sure she's not going to pay my warning much heed.
For a moment, all were silent. Sipping the last of his ale, Robert considered what would have brought a lady like Miss Hopkins all the way to Freetown. Sibling devotion, clearly. But it would have to be strong to have driven a gently bred lady to take ship and brave the dangers of a place like Freetown, a settlement on the outer fringes of civilization. That Hopkins's sister was in the settlement at all, let alone determinedly asking questions, argued that convincing her to meekly step back, return to England, and leave the investigating to him wasn't going to be any easy task. That she'd found her way to Doto's services and Sampson, and it sounded as if she was concentrating her efforts around Doto and his church, suggested she was intelligent too. Robert drained his mug. He would need to remove the lady from the situation, and soon, before matters became any more complicated. He set his mug on the table and glanced at his men, then looked at Sampson. I need to speak with the Vodun priestess, Lashoria. My brother told me she lives in the slum on the hillside to the east of here. Is that still the case? Sampson nodded.
Far as I know.
He drained his mug. There's a gentleman by the name of Babington, Charles Babington. I'll probably need to speak with him, too. Do you know where he lives?
He's the one that's Macaulay's junior partner, aye?
When Robert nodded, Sampson said,
That's easy, then. He lives in the apartment above the company's office. On Water Street, that is. You can't miss it.
Robert nodded. He'd noted the Macaulay and Babington office during their walk the previous night. He'd call on Lashuria that evening and decide what he wanted to do about Babington after that. He refocused on Sampson. All the men had finished their ales. Our landlady mentioned that Andoto is holding one of his spectacles at noon today.
Aye.
Sampson nodded his shaggy head.
I planned on heading up there about now.
Do you mind if we join you?
Not at all.
Sampson grasped his cane and levered himself to his feet. He beamed at Robert and his men.
Glad of the company.
They rose and left the inn. Robert waved his men ahead and adjusted his pace to Sampson's halting one. Robert looked about him. As in companionable silence they progressed slowly up the hill. He doubted he needed to ask Sampson to point out the notables in the congregation. If Robert was any judge, the old man thoroughly enjoyed having his knowledge plumbed, his observational skills put to use. But when they halted at the edge of the forecourt, before what was obviously the church, Robert murmured, "If you see Hopkins's sister—" Sampson nodded.
I'll point her out.
He surveyed the people streaming toward the open doors.
Can't see her, but she might already be inside.
With his cane he waved toward the door.
Let's go in.
The forecourt stretched across the front of the rectangular church and extended down both sides, wider to the left than the right. To the left, several benches sat beneath a row of trees, large enough to cast some shade. Carriages were drawn up in a long line opposite the front facade. Ladies and gentlemen descended and strolled across the forecourt to the doors, most smiling and chatting, nodding to each other as if they were attending a social event. As they walked forward, and Robert refocused his attention on the church itself, a frisson of awareness, the sort of awareness he recognized very well, swept tantalizingly across his senses. Glancing around, he looked back at the carriages. Most were simply black, dusty, anonymous, and unremarkable. Anyone could be sitting inside one and looking out. It was hardly the first time he'd been the recipient of an assessing glance. If the lady had noticed his reaction, she probably wouldn't show herself until after he'd gone inside. Mentally shrugging, he certainly wouldn't have time to follow it up, distractions of that ilk being indisputably the very last thing he needed. He returned his attention to those before him. As they joined the throng streaming inside, Sampson added,
I hope you'll be able to make the lady see sense.
I'll give it my best shot. Robert hadn't expected to have to use his diplomatic talents on this mission, but he could be very persuasive when he wished. Curious, he looked around as they moved into the church, noting the disposition of people to cluster in their own groups. His men had gone in ahead of him and Sampson, and had sat in the last pew. Robert followed Sampson to a stool in the rear left corner. The old man settled on the stool, his peg leg braced at a comfortable angle. Then he surveyed those seated. Robert remained standing, leaning against the wall as several other men had elected to do. Sampson grunted.
I can't see her. She's not here yet.
His gaze sweeping the room, Robert shrugged. Let me know when you spot her. As soon as he got a bead on her, he intended to seize the first chance that offered to warn her away from the investigation. and he was prepared to be a great deal more definite and effective than Sampson had been. He had no intention whatever of allowing anyone, male or female, to interfere with his mission. For once, he had a mission whose path was blissfully clear and defined. Learn the location of the slavers' camp, then race the information back to London. The lady might be determined, but so was he. He was determined to allow nothing to get in the way of him finishing this mission in the shortest amount of time. He wanted it done so he could put it behind him and concentrate on following the lure that, increasingly, drew him. The need for a hearth, the need for a home, the need for a wife who would be his anchor. Aileen leaned back against the squabs of her hired carriage as the last stragglers made their way into the church. She'd debated joining the congregation, but she couldn't imagine that she would see or learn anything she hadn't already by subjecting herself yet again to Undoto's version of fire and brimstone. Much better to sit and conserve her energies. She'd rolled up the flaps on the carriage windows, and a breeze as faint as an exhalation stirred wisps of hair at her nape. Her strategy had already yielded one piece of information: the direction from which Undoto approached the church. After leaving Mrs. Hoyt's, she'd walked down to Water Street and had hired a driver for the rest of the day. She'd had him drive her up to the church at just after 11 o'clock and draw his carriage to a halt at a spot toward the end of where the line of carriages would form. She'd been inside the carriage watching when Undoto had come walking down the street that curved up the flank of the hill. Most of the congregation came from either below the church or, in the case of the European contingent, along the road from the west. The area from which Undoto had come was not one she'd previously explored. But she would. Later, when she followed the priest back to his home. For the next hour, however, she had nothing to do but sit in the carriage and cling to her patience. She'd chosen this spot from which to watch because it allowed her an unobstructed view of the church's forecourt and also the smaller door along one side toward the rear of the building. That was the door through which Undoto had entered the church. Others, the choristers and altar boys, and several older men, had followed. One of the older men had later opened the front doors. Patience wasn't really her long suit, but she could, she told herself, manage an hour. In pursuit of will, she could manage more than that. With nothing else to do, she reviewed all she'd seen to this point, cataloguing those of the congregation she'd seen previously, searching for anything odd or different. Her mind snagged on the man, a newcomer, at least to her, who had arrived with old Sampson. There was something about the man that had snared her attention, then effortlessly held it. In the privacy of the carriage, with nothing else to occupy her, she could admit that, and, via a distinctly vivid memory, indulge in a long, mental perusal. He was the sort of gentleman commonly described as well set up, tall with broad shoulders, but lean with the length, strong, but flexible too, exuding an aura of reined physical power. That he'd arrived with Sampson, chatting with the old man and clearly accepted by him, suggested the unknown was a sailor, but she would have guessed that anyway. She was accustomed to dealing with seafaring men, and the way he held himself, balanced in a certain fluid way, had instantly registered. As had the sword at his hip. It wasn't the type of weapon your average sailor sported. If she had to guess, she would say the intriguing stranger was a captain, one who commanded. An ineffable air of command had hung like a cloak about him, something innate that showed in the way he'd stood, in the manner in which he'd looked about him, scanning the surroundings, taking note of the people as well as the place. Remembering that, She felt certain he'd never been to Undoto's church before. She hadn't forgotten Sampson's mention of a Captain Frobisher who'd come to ask questions about those missing. It was tempting to speculate that this man was Frobisher, come back to take up the hunt. But if he hadn't previously attended the church, that seemed unlikely. Although courtesy of the distance, she hadn't been able to note anything specific about the man's face and features, she had to admit he'd made an impression. She realized her lips had curved appreciatively, but there was no harm in such idle admiration. It wasn't as if he and she were likely to meet face to face. The warmth of the sun lay heavy on the land. The distant hum of the settlement centre and port droned almost below the level of hearing. Lulled, she felt her lids drooping. After a second, she allowed them to fall. Her mind wasn't empty. The image of the unknown man still lingered. He hadn't been wearing a uniform. She recalled Sampson's description of Captain Frobisher. Not Navy, but authorized. Most likely, Sampson had meant that the man had some degree of backing from the authorities. Despite his lack of uniform, the unknown stranger had exuded the ineluctable sense that he possessed such authority. So a captain, but almost certainly not of a naval vessel. The memory of the clipper-style ship she'd seen so gracefully gliding up the estuary the previous evening swam across her mind's eye. The unknown captain's ship? Her attention shifted to the ship. Truth be told, she could admit to feeling a certain attraction to the vessel, too. A wish to see her, to examine her, to sail on her, to stand on her deck and experience the sensation of flying over the waves. Aileen had long known she was no more immune to the siren song of the sea than her brothers, and it was probably a good deal safer to explore an attraction to the ship than to the ship's captain, even in her mind. She grinned. Then the sound of voices spilled into the forecourt. She opened her eyes and saw that the service was finally over. Undoto stood at the door, farewelling his parishioners. Aileen sat up, then stretched her arms, easing her spine. She leaned closer to the window, then, realizing she might be seen, sat back in the shadows of the carriage once more. She watched the congregation leave. She saw the intriguing stranger again. After exchanging words with 4 sailors, members of his crew, and apparently dispatching them ahead, the stranger left with Sampson, pacing more slowly beside the one-legged sailor as they followed the winding street down the hill. There was a courtesy there, in the stranger's attention to Sampson, of which Aileen approved. A recognition that old men like Sampson were by no means worthless. The stranger and Sampson soon passed out of sight. She returned her gaze to the church itself and, counselling herself to patience anew, watched and waited while the congregation dispersed. When all were gone, Undoto and one of the older men who helped with the church pulled the doors shut, while 2 other older men set the woven rush window panels back in place. Aileen shifted her gaze to the side door. The altar boys and choristers had already left. The old men came out. Calling to each other, they waved and went their separate ways. Finally, Undoto emerged, shutting and locking the door behind him. Again, Aileen was tempted to lean forward, but she held herself back. She hadn't yet got her hat and veil. She watched as Undoto walked along the side wall of the church and into the forecourt. He saw her carriage, but barely gave it a glance and continued across the gravel to the street. Aileen crossed her fingers, praying he would return to his home and not go wandering elsewhere in the settlement. Undoto reached the street and turned up it, heading back in the direction from which he'd earlier come. She let out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She'd chosen this carriage because it had a small window set beneath the coachman's seat, through which she could look out over the horses' backs and see what was happening in front of the carriage. Through that window, she watched Undoto stride up the dusty street. She waited as long as she deemed she could, then rose, stretched up, and lifted the small trapdoor in the carriage's roof. For all she knew, her driver might have been snoring for the past hour. "Driver!" The carriage shifted as the driver started.
"Yes, ma'am."
"I was hoping to meet my friend here, but she didn't attend the service. I must have dozed off. I've only recently arrived in the settlement, and as we are here, I would like you to drive slowly, just rolling very slowly along, up the street before us, the one heading up the flank of the hill." The one Undoto had taken. He was almost out of sight. "Just carry on, and I'll tell you when I've seen enough, and we can then return to Water Street."
"Aye, ma'am."
Aileen swayed, then sat as the carriage rocked into motion. The driver followed her instructions well enough, and kept their pace nice and slow. Through the small forward-facing window, she could see Undoto well ahead, but as he was striding along at a good clip, the distance between him and the carriage was only slowly decreasing. The area the street ran through was neither a slum, nor was it Tower Hill. The houses were modest, but neatly kept. Most were situated on their own small block. Few plants graced the gardens, but rocks and stones marked entrances and paths. From the few people she glimpsed, it appeared this was the area populated by the equivalent of the lower middle class. There were still a good 50 yards between the carriage and the priest when Undoto crossed the road, went up a short path, climbed a few steps to a house's porch, then opened the door and disappeared inside. Aileen shifted to the window on that side and, as the carriage rolled closer, studied the house the priest had entered. As the house neared, she again drew back into the concealing shadows, but with her eyes fixed on the building, she catalogued every identifying feature she could spy. The carriage rolled on, and the house fell behind. Satisfied, she sat back. She would recognize the house, even by night. Her afternoon's work, laying the groundwork for her evening's endeavours, was done. She let the driver steer her horses on for a full minute more, then she lifted the trap door again. "I've seen enough for today. Back to Water Street. You can let me out near the middle of the street." She had a milliner to visit. And then, she couldn't be 100% certain that the house Undoto had entered was his own abode. Yet there'd been a lack of concern, of even the slightest hesitation, in the way he'd walked up the front path and had opened the door and gone inside. If it hadn't been his house, surely he would have knocked. Still, tonight would tell. If Undoto was still there when night fell, that was really all she cared about. As the carriage rocked slowly down the hill and turned toward the centre of the settlement, she reviewed her preparations. Once she bought what she needed from the milliner, there was one last issue to address. To keep watch on Undoto's house, she would need the concealment of an anonymous carriage, much like the one she was presently in. But she couldn't risk hiring just any coachman and trusting him to keep his mouth shut about her peculiar excursions, much less the address from which he picked her up. Unfortunately, she couldn't see any way around trusting the driver she hired. "Which means," she murmured, "that I'll have to make sure the driver I hire is, indeed, trustworthy." Hat and veil first, carriage and trustworthy driver second. Once she'd succeeded in securing both, then I'll be ready to keep watch and see who comes calling on Undoto. Chapter 4. Darkness had fallen. The slum area in which Lashoria lived had no lighting to illuminate its winding alleys. Robert paced steadily up the passageway that Declan had told him led to the priestess's red door. Somewhere in the shadows behind him lurked Benson and Coleman. Both men were past masters at trailing others. Even though he knew they were there, Robert couldn't hear or in any way sense them. If he glanced around, he knew he'd see nothing. It was a slow climb, long enough for him to feel the atmosphere of the slum, of such a density of close-packed humanity close around him. The smells and sounds rifled his senses, tickling and prickling them to higher awareness. The smothering heat, a solid warmth from which there was no escape, didn't help. As most locals did, he'd dispensed with his coat. Unfortunately, in the gloom of the slum, the relative whiteness of his linen shirt made him feel like a walking target. To distract himself, he thought back to his afternoon, to Undoto's service. Admittedly, he was predisposed not to approve of Undoto, but the man's belligerent, overconfident, almost bellicose delivery had set his teeth on edge. At least he and his men would now be able to recognize the priest. After taking a thorough look at the congregation, noting especially the Europeans attending, he'd confirmed via Sampson that Hopkins's sister hadn't been present. Once that was established, he'd spent the rest of the hour thinking of various ways in which he could send the over-inquisitive lady packing. He glimpsed a flash of bright red ahead on the right. A minute later, he stood facing what was patently Lashoria's door. Neither Declan nor Edwina had said anything about the brilliant red being splotched with black. The black looked recent. There was no light showing through the thick material covering the window of the front room. Neither Declan nor Edwina had mentioned curtains, either. Instead, Declan had said he'd been able to look into the alley while seated on the love seat inside that room. The fine hairs at Robert's nape stirred. He drew in a breath, climbed the 2 steps to the front door, and rapped sharply. He had to knock a second and a third time before he heard shuffling footsteps, too light to be a man's, approaching from deeper inside the house. Then the door was flung open, and he found himself facing an old woman, her face haggard and worn.
"What do you want?"
The demand was aggressively made, but the woman's voice sounded rusty, scratchy. Before Robert could reply, her dark eyes drifted over him, then flicked back to lock on his face. The old woman's eyes narrowed.
"You... No, your brother. He was here before, with his pretty wife."
Robert nodded. Yes, he and his wife spoke with Lashoria. I need to speak with her too. The old woman's eyes widened. For 2 seconds she stared at him. Then she glanced furtively down the alley as she reached out, gripped his sleeve and tugged.
"Come inside, quickly."
Robert needed no further urging. He stepped over the threshold and past her. He watched as she shut the door, then wrestled 2 heavy bolts across. She turned and slipped past him. She beckoned.
"Come, to the back."
She led him down the corridor Declan and Edwina had described, but instead of going into the room at the end, Lashoria's consulting room, as Edwina had termed it, the old woman turned left and led the way down a flight of crude steps cut into the earth. Robert had to duck to pass under the lintel at the bottom of the steps. Straightening, he found himself in a small chamber carved into the ground. A wood oven built into one wall marked it as the kitchen. It was transparently the old woman's domain. She perched on a stool at one end of the narrow wooden table that took up most of the floor space.
"Here."
She pushed a low stool his way.
"Sit."
A single candle in a holder on the table cast a small circle of golden light. As Robert complied with her order, taking the place to her left, the old woman folded her hands on the table and met his gaze.
They killed her. The beasts. They killed my Lashoria.
Robert had suspected as much. Why else the black on the door? But the wealth of emotion in the old woman's voice, the virulent hatred he could see burning in her eyes, made him still. Then he drew breath and asked, "Who?"
The slavers who work with Andoto.
The old woman's fingers gripped tight.
They killed her because she spoke of the evil to others.
They're evil. Robert didn't have to ask more questions. Just that was enough to fracture the damn wall. The old woman poured out her hatred of those she termed the beasts. Robert let her rave, let her sob and rail. She remained dry-eyed throughout, as if she had no more tears to shed. He waited silently, unjudging, just being there. When she finally fell silent and simply breathed, he quietly said, "My brother and his wife had nothing to do with Lashoria's death. They were attacked when they left here." The old woman waved dismissively.
You think I don't know that? That I would speak to you if I believed?
She shook her head.
I know it was not them. I was here.
She pointed over their heads.
I was in my room upstairs when Lashoria showed your brother and his wife out of the back door. I peeked out and saw them go down the hill. But then there was a pounding on the front door, and Lashoria, she went and opened it. They came in. The beasts. I could hear, but not see. They struck her, then pushed her into her room. They beat her.
The old woman exhaled a shuddering breath.
They did not stop until she was dead.
The simple words held a weight of helpless fury. The old woman's gaze had grown distant, her hands once again gripping tight.
There was nothing I could do to save her. My lovely Lashoria. The beasts did not know I was here, under the same roof, or they would have killed me too.
Robert heard the guilt. He wondered if he was wrong to do so, yet there was nothing you could have done then. He met the old woman's gaze. But if you know who did this, tell me. I cannot promise swift justice, but justice can be served in many ways. She considered him in silence for a full minute. Then she nodded.
Lashoria spoke, and they killed her. I am a very old woman. Now that they have killed her, I have little to live for. So, why not speak?
Robert said nothing. He was far too old a hand at negotiating to push. The old crone regarded him for several more moments. Then she nodded again, this time decisively.
It was Kale and his men. I heard his voice. I am sure it was he.
Who is Kale?
He is the leader of one band of slavers. I know him from long ago days. Many years ago now, my husband. He was one of them. So I know of Kale, although he was only a young one then.
Do you know where Kale's camp is? Robert held his breath. Surely it wouldn't be that easy. The old woman shook her head.
Not now. Now Cale is in charge, and he is an arrogant beast. Everything is his way. New ways.
Tell me what you know of this Cale. What does he look like?
He is English, but not just Anglo. A mix. He does not look that much different from many others. Not until you look into his eyes or hear him speak. His voice was damaged in the fight in which he killed the last leader of their band. But Cale, he is a snake of a man. Quick with his fists and blades, and cunning and clever too.
How do the slavers operate? Lashoria told my brother that Undoto was involved.
Yes!
The word was hissed.
He is a snake of a different skin, that one. But he is not the leader. That is Cale, without any doubt. Undoto is his procurer. Yes, that is the word. Undoto points and says, that one. And Cale and his men, they take that one. That is how it works.
Robert recalled the point Declan and Edwina had made about those taken being selected, not chosen at random. Facts shifted in his brain. Lady Holbrook had known the background of virtually every English person in the settlement. She told Undoto which ones would fit his bill, and Undoto then pointed Cale their way. But who had told Lady Holbrook or Undoto which types of people were needed? With no answer to that, Robert set the point aside and turned his mind to the other end of the slavers' operation. You said your husband used to run with the slavers. What are the steps the slavers take once they see someone in the settlement?
They will take them first to their lair.
Lair? The old woman huffed out a breath.
The slavers do not usually walk the streets during the day. That would be inviting too much attention. And snatching people in daylight is more difficult, more risky. So they wait for the darkness to hunt their prey. But their camps are too far out in the jungle.
The old woman flung out a hand.
For them to come in every night from there. So they have a lair, a place where they can wait during the day. And they gather any they snatch in one night there before taking them out to the camp.
Do you have any idea where Cale's lair is?
No. It will be in one of the slums somewhere. I do not think it is this one. But I cannot be certain.
Robert reviewed what he now knew. Then he looked at the old woman. What can you tell me about Cale's camp? Anything at all will be helpful. She pulled a face.
Few who visit a slaver's camp return to tell of it. All I know is from my husband, and that is from years ago. The camps must be out in the jungle a long way. They have to be beyond the areas your soldiers patrol, and also outside any villages or chieftains' boundaries, or the chiefs will cause trouble.
She met Robert's eyes.
The villages around do not hold with slavery. Very few in this area do.
Robert nodded. He knew that some tribes from the north were wont to assist slavers who preyed on natives from deeper in the interior. But with the West Africa squadron sailing out of Freetown, he'd assumed this area was less troubled by the scourge. The old woman had been studying his face.
For what it is worth, this business of stealing English men and women is very different from the usual trade.
How so? Robert tipped his head, inviting her to explain. She took a moment to order her thoughts.
Cale has been a slave trader for years and years.
Yet only now, in this business with Andoto, has he started to take Europeans. That has never been normal anywhere, but especially not here. With the fort so close and the ships too, why risk the wrath of the governor and his men? So that is one mystery. And the care to pick the people, this one and not that one, is also unheard of. A man is a man. Why do they need to choose so carefully?
So that they took only those whose disappearance would be unlikely to raise any, or at least not too much of, an alarm. Robert didn't say the words, but he was sure enough of that. The old woman straightened from the table and raised her hands.
There is no rhyme or reason to this, no sense in it at all. It is very peculiar to choose to play this game right under the English governor's nose.
A nose that had been singularly unresponsive to date, but that, Robert was starting to realize, had been very carefully arranged. He was starting to believe that Holbrook was entirely innocent of any complicity in the scheme. The old woman looked tired, even more worn out. Robert could think of no more to ask her. He rose. When she looked up at him, he half bowed. "Thank you for speaking with me." He hesitated, then reached into his pocket. "If you will not take it amiss." Hauling out 3 sovereigns, he laid them on the table. "For your help." The old woman's gaze had fallen to the coins. She studied them for a long moment. Then she reached out a hand and covered them, and drew them to her.
Beggars cannot be choosers. Thank you.
Robert hesitated. "I don't expect it will be any real consolation, but the help you and Lashoria have given will, in the end, save many lives." The old woman's head came up. Some of her earlier hate sparked in the darkness of her eyes.
"Kale, be careful of him. He is like a rabid dog. Do not take your eyes from him. But if you and your people can end Kale's life, I will die happy."
Robert held her gaze for a moment more, then nodded. "I'll see what we can do." He stepped back from the table. "I'll show myself out, but please bolt the door once I'm gone." She nodded. He didn't wait for more but climbed the rough steps, strode along the corridor, slid back the bolts, opened the door, and stepped outside. He pulled the black blotched red door closed behind him, then went down the steps. In the alley, he paused, breathing deep of the air that, although still cloyingly humid, felt much less smothering than the air in that kitchen, weighted as it had been with so much helpless emotion, powerful emotions that had no outlet. When he caught the scrape of the bolts sliding home again, he straightened his shoulders and set off to walk back down the long passage. He felt nothing more than a stir in the air at his back as Benson and Coleman fell in at his heels.
"Learn anything?"
Benson murmured. "Enough to be going on with." As he strode down the slope, Robert used what he now knew to construct what he thought must be the slavers' operation. Some of the slavers would be waiting in their lair. Andoto, or perhaps Lady Holbrook, when she'd been there, would send to summon them, directing them to this victim or that. The slavers waited until night, then seized their victim. They returned to the lair, possibly to report, also possibly to combine their victims. Then either on the same night or the next, the slavers ferried said victims out of the settlement and took them to their camp. It was the location of the camp Robert needed. But clearly, the first step toward finding the camp was identifying the slavers' lair. Night had fallen hours ago, Seated in the small and entirely plain black carriage she'd finally chosen and hired for the duration of her stay in the settlement, Aileen fidgeted, impatient and restless. She'd had her new driver, Dave, a Cockney who, of the dozen coachmen she'd interviewed, had struck her as the most trustworthy, call for her at the boarding house at sunset. She'd directed him to drive on a roundabout route to eventually pull up in the tiny lane that joined the street above Undoto's church, almost directly opposite Undoto's house. From their position in the lane, through the forward-facing window beneath the coachman's bench, she could look across the street. The entire front facade of Undoto's house was within her field of vision, along with the extension of the narrow lane that ran down the right side of the house. She suspected, hoped, that meant she would see anyone entering or leaving from either the front or rear of the house. The tiny lane was the perfect spot from which to observe all comings and goings from the priest's abode. Well and good, but the waiting was getting on her nerves. She shifted on her seat. She lifted her reticule, feeling the weight of the pistol inside it, then set it back down on the seat beside her. She had no idea if anything would come of this covert surveillance. If she was asked to explain what she expected to happen and what she hoped to achieve, she wouldn't be able to formulate any real answer beyond that this was something she could do and she had no other viable avenue to pursue. And, deep down, some instinct, that conviction of the emotions her mother called a woman's intuition, insisted that this was the way to go, the path to follow if she wanted to find Will. Everything revolved about Undoto. Surely, through watching him, she would see something and learn something more. Thus far, all she'd seen had been an old woman who had come out of the side gate into the narrow lane and fed table scraps to the neighborhood dogs. Stifling a sigh, Aileen fixed her gaze on the front of Undoto's house and lectured herself for the umpteenth time to be patient. She heard the men approaching before she saw them. The tramp of heavy feet coming down the dusty street reverberated through the quiet and reached through the open carriage windows. Eagerly leaning forward, she peered out through the small window. She prayed Dave was following her instructions and pretending to be asleep on the box. As it happened, the image Dave projected mattered not at all. The 4 large armed men who appeared from the left and turned off the street onto the path to Undoto's front door didn't spare even a glance toward the carriage. Their arrogant confidence was absolute, demonstrated unequivocally in their swaggering gaits, in the soft laugh they shared as the leader reached out to thump a meaty fist on the door. The moon was high, casting a silvery light over the scene. Aileen studied the 4 men. Although all were deeply tanned, the leader appeared English, the others of mixed European heritage. They were at ease, relaxed, transparently at home. This was their territory, and in it, they reigned supreme. They didn't expect to be challenged. She had the sudden thought that if they'd known she was watching, they would merely have leered and shrugged it off as of no account. The door opened, and Undoto stood framed in the doorway. Even though the narrow porch was poorly lit, she could make out his smile of welcome. He shook hands with the leader and stood aside to wave him and his 3 cohorts into the house, beaming and exchanging comments and claps on the shoulders with the men as they filed past. Close acquaintances, at the very least, almost brothers in arms. Undoto stepped back and shut the door. Aileen sat back. Now what? She was tempted to get out of the carriage, sneak across the street, and crouch beneath the single window of Undoto's front room. But the house was long and narrow. There was no reason to assume Undoto was conversing with his guests in that particular room, and the risk was too great. Quite aside from the danger of being discovered by those inside the house, she would be readily visible to anyone in the street and in the houses opposite. Even in her dark clothes, she would stand out. She huffed and forced herself to remain where she was, in the dark, looking out of the small window at Andoto's uninformative front door. Impatience and impulsiveness were abiding weaknesses. She had to hold against both. In search of distraction, she directed her mind back to what she'd actually seen, to replaying the images and studying them for clues. The 4 men. What could she deduce about them? They'd come from farther up the hill. She'd noticed the street looped over and around the squat hill's flank, dipping away into an area of the settlement into which she'd yet to venture. That was the direction from which the 4 had appeared. Was that where they lived? Certainly, nothing she'd seen suggested that they lived with Andoto, or even in this quieter neighborhood. They certainly wouldn't have fitted in. She'd got the impression they were brothers in arms, colleagues at least. Reviewing the interplay between them only strengthened that conclusion. So what enterprise did Andoto share with these men? Other than his ministry, she knew very little of Andoto. Samson hadn't known much about the priest either. That brought her back to the 4 men. They'd been large, but most of their size had been muscle, quite a lot of it. Andoto was tall, well-built, and had a commanding presence, but that presence relied more on the force of his personality, not merely his physical size. In contrast, the armed group's leader was taller by several inches and was significantly more physically overwhelming. That, too, was not simply due to size, but to the menacing way the man moved, the intimidating way he stood. Adding to the image of danger, each of the 4 men had carried at least one long-bladed weapon strapped to his side or back, and all 4 had bristled with smaller knives. She hadn't had to look hard to see that. They wore their weapons openly. Mercenaries. The more she thought of it, the more the description fitted. What connection might lie between a priest and a group of mercenaries? Was stumbling on the mercenaries why Will had disappeared, and Dixon before him? Andoto's front door opened. The mercenaries trooped out. The leader was the last to leave. He turned on the narrow porch to speak with Andoto. Aileen watched the exchange like a hawk. She strained her ears. Although she couldn't make out the words, the tone of both men's voices reached her. The mercenaries weren't happy, but it didn't seem that they were angry with Andoto. For his part, the priest appeared and sounded resigned. He didn't seek to appease the hulking mercenary leader, but his responses were grave, as if he shared their disappointment. That was the impression Aileen received, that the mercenaries and Andoto, too, had hoped for something, but had been denied. The mercenaries turned away from Andoto with no exchange of smiles, waves, or any farewells. They strode up the short path and turned into the street, heading back the way they'd come. Aileen gave a little jig on the carriage seat. If her luck held. The trapdoor in the coach's ceiling lifted.
"You want me to follow them, miss?"
Dave's disembodied whisper floated down.
"Please,"
she whispered back.
"But entirely unobtrusively. Hang well back." "I'll do my best, miss."
The trapdoor fell shut. The carriage moved forward, then halted. Aileen realized Dave had stopped where he could see up the hill, but he hadn't yet turned the carriage into the street. He waited, and eventually gave his horse the office, and slowly, ponderously, rolled around the corner and on up the street. Like most streets outside the settlement center, this one was potholed and rutted, forcing any driver to ease their conveyance over dips and bumps. A very slowly moving carriage wasn't as suspicious a sight as it would have been in London. Aileen peered out of the forward window. There were no streetlights, and clouds had now veiled the moon. She could just pick out the 4 dark shapes as they moved through the shadows. The street continued to climb. There was a flare burning at the side of the road at the crest. Beyond lay nothing but the blackness of the night sky as the land dipped on the other side of the ridge.
"Miss,"
Dave's voice reached her.
"the street narrows just over that crest ahead. It quickly becomes too tight for my carriage. Another of the slum areas starts about there. Must be where those 4 are headed."
Aileen considered their situation.
"How far can we go before turning back?" "Well, there's a side street ahead, a little way below the crest. We can take that, and it'll carry us back to the streets of Tower Hill. I wouldn't want to go over the crest. It'll be hard to turn the carriage, if and I do. I'll have to get down to manage it. And if you don't mind, miss, that's not something I want to do at this hour in this area with the likes of those 4 hanging about."
"No, indeed." Aileen bit her lip. She didn't want to pull back, to give up this odd chase, but the danger... And it wasn't just her involved, but Dave too. Ahead, the 4 dark shapes walked into the circle of light cast by the flickering flame. The first 3 trudged on and over the crest, but the leader halted and looked back, directly at the carriage. He stood bathed in the light from the flare. Less than 30 yards away, Aileen saw his face, saw the scar slashing across one cheek, saw the hard, merciless gaze he trained on the carriage. Even though she knew he couldn't see her, she felt herself freeze like a rabbit before a rabid dog.
"Miss!"
Dave's urgent whisper jerked her into action, into speech.
"Take the side street."
Smoothly, as if that had been his direction all along, Dave angled his horse slowly to the right, away from the watching mercenary and on into the quiet street leading across the hillside. Shrinking back into the deepest shadows in the carriage, Aileen stared at the mercenary as the coach turned. Her second look didn't improve on her first. Instinctive fear closed chill fingers about her throat. She couldn't take her eyes from the threat. As the carriage continued, she shifted, keeping the mercenary in view. But with the carriage turning aside, he appeared to lose interest. He turned and continued over the crest, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Aileen exhaled. She slumped back against the seat, only then realizing her hand had risen to her throat. She lowered her hand and dragged in a huge breath. Her heart was still pounding. Minutes later, the carriage reached better surfaced streets, and Dave urged his horse to a faster pace. As her breathing returned to normal, Aileen reminded herself that the mercenary wouldn't have been able to see her, that he wasn't following her. Despite the reassurance, her heart continued to thump faster than it had before. Robert returned to the inn, but couldn't settle. Thinking of Lashoria's death at the hands of the slavers left him restless, wanting, needing to act. On diplomatic missions, he rarely had to cope with situations like this, when an unnecessary and violent slaying provoked him. Sleep wasn't going to come soon. Remembering his earlier plan, he told Benson where he was headed, then left the inn. Cloaked in deep night, he walked to Water Street and on to the office of Macaulay and Babington. As befitted the holders of the lucrative trading license between the colony of West Africa and England, the company's office was in a relatively new stone building in the middle of Water Street, in business terms, the beating heart of the settlement. A foray down the alley running alongside the building revealed an exterior staircase leading to an apartment above the rear of the office. The door on the landing at the top of the stairs was locked, and Babington didn't respond to Robert's knock. After deciding Babington was most likely out socializing, Robert picked the lock and went in. The door opened into a living room. Robert stepped inside, quietly closed the door, then listened. Half a minute sufficed for his senses to confirm that he was the only person there. He relaxed and looked around. 2 well-stuffed armchairs with a small round table between faced a sofa set against one wall. A bureau bearing a tantalus graced the wall opposite the sofa, while a desk stood against the wall a little way from the door. The fourth wall, opposite the door, played host to 4 long windows. The central panes were French doors giving onto a narrow balcony. Sufficient moonlight washed through the uncurtained windows for Robert to see well enough. A door in the wall against which the sofa sat stood ajar. A glance beyond showed a bed and the usual appurtenances of a bedchamber. Robert walked to the bureau, checked the decanters in the tantalus, then helped himself to a glass of whiskey. Drink in hand, he angled one of the armchairs toward the door, sat, sipped, and settled to wait. As the whiskey slid down his throat, he found himself pondering his lack of hesitation in breaking into Babington's rooms. Perhaps he had more of his brothers, and his father, in him than he knew. Or perhaps it was simply his impatience to get on, further fueled by learning of Lashoria's murder. An hour later, he heard footsteps steadily climbing the outer stair. A key slid into the lock. Babington didn't realize the door was unlocked, but carelessly opened it and sent the door swinging wide. He immediately saw Robert sitting in the chair, outlined by the light from the windows at his back. Babington froze. Robert remained where he was, but realizing that Babington couldn't see his face, said, "Robert Frobisher." When Babington blinked and the tension that had tightened his frame eased, Robert held up the half-empty glass. "Not a bad drop, but the Glen Cray is better." "Frobisher." After a further second's hesitation, Babington stepped inside and walked to the small table. He lit the lamp upon it. The light flared, and he glanced at Robert, a sharp glance confirming his identity. Satisfied, Babington turned down the wick, set the glass on the lamp, then returned to the door and closed it. He set his cane in the rack beside the door, then went to the tantalus and poured himself a drink. Only when he had it in hand did he look at Robert. Babington raised his glass, sipped, then asked, "Why are you here?" Robert sent him an unamused grin. "As you rightly suspect, it's connected with Declan's visit. But as you've already realized, my visit is quite deliberately more private. Covert, in other words." Babington crossed to the sofa and sat at his ease, stretching out his long legs. The lamplight played equally over them both. Babington studied Robert, then asked, "I presume you want my help with something. So what's going on?" Robert had had plenty of time to decide how he wished to proceed. "I understood from Declan that you might have an interest in people who've gone missing." Babington was too experienced to shift, but he stilled. Over the rim of his glass, Robert scrutinized Babington's expression, then quietly asked, "Is that so?" Babington's features didn't give him away, but his color had ebbed. He remained frozen, staring at Robert. After several seconds, in a voice devoid of inflection, he asked, "Why do you want to know?" Robert shifted his gaze to the glass in his hand, Because if you do have such an interest, then, presumably, it would predispose you to assist me in my quest." He paused, then glanced at Babington. "However, if you don't have such an interest, then I fear I would be unwise to share with you the details of why I am here." Babington remained sprawled on the sofa, staring through the lamplight and studying Robert's face. Then, slowly, Babington sat up. Moving deliberately, he set his glass down on the small table. Leaning his elbows on his thighs, he scrubbed both hands over his face. He stared blindly across the room for several seconds. Then he met Robert's gaze. "All right." Robert fought to keep his expression impassive, unresponsive. Babington looked almost tortured, his eyes shadowed. There was a young lady, a young woman in our terms, a Miss Mary Wilson. Her family was down on its luck, and she came out here for a fresh start, helping her uncle in his store. She was more than an assistant, more like her uncle's heir, a co-owner. Babington drew in a tight breath, then went on. She and we were courting, but of course I haven't told anyone in the family that. They'd have an apoplexy if they knew I wanted to marry a shopkeeper. That's how they'd see it. See her. They wouldn't even want to meet her. Robert came from much the same background. He understood Babington's familial situation. Babington had paused as if ordering his thoughts. He continued. One day, I called at the shop, and when he saw me, her uncle was furious. He tried to throw me out, but then he realized I hadn't come to tell him that I'd persuaded Mary to give up her place with him and become my ladybird, that I didn't have any more idea of where she was than he. We were frantic, the pair of us. We searched. I hired men to hunt high and low through the settlement, but she was gone. Vanished. Babington gestured helplessly, as if into thin air. Babington looked at Robert, and now anger lit his eyes. So if you want to know if I have an interest in people going missing from the settlement, the answer is yes. Yes! I'd give my right arm to know what has happened to Mary. Robert set down his glass and crisply stated, Then, obviously, you'll do all you can to further any venture that might, just might, result in getting her back. Babington snarled. Anything. I'll do anything to get her back. He lifted his glass and tossed back his drink, then looked again at Robert, hesitated, then asked, Do you think there's any chance of that? That she's even alive? Robert held his gaze, then sighed. I won't lie to you. I can't be certain. But there is a chance that she's been spirited away by those who've been taking a range of other Europeans, picking them off, men and women, and, it seems, even children, and taking them out of the settlement. The reason behind the kidnappings is a mystery, but as far as we've been able to make out, there's a definite chance those taken are still alive. Robert paused, then went on. We're proceeding on the basis that they are still alive, and that whatever we do in pursuing them must be done in such a way as to not alert the perpetrators. Babington was by no means slow. He figured it out in seconds. So said perpetrators won't risk covering their tracks by killing those they've taken. He nodded. And you think someone in the settlement is involved? Some people, yes. More than one person. But exactly who is involved, we can't say. Robert paused, reading what he could now see in Babington's face, stripped of the man's usual debonair mask, and made the decision to trust him. Pour yourself another drink, and let me tell you what we know. Babington cut him a glance, then complied. Once he'd resettled on the sofa, a glass of whiskey in his hand, Robert proceeded to lay out the entire scenario as they knew it, starting with Declan's mission. When he got to the part about Edwina being drugged by Lady Holbrook and then passed on to men they believed to be part of the slavers' gang, Babington swore. "She's gone, you know. Took ship. It must have been a few days after Declan sailed. Holbrook told Macaulay she went to help a sister in need, but I later heard the ship she'd sailed on was headed to America." Babington's face hardened. "That seemed odd at the time. Now—" "Indeed. One thing you can confirm for me. Holbrook's still here." Babington nodded. "On deck as usual. No change that Macaulay or I have noticed, and the old man would have said if he'd sensed anything amiss." "So it's likely Holbrook is innocent in all this. But he's not likely to be much use to us either. Until we know the identity of all those involved, alerting Holbrook might see him react in a way that will alert the villains, which, again, is the last thing we want. Also, as the focus of the investigation lies outside the settlement, it's unlikely Holbrook will be able to provide the kind of help required. That makes telling him a large risk without much chance of reward." Robert cocked a brow at Babington. At least that was Declan's assessment. Babington grimaced. "I wouldn't disagree. Holbrook is paranoid about keeping the colony calm, and any hint of white slavers operating within the settlement would cause a panic and send Macaulay's blood pressure soaring." Dryly he added, "Never a good thing, especially not for the political classes, and Holbrook's no great poker player. If he knew something disturbing, let alone something as threatening to his well-being as this, he wouldn't be able to hide it." Robert humphed. After a moment, he resumed his recitation of events. Declan's return to London, his report to Melville and Wolverston, and Robert's subsequent recruitment to undertake the next leg of the mission. Babington arched a brow. "Not your usual sort of escapade?" "True, but I'm not averse to the occasional challenge." Robert realized that was indeed the truth. "It keeps me on my toes." "It'll do more than that if there are slavers involved. Normally, they don't operate in the settlement. They give it a wide berth. But I've heard tales aplenty. Enough to know the locals both despise and fear them with good cause." Babington looked at Robert. "So you're here to pick up the slavers' trail?" Robert nodded. "My task is to locate their camp, which I've learned will be out in the jungle somewhere, sufficiently far out to avoid the patrols out of Thornton, and also to steer clear of the surrounding villages and their chiefs." "That makes sense." Babington met Robert's gaze. "Whatever help I can give, you can count on it." Robert inclined his head in acknowledgement. "My orders are to learn the camp's location, then take that back to London. I've been expressly forbidden to follow the trail of the captives any further." He looked Babington in the eye. "In trusting you with the details of this mission, I expect you to abide by the restrictions, too." Babington thought, then grimaced. "As you say, locating the Enterprise, the mine, if it turns out to be that, without alerting whoever the villains have in their pockets here, is absolutely vital. If news that London is conducting an investigation leaks out—" He took a swig of his whiskey, then bleakly finished. "All the captives will be dead sooner than you can blink." Just so. Robert felt his face harden. So what do you need me to do? Robert reviewed his options. At present, my men and I are quietly tucked away in an inn in the merchants' quarter, far enough from the docks that it's unlikely we'll run into anyone who would recognize me or my men. Babington frowned. Where's the Trident? At anchor farther down the estuary. Robert paused, then added, We have false name boards up, and with the squadron at sea, there's no one around likely to recognize her lines. Except me. Babington drained his glass. And I won't tell. Exactly. Robert paused, then asked, Do you have any inkling of who in the settlement might be involved in this? Anyone acting suspiciously? Babington snorted. I hadn't a clue Lady Holbrook was involved, and I met with her and Holbrook regularly. He shook his head. On the one hand, I can still barely believe it, but on the other, I can. She was always so much more grasping than he. Robert returned to his earlier line of thought. At the moment, I have all the help I need. My orders more or less forbid me to engage, so having an extra sword isn't going to make a difference. But thinking ahead, having you on the ground here, keeping your eyes and ears open, at some point, once we have the location of the mine, I imagine a force will be sent in to liberate it. And given the issues in the settlement, that force will almost certainly arrive direct from London. They'll need help, the sort of help you will be perfectly positioned to give. Babington nodded. Very well. I'll keep my head down, eyes open and ears flapping. However, his eyes narrowed. He tapped one fingernail on the now empty glass in his hands. Slowly he smiled, although there was no humour in the expression. One thing I can do that would be entirely in character, all but routine, or at least I could make it appear so, is to run checks on the cargoes being loaded into certain holds. Even when a ship is sailing for some port not in England, we will occasionally run a spot check, just to make sure there are no goods marked to be shipped on. Babington met Robert's gaze. I agree with Declan that the most likely enterprise at the bottom of this scheme is a diamond mine, and if it's diamonds, the shipments will be headed to Amsterdam. I can search all ships bound for that area. I'll disguise it as some sort of crackdown due to something or other. Easy enough for me to fabricate a cause. What about Macaulay? He tends to leave the day-to-day business to me, while he massages the politicians and the relative authorities. Babington's lips twisted. It's an arrangement that works for both of us, and in this case, leaves me free to make it harder for our villains to clear their ill-gotten goods. Interfering with their logistics in such a way. Robert narrowed his eyes as he contemplated that. Then he nodded decisively. As long as you can make it seem entirely due to some other, unconnected reason. Putting that sort of pressure on the villains' plans might well unsettle them, might even force them to act in some way they haven't planned, which can only be to our advantage. Babington nodded. There'll be no risk to the captives as long as the villains have no reason to imagine their game has been uncovered. They'll merely see my efforts as an annoying and unhelpful nuisance. He grinned coldly. I'll certainly be doing my best to make that so. After a moment, Babington asked, So where do you intend to start your search for the slaver's trail? The question brought Robert back to his day. He'd told Babington of Lashoria's claim of the slavers being connected with Undoto. Now he filled Babington in about what he'd found when he'd visited Lashoria. Babington listened in stoic silence. Robert ended his tale with the old woman's information about the slave trader Cale. Babington nodded. As I said, the locals hate them, but they're generally too afraid to make any sort of move against them, not even to pass on information. Robert exhaled and sat up. So I'm going to start with Undoto, because he appears to be the only lead I have. Can you add anything to what I already know about him? Babington shook his head. I've been to only one of his services. I never saw the point. But Mary liked them. She said it was the drama. Babington's voice had grown cold. If it turns out it was that, her going to his services, that led to her being taken, he'll pay. Babington's lips curved menacingly. Indeed, he will. Deciding to ignore that, Robert said, One thing Lashoria's old servant stressed was how very different this scheme was to the usual sort of slavery practiced hereabouts. Babington nodded. It is. Normally these days, those seized by the slavers are tribesmen from deep in the interior. The slavers walk them out, then load them onto ships well away from any of the settlements. Coming anywhere near Freetown, well, it's the base for the governor and the squadron, so for slavers, that's akin to be asking to be caught and clapped in irons themselves. But in this case, they're taking Europeans, and not just men, but young women and children too. And it seems they're taking them out of the settlement and into the jungle. And, if the assumption of a mine is correct, they're using them here, not shipping them out for sale far away. It's a very different kind of trade. After a moment, Babington said, If it's a mine, why take young women and children? I understand Declan's suggestion of how young women and children might be used in a diamond mining operation, and that might well be true. Yet when we're talking about amassing a workforce via slavery, then if there's a choice between men on the one hand and women and children on the other... Babington shook his head. If there's a sufficient supply of men, and in a settlement like this there surely is, then taking women, much less children, should have been a less attractive, less efficient option. Babington met Robert's gaze. An option of lower return to the slavers as well as the mine operators, yet it's one they've taken, apparently deliberately. Robert thought of all he'd learned. When you assess this scheme dispassionately, everything about it has been thoroughly planned by people who know how things operate here. Whoever they are, they foresaw the problems they would face and took steps to counter them. Given that, I think we can be sure that with respect to them taking young women and children, they will have a reason, and it'll be a good one. Chapter 5. The following morning, Robert adjourned with his men to Sampson's tavern. The old sailor had insights into the local population. Seated about Sampson's corner table, mugs of ale before them all, Robert relayed what Lashoria's old servant had told them. The old woman confirmed all that Lashoria had told my brother and sister-in-law, that Lashoria had seen Undoto with the slavers, and she'd seen him accept money from the slavers' hands. While Lashoria was killed virtually on the heels of my brother and his wife leaving, it seems unlikely that it was Lashoria's contact with them that brought the slavers down on her head. Robert paused, recalling what else Declan and Edwina had told him. She, Lashoria, had spoken of Undoto's connection with the slavers to Hardwick, the minister. He hadn't taken her case to Holbrook. Robert tipped his head. As far as we know. We don't know with whom in the settlement Hardwick might have spoken, but my sister-in-law understood from Hardwick's wife that the minister was disturbed by Lashoria's claims, so he might have sought advice from others over what to do.
Perhaps that's something we could check,
Fuller suggested. Robert nodded. If we have the opportunity, it might lead us to another of those involved. We have to assume there are others besides Lady Holbrook drawn into and actively supporting this. He pulled a face. It's possible the person Hardwick spoke to was her ladyship, but I'll check if I get a chance. He paused, then said, More to the point, however, we need to move forward. If Lashoria's old servant is correct, then the first place we need to find is the slaver's lair inside the settlement. He glanced at Sampson. The old sailor nodded his grizzled head.
She's right. That's how I've heard they operate. Or, at least, how they used to. As everyone says, the slavers haven't been making away with locals from this settlement for a good long while now. But I've heard they occasionally come in and lurk. No one's ever sure why or what for. But they always have a bolt hole buried somewhere in the slums.
Robert nodded. So that's our first goal. Locate the slaver's lair. The only potential connection anyone's turned up is Undoto, so he's the one we'll watch. He looked at Sampson. I don't suppose you know where Undoto lives? Sampson shook his head.
I know he comes walking down along the road above the church, but I've never seen beyond that or heard tell of his house.
Robert looked at his men. We need to identify Undoto's house. I'll leave you four to handle that. Once you've found the place, scout around for a spot from which we can set up surveillance. From what the old woman said, we need to watch at night. The slavers don't generally amble about in daylight. All four men started to raise their hands, then stopped and nodded instead. Once you found a useful spot, Robert continued, 2 of you remain on watch. I'll meet the other 2 back at the inn. The 4 nodded again, drained their mugs, set them on the table, and rose. After farewelling Sampson, they headed out. Sampson watched them go.
You didn't tell them how they were supposed to learn where Undoto lives.
Sampson met Robert's gaze.
I'm curious as to how you think they'll do that.
Robert grinned and set down his mug. They'll start asking around the area, anyone they meet. They'll say they're trying to find the priest, to ask him something one might ask a priest about. He smiled at Sampson. They're good at what they do. I can trust them to get the job done. Quietly. Sampson grunted.
Like I thought. You're not just a ship's captain, and you're not just sailors.
Robert's smile deepened. For all that, we're sailors first. He got to his feet, hesitated, then said, I saw the office of the naval attaché at the end of Government Wharf. Who is the attaché? Is he a navy man? Sampson snorted derisively.
Not sure he's even a sailor. A bureaucrat of some sort. A trumped-up public servant clerk. An Irishman by the name of Muldoon.
Sampson shrugged.
I've never heard much about him. Only time I went into the office, there were 3 junior clerks pushing papers. That seems all they do.
Thank you. With a salute for the old man, Robert left him and walked out into the welling heat. He glanced around, then started walking toward the harbour. He'd been debating his next move all morning. Being so readily identifiable as another Frobisher meant he needed to avoid any offices Declan had visited. Having 2 Frobishers turn up within a month of each other, both asking questions, would undoubtedly give rise to unhelpful speculation. So the governor's office and residence, and the fort too, were off limits to him. But Declan hadn't called at the office of the naval attaché. Declan had, rightly, been concerned over running into Vice Admiral Decker or any of his officers, all of whom would recognize a Frobisher on sight and immediately start questioning the reason for their presence. But Robert doubted lowly clerks would pose much of a threat. Navy men would, but the ships of the squadron were noticeably still absent from the harbour. There wouldn't be any naval officers coming into the office today. Robert was certain he'd never met Muldoon before, and the chances of the junior clerks knowing him by sight were minuscule. Eyes narrowing against the sun's glare, he murmured, "And I need to know if Decker's going to hove on my horizon any time soon." He reached the area near their inn and continued steadily on. He had no idea if Decker himself was involved with the villains in their scheme, even if his involvement was merely to turn a blind eye. Equally, however, he could see no reason for the villains to involve Decker, not if the focus of their enterprise lay inland in the jungles somewhere. Decker's area of interest, and his arena of influence, lay out to sea, in the sea lanes he policed. Robert didn't particularly like Decker. The older man was a rigidly stuffy, indeed reactionary stickler. But Robert also had difficulty believing that Decker, if he heard of an operation involving slavery, would turn a blind eye. He was simply not the sort to bend in any way at all, which in part fueled the animosity Decker felt toward the Frobishers. To Decker's rigid mind, the Frobishers were far too innovative, in the widest sense of the word. Robert looked ahead. The brilliant blue of the harbour lay beyond the end of the street he was descending. From this direction, he could walk down to and then along the length of the quay fronting Crew Bay to the office at the end of Government Wharf. But Navy men weren't the only ones who might recognize him. There were many who sailed on merchant ships who might too. He turned left into an alley and tacked through the narrower streets and lanes that riddled the area immediately behind the quay. Stepping onto the quay close by the naval office would reduce the risk of being recognized. As he walked, he ran through various scenarios in his mind, deciding what questions were safe to ask and evaluating which would best lead the junior clerks into revealing what he needed to know. He needed to know if Decker was expected back in the near future. Although Robert hadn't sailed into this harbour in years, hadn't crossed Decker's bow in even more years, Decker would nevertheless recognize the trident on sight. But Robert didn't want to walk in and simply ask when Decker was due back. What excuse could he give for such an interest? He certainly didn't want to claim he was a friend asking after the old man. The clerks would immediately demand his name, and giving a false name would alert Decker when he eventually heard about it, and that might jeopardize the mission further along its evolution. Too complicated. Robert frowned. He needed a reason to call at the office, some subject that would allow him to get chatting with the clerks, something simple and obvious, so obvious the clerks wouldn't question it or his interest. Hopkins, or rather, his sister. Robert halted as he recalled that little complication Sampson had warned him of. In the aftermath of learning about Lashoria's murder, he'd forgotten all about the Hopkins woman. He grimaced and resumed walking. He should have asked Babington about her. He might have met her socially, might have known where Robert could find her. However, in pursuing his current tack, perhaps the unknown but inquisitive lady might prove useful. If she'd been asking Sampson about her brother, surely her first port of call would have been the squadron's office on shore, namely, the office of the naval attaché. A minute of deliberation served to convince him that in Hopkins's sister he'd found the perfect excuse with which to engage the naval office clerks. A smile on his lips, he stepped onto the quay. 2 paces on, and he turned in through the open door of the office of the naval attaché. He'd been in such offices the world over. They were all very similar. The staff was drawn from the Admiralty, and often had never served on any vessel. One glance confirmed that all 3 clerks working behind the long counter were most likely of that ilk. Certainly, none of them showed any sign of recognizing him as he approached the counter, and they glanced briefly his way. One clerk rose from his desk and came to the counter. With an easy smile, Robert leaned against it. There was no other outsider presently vying for the clerk's attention, no one else there to hear their exchange. Exuding an air of relaxed camaraderie, Robert met the clerk's eyes. "I've just sailed in on the Fillmore." That was the name the Trident was presently carrying. When the clerk's gaze went to the large window overlooking the harbour, Robert smoothly continued. "She's moored on the estuary. We're only here for a day or so, but my family asked me to check on behalf of friends of theirs, the Hopkinses, about a lady of that family who's apparently come out here to ask after her brother. A lieutenant, I think." Understanding dawned on the clerk's face. "Oh, you mean Miss Hopkins. So, she made it this far?" The clerk nodded. "She came in. Must have been about 2 weeks ago now." He met Robert's gaze. Rather pushy, she was, wanting to know why her brother, Lieutenant Hopkins, had been ashore and away from his ship when he went absent without leave. But, of course, we couldn't tell her anything. Robert softly laughed. "Of course you couldn't." His expression grew commiserating. "Although I expect she didn't take that too well." The clerk snorted. "Got rather hoity, but," he shrugged, "nothing we could do for her." He glanced at one of the other clerks and grinned. "Edgar told her she had to ask at the Admiralty for information like that. That went down even better." One of the clerks, still seated at his desk, presumably Edgar, threw a long-suffering look over his shoulder. "At least that got her to go away." Robert settled more comfortably, leaning his forearms on the counter. "I know of the family. I'm surprised she didn't demand to see the attaché, or even the admiral." "She did ask to see Muldoon, the attaché," the clerk at the counter replied, "but he was out. And Decker, Vice Admiral in command of the squadron, won't be back in harbour until at least the end of next week. I think she's still hanging around, Miss Hopkins." Edgar glanced around. "I've seen her here and there around Water Street. Perhaps she's waiting for Decker to get back so she can demand her answers from him." The other 2 clerks laughed. Robert understood why. The notion of a lady demanding answers from Decker was unquestionably amusing. But he contented himself with an understanding smile. "Sadly," he said, as the laughter faded, "I won't be here to witness that. We'll be upping anchor soon and heading on." He pushed away from the counter. "But I was badgered to check that the lady had reached here safely. As long as I can report she did, my job is done." He raised a finger in salute to the clerks. They grinned and nodded back, and he turned to leave, but then stopped and swung back. "Oh, one other thing. Our crew picked up some scuttlebutt on the docks, something about them needing to be careful because there were slave traders operating in the settlement, picking off navvies." He pulled a face. "Seemed far-fetched to me. Slavers inside the settlement, taking navvies. But I thought I'd ask. Any of you heard anything along those lines?" The 3 clerks looked at each other. Then all 3 looked at him and shook their heads. "Haven't heard a whisper of anything like that," the one at the counter said. From their expressions, Robert suspected that was the truth. None showed even a hint of unease. He grinned and waved the matter aside. That's what I thought. That it was a telltale told to frighten gullible crewmen passing through. With a last general smile, he walked out of the office, leaving the clerks relaxed and settling back to their work, with no inkling they'd just been interrogated. Robert halted on the wharf, glanced swiftly around, then with rapid strides got off the quay and into the relative anonymity of the warren of streets behind it. Once he was clear of the immediate area and pacing steadily back to the inn, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. He'd learned all he'd expected to and a little more. The lady he needed to locate and send packing, persuade to return to London, went by the name of Miss Hopkins. He needed to find her and dispatch her home. In particular, he needed to ensure she left before Decker returned to port, especially if she truly had it in mind to question Decker directly. But Decker's projected return also meant that he and his crew had only another week to complete their mission. When he'd sailed up the estuary, he'd assumed a handful of days would suffice, and, indeed, a handful more might. But they needed to leave before Decker returned and got a glimpse of the ship anchored farther down the estuary. No matter how little credence he placed in the idea of Decker being involved, he had to assume the Admiral, or someone on his immediate staff, was connected with the scheme and act accordingly. As he walked, he thought over his plan. Having a deadline imposed, even if it was one that seemed easy enough to meet, focused the mind in a powerful way. Clearly, the official channels in general knew nothing about the slave traders' activities. If the clerks hadn't heard even a whisper, and Robert felt certain they hadn't been lying, then the slavers and their associates were, indeed, being very clever in ensuring their operation ran beneath official notice. Robert knew what it took to accomplish that. The knowledge left him with a healthy respect for the intelligence and forethought of those behind the scheme. He needed to get this mission done. He needed to prioritize. His men were on Undoto's track. They were better suited to merging anonymously into the populace than he was. While they were hunting down Undoto and setting up to watch for the slavers, he should take care of the other issue that had forced its way onto his plate. He needed to find Miss Hopkins and send her, if not home, then out of his area of operation. The following day, Robert returned to the inn at midday, after spending the rest of the previous day and all of the morning in and around Water Street, slouching on corners and keeping his eyes peeled for the elusive Miss Hopkins, all to no avail. He was in no good mood. He knew her older brothers. He was fairly certain Miss Hopkins was younger than David or Henry. He was fairly good with faces and believed he would recognize her if he saw her. But although he'd wasted hours watching the emporia the European ladies in the settlement patronized, he hadn't seen any woman who might conceivably be her. Frustration rode him as he stalked into the inn. He'd expected to stumble upon his quarry reasonably easily. There was precious little entertainment for ladies in the settlement, and as she hadn't attended Undoto's last service, presumably she'd given up on that. So where the devil was she? Even more exercising was the thought of what she might be doing. Dropping onto the bench at the corner table in the tiny tap room, the table he and his men had made theirs, he scrubbed his hands over his face. Lowering his hands, he found a smile for the landlady as she placed a mug of ale before him, without him having to ask. "Thank you." She nodded.
Will you be wanting a piece of pie, sir? We've some beef stew from yesterday, too.
After ordering a serving of today's beef pie, most likely goat, he knew, Robert took a long draught of the ale. He put the mug down and stared into the dark liquid. Perhaps he hadn't sighted Miss Hopkins because she'd given up and was already on her way back to England. The thought lifted his mood, but he couldn't just hope. He would have to confirm that the wretched woman had actually boarded a ship and sailed away. He was wondering how to make such inquiries when Benson, Coleman, Fuller, and Harris walked in. They saw him and hurried over. Their expressions, eager and enthusiastic, made Robert's pulse kick. Yesterday, the four had been as frustrated as he, having got nowhere in their efforts to locate the priest's house.
Finally ran the beggar to earth.
Coleman dropped onto the bench to Robert's left. Robert glanced at the other three as they settled on the benches. He signalled to the landlady to bring mugs of ale for them all.
His house isn't in the slums, Harris said. We started too far along that way.
They all fell silent while the landlady distributed mugs of ale, and Robert suggested they all place their orders for food. Once that was done, and the landlady had retreated, he said, "Tell me." The other three looked at Benson, who was the oldest of the group. He swallowed a mouthful of ale, then said,
The priest's house is on that road he walks down to get to the church, most of the way up the first long slope. It's a detached wooden house in good repair, and the area's neat and respectable. The nearest slum lies more than half a mile farther along the road. You have to go over the first crest and down, into a little valley on the flank of the hill.
That's where we started, Fuller said. Over the hill closer to the slum. And of course, people that way didn't know precisely where he lived, just that it wasn't near them.
This morning, Benson said, we came back much closer to the church and started asking our questions, and that's when we struck gold. We watched the house for most of the morning, in shifts, so to speak, but all we saw was women going in and out, along with an old man and 5 children, and himself, of course. But there was no sign of any men who might be part of a slaving gang.
Robert's orders had been to find some suitable spot to mount surveillance and to leave 2 men on watch. The fact all 4 had returned meant, "I take it there's no suitable place to use as a hide."
Well, there is and there ain't, Benson said. We thought as how midday was the best time to come back and ask as to what you wanted us to do.
The landlady approached with a tray piled with 5 plates, loaded with sections of pie, and they fell silent. Once she'd handed around the plates and departed, and the men had taken their first bites, Benson resumed.
Like we said, there is no slum area. It's a quiet neighbourhood. The houses are well kept, and ordinary folk live in them. A few are from one or other of the local tribes, shopkeepers, warehouse managers, that sort of thing. Most are Europeans of the same ilk, and some are of mixed blood. While one of us watched the priest's house, the others asked around, and we found an old woman has a house across the street and 4 doors down, and she has a nice big front room to let. We could watch from there. The window looks to have a good line of sight to the priest's door, and staying in the street will give us reason to be out and about in the area. No one glances twice at someone who's staying in the neighbourhood.
Robert nodded. Good work. It had been too much to hope that Undoto's house might prove also to be the slaver's lair. Robert pushed away his empty plate and reached for his ale. Given the location of Undoto's house, combined with what you've seen of the occupants, it seems certain the slaver's lair will be somewhere else. So yes, we'll rent that room and keep watch from there.
We thought, Harris said, that 3 of us can hunker in there and 1 stay here in case you need to send for us. But we can rotate whoever stays here, and that way the locals will see all our faces and grow used to us being around.
Robert nodded again and reached for the pouch tucked into his belt. He counted out coins, more than enough for renting a room, and pushed them across the table to Benson. Take the room. Get anything else you need to make yourselves comfortable. we'll start our watch this evening. When you have everything in place, one of you come back and fetch me. I expect to go out again, but I'll be back before sunset."
"Aye," Benson nodded. "We'll do that."
The four had cleaned their plates. They drained their mugs, then with nods to him, rose and clattered upstairs to fetch their bags. Robert remained where he was, thinking and weighing his possible actions. After his men had left, he rose and went up to his room. From his bag, he pulled out paper, a tightly capped bottle of ink, and a pen, then sat at the serviceable desk. He laid out his supplies, then settled to write a letter to London, reporting on what he'd already learned. No point in taking the risk of something happening and London not hearing about what he'd already discovered. He understood Melville's need to know if Holbrook was innocent, and from all the evidence, that was indeed the case. However, as Robert stressed, there was no way of knowing if someone else in Holbrook's inner circle was involved. Consequently, he advised against anyone trusting the governor's office with any potentially sensitive information. He related what he knew of Lady Holbrook's departure and confirmed that Babington could be relied upon, both for further information and also for support as required as the mission progressed. He wrote of Lashoria's death at the hands, or at the very least the orders, of the slave trader known as Cale, and included all he'd gleaned about how the slave traders operated, explaining that a lair within the settlement was used as a staging point before those kidnapped were taken to the slavers' camp somewhere in the surrounding jungles. He detailed the location of Undoto's house and his plans for watching and picking up the trail of the slavers. After some deliberation, he resigned himself to mentioning Miss Hopkins and her campaign to locate her missing brother, but he assured Melville, and therefore Wolverston, that he would have her on a ship back to England as soon as he could locate her. He didn't add that locating her was proving far more difficult than he'd foreseen. Again, the hope that she'd already departed floated tantalizingly across his mind. Satisfied that he'd adequately conveyed his progress to that point, he sealed the letter, wrote Melville's direction on the front, and then realized that posting such a missive wasn't going to be a matter of simply walking into the post office on the quay, handing over the letter, and paying the price. The post office stood high on the list of places he shouldn't risk entering. There was far too much chance of some other potential customer walking in and recognizing him. And he couldn't send one of his men either. An ordinary sailor, an ordinary person of any sort, posting a letter to the First Lord of the Admiralty would inevitably raise eyebrows and draw attention. And sending the letter to Wolverston House wasn't going to work either. Damn! He stared at the letter, his carefully scripted missive. He could leave it with his crew on the Trident, a fail-safe of sorts, but he would much rather have the information on its way to London by some other, relatively anonymous route. What if Decker returned early and impounded the Trident? Babington? Not a good idea. His mail would go via the company's mailbag, and any attempt to send a letter separately would be noted. And the idea of some Macaulay and Babington clerk in London sorting through the mail and finding a letter addressed to the First Lord. Definitely not a good idea. He could send the letter via Declan, but he didn't know if his brother and Edwina had intended to remain in town, and if they hadn't. Robert tapped a fingernail on the desk's scarred surface. There had to be a way to send the letter straight to where he wanted it to go. Frustration bloomed. He was almost at the point of destroying the letter when his other source of frustration crossed his mind. Salvation, he breathed. If Miss Hopkins was still in the settlement, and despite his vain hope, instinct told him she almost certainly was, If she shared her brother's sterling trait of stubborn doggedness, she would be. Then he could put her to use before he saw her safely aboard some England-bound vessel. No one would question a lady with a connection to the Navy, especially one who'd been told by the Naval Office to contact the Admiralty, posting a letter to the First Lord. More, he could couch his request in such a way as to placate the meddlesome Miss Hopkins and make her feel that she was doing something useful with respect to finding her brother. An exaggeration, perhaps, but not entirely untrue. Feeling inordinately pleased at the prospect of removing 2 albatrosses with 1 stone, Robert rose, tucked the letter into the inner pocket of his loose shirt, and turned to the door. Now all he had to do was find Miss Hopkins. The damned woman had to be somewhere. He was determined to hunt her down. By the time the sun set and night washed across the settlement, Robert had reverted to mentally swearing whenever he thought of Miss Hopkins. Where the devil was the infernal woman hiding? Was she actively hiding? Given the difficulty he was having finding any trace of her, that was no longer an idle question. Harris had returned to the inn and was waiting to lead Robert to the house in which the men had established their observation post. After eating a quick supper, then collecting a pie and skins of ale for the 3 men on watch, he and Harris set off on foot. Without raising his head, Robert scanned the houses as they trudged up the street that curved above Undoto's church. Everything he saw confirmed his men's assessment that the neighborhood was quiet and respectable. Few people remained on the streets, while lamplight glowed inside many of the houses, and the distant murmur of voices, male and female, and the piping tones of children, suggested that families resided within. Not a wealthy area, and certainly not one the upper echelons of local British society inhabited, but neat, relatively clean, to all appearances, law-abiding. Exactly the sort of area in which one might expect a local priest to make his home. And by the same token, not a place one would imagine slavers lurking.
Undoto's place is just up there.
Harris flicked a hand toward houses farther up the street to their right.
Our place is the brownie-coloured house, coming up on our left.
There was a carriage, one of the anonymous hackneys that could be hired in Water Street, drawn up by the curb on the other side of the street, facing down the slope. Robert glanced at the carriage as they passed. The inside was drenched in darkness. He couldn't see anyone inside, nor did he detect any movement. As for the driver, his head was drooping and he appeared to be asleep. Presumably, someone was visiting the house before which the carriage was waiting. Facing forward, Robert turned left where Harris indicated and followed him up a short path to the brownie-coloured house's front door. The house in which his men had rented space proved to be the sort where tenants were given the key to the front door so they could come and go without hindrance, while the owner lived at the rear, and privacy was preserved all around. Walking into the front room, Robert saw 2 pallets lying against the inner wall, and a lantern perched on a plain table, which stood at the far end of the room with 4 low stools arranged around it. An old armchair had been angled to face the nearer corner of the wide front window. Long, old, but serviceable curtains had been drawn across the glass. Coleman and Fuller were seated on stools at the table, playing some card game in the light shed by the lantern, the wick of which was turned relatively low. Closer to the door, Benson was sitting in the armchair, leaning forward and peering past the edge of the curtains. Robert nodded to Coleman and Fuller. Leaving Harris to hand over the pie and ale, Robert crossed to the armchair. "Let me see." Benson rose, and Robert took his place, sinking into the cushions. With one hand, he edged aside the curtain, as Benson had been doing, leaned forward, and looked out.
That's the one with white painted trim and the alley going down the side of it, Benson said. The one with the alley between the house and us.
Robert studied the house. Just another house composed of wooden slats. Go and have your supper. I'll watch for a while.
Aye, aye, sir.
Robert heard Benson cross to the table, heard the scrape of a stool as he drew it out. Robert surveyed Undoto's house. He could have wished for a less acute angle, but they did have a clear view of the stretch of street before Undoto's gate, the front path, the narrow porch, and the front door. They wouldn't be able to see past the door, but at least they could see virtually all the area in front of it. He watched the house while his men ate, and weighed and considered all the possibilities. When Harris came to relieve him of the watch, Robert relinquished the post. On his feet again, he glanced at the others, still sitting about the table. As I see it, the slavers, assuming they come to call on Undoto, could come down the street from above or up the street from below, or they might come to the rear of the house via that alley. Coleman nodded. Aye, we were discussing that. And there's another alley too, more or less directly opposite Undoto's house. But if the slavers come from above, below, or opposite, we'll see them. And if they come to the rear via the alley? Robert asked. Coleman grimaced, glanced at the other men, then looked at Robert. We were thinking, what with all that you told us about what your brother said, and even what the priestess's old woman said, that these slavers act like bullies around here. Think they're cock of the walk and no one would dare get in their way, at least not at night. Seems like they'd come to the front door, even here. Wouldn't look right for them to sneak about alleys to knock on the back door. Robert considered that aspect, then slowly smiled. He nodded to Coleman and the others. You're right. They'll come to the front door. He lowered his gaze, set his hands on his hips, and put his mind to assessing how best to proceed, how to most efficiently do what needed to be done. After several moments of deliberation, he raised his head and looked at the three men at the table. You know what to do if the slavers come calling.
Just follow them to their lair, Benson said. No heroics. See where they go to ground, and then look for a hide from which to watch the place.
Robert nodded in affirmation. I'm going to leave you to it. There are other matters I can more usefully pursue. He turned to the door. I'll be back as soon as I've dealt with them, most likely tomorrow. If you need me, or if you see action tonight, leave word at the inn. To murmurs of, aye, aye, he left the room and quit the house. He strode back down the street, noting that the carriage he'd seen earlier was still waiting where it had been before. Half an hour later, he was once more letting himself into Babington's apartment above the Macaulay and Babington office. After another half hour of sipping Babington's whiskey, Robert heard Babington arrive. Babington opened the door, stepped into the room, then jerked in surprise when he saw Robert, once again seated in one of the armchairs. Babington's lips compressed, and he shut the door. We need to stop meeting like this. What if I'd brought a lady home with me? His gaze on Babington's face, Robert swirled the liquid in his glass. What about Mary Wilson? Babington grimaced. All resistance went out of him, and he waved their words aside. Why are you here? Or should I say, what do you need? Robert acknowledged the point with a tip of his head. I forgot to ask you last time. Have you come across a Miss Hopkins, a relatively recent arrival? Hopkins? Babington set aside his cane and shrugged out of his coat. He draped the garment over a chair, then crossed to the Tantalus. He shot Robert a sharp glance. I haven't met or heard of any lady by that name. But is she, by any chance, connected to Lieutenant Hopkins, the one who went missing after being sent to find out what happened to Dixon? Indeed, she's his sister. Once Babington had poured a glass of whisky and crossed to the other armchair and sat, Robert went on. Apparently she's taken it upon herself to investigate her brother William's disappearance. Her older brothers, at least I assume they are older, David and Henry, are also in the Navy and are, as far as I know, far distant with their fleets. Robert paused, then, frowning, continued. The family is Navy through and through. If some suggestion of Lieutenant Hopkins being absent without leave was passed back to them. He grimaced and tossed back a mouthful of whisky. Babington humphed. If so, I imagine the elder Hopkinses might have been rather exercised. And for whatever reason, Miss Hopkins decided she had to come out here and learn the truth. Robert met Babington's gaze. Regardless of her motives, having her going around the settlement asking pointed questions is not going to aid our cause. Babington sipped and nodded. So you want to find her and persuade her to go home? Exactly. I've been searching for her for the past 2 days, but I haven't yet succeeded in even spotting her. Babington cast Robert a curious look. Would you recognize her if you did? I think so. Henry has hair of a particular brassy brown, a coppery brown that's not quite red. According to Sampson, she has the same. Babington nodded. I haven't spoken with Hopkins, but he has the same colouring. So, Robert drained his glass. All I need to do is find the damned woman, explain the situation, and get her aboard some ship back to England. He met Babington's gaze. My only problem is I can't find her. Babington's lips twitched. I'll see what I can turn up. Just don't ask questions, Robert said, or do anything else to draw attention to her. He sighed. It's possible she's concealed herself or gone to ground, and you'll note I'm trying hard not to entertain the idea that she might have gone the way of her brother and been taken too. But it's equally possible I just haven't been looking in the right venues, the right places. He looked at Babington. I came to ask if you know of any particular social engagements the ladies of the settlement have planned for tomorrow, either day or evening. Babington reached for his coat and drew out a small black book. He opened it and thumbed through the pages, eventually halting on one. Tomorrow, I have nothing noted during the day, but that's not unusual. During the day, if the ladies aren't going to one of Andoto's services, they tend to gather in small groups to chat and gossip. In their homes on Tower Hill? Robert asked. Babington nodded. Shopping in Water Street and the streets off it is really their only other daytime entertainment. And if you've been keeping watch there... I have. But if Miss Hopkins is merely visiting briefly to learn about her brother, shopping might not be high on her list of things to do. The only event scheduled for tomorrow evening is a soirée to be held at the home of Major and Mrs. Winton. He's the commissar at the fort. Nice couple. Their home is just down the hill from the fort. I won't be going. It'll be pure socializing. No business, and, in fact, most of the settlement's ladies are likely to attend. Babington glanced at Robert. Are you contemplating attending in search of Miss Hopkins? Good God, no. Robert all but shuddered at the thought. I intend to lurk in the shadows. All I need is to set eyes on Miss Hopkins. I can follow her to a more suitable location in which to have a quiet discussion. After a moment, he refocused on Babington. During the day, what streets are the most likely to host their morning and afternoon teas? Babington's lips quirked. If you're really that desperate. He rattled off 3 street names. Houses on those 3 host the bulk of the ladies' daytime get-togethers. Robert nodded rather grimly and rose. Thank you. Babington rose too. I'll keep my eyes and ears open for any hint of your elusive Miss Hopkins. If I learn anything, where should I send word? Robert told him the location of their inn. It's our base, and we'll check there every so often, but we're currently watching Undoto's house. Briefly, he explained their plan as Babington walked with him to the door. Halting before it, he met Babington's gaze. Once we learn the location of the slavers' camp, I'm under orders to return immediately. Babington reached for the doorknob. If you can, send word before you set sail. If you should suddenly vanish, I won't know what to think. Robert paused, then said, If possible, I'll send word before we go. But regardless, you'll know if I've been successful or not. He met Babington's eyes. Just look for the Trident in the estuary. If she's gone, then I'm on board and bound for London with the location of the slavers' camp in my pocket. What if you get taken by the slavers and vanish too? Robert's grin was self-deprecatory. I can give what orders I like, but my crew won't sail without me. They'll wait until I return, or, more likely, until Royd comes after me. Babington hesitated, then said, If I haven't heard from you in over a week, and the Trident's still out there, I'll go and see what the situation is. Robert thought, then nodded. If it comes to that, be careful. Babington snorted and opened the door. It's not me who's chasing slave traders. They shook hands, then Robert left, slipping silently out into the shadows. Chapter 6. Aileen sat in the humid darkness of Dave's carriage and stared all but unseeing through the forward window at Undoto's front door. 4 days had passed since she'd seen the small group of heavily armed thugs, possibly mercenaries, come to Undoto's house, then later leave. 4 nights since she'd had Dave follow those thugs as far as the crest in the street. 4 nights since she'd seen and sensed the menace emanating from the group's leader, and had had Dave turn aside and, metaphorically and in actuality, run away. Although she'd watched diligently over the nights since, no more armed men had come to visit Undoto. She didn't know what to make of any of it, who the armed thugs were, or what their connection with Undoto might be. As for what any of them might have to do with Will disappearing, she had no notion of that either. And yet, she felt driven to watch Undoto's house. She continued to believe that the armed men represented some sort of clue as to where Will was. Cloaked in the shadows, she muttered, God knows there's no other trail to follow. A strange mix of emotions had her in its grip. Frustration was uppermost. She'd wasted most of the last 4 days sleeping, catching up after fruitlessly spending the hours from sunset to dawn in the carriage somewhere along Undoto's street. But that lingering frustration was now laced with expectation. When she'd woken that afternoon, she'd realized that she'd seen the armed men on the evening following Undoto's last service. Undoto had held another service that day at noon. If her new hypothesis was correct, and the connection was with Undoto giving a service rather than simply Undoto himself, then the armed men should appear that night. Over and under frustration and expectation ran a thread of apprehension. Tonight, she needed to go at least one step further. If the armed men arrived, when they left, she'd instructed Dave to follow them as he had before, if anything hanging even farther back, ultimately turning off Andoto Street onto the same road they'd previously taken. Then, however, she'd ordered Dave to pull up and let her out. She was dressed in her darkest clothes. She had her hat and veil on the seat beside her and was cradling her pistol in her lap. She intended to follow the armed men on foot, at least far enough to establish whether their destination lay in the slum. Once she'd confirmed that, she didn't know what she would do next. She would think of that later, one step at a time. But no men had yet arrived, armed or not. She'd let down the windows so she would be able to hear the tramp of feet, and so the faint stir of the night breeze might save her from expiring. An underlying tension, nerves, a sensation she wasn't accustomed to feeling, had her glancing briefly to the right, to the circumscribed section of street she could see. Over the past nights, she'd had Dave draw the carriage up in different locations along the street, above Andoto's house, below it, on this side or that. All she needed for her purpose was to see the men arrive and later leave. She didn't need to see Andoto himself. Dave's carriage was as near to anonymous as a carriage could be. Even his horse was a plain mid-brown. Yet seeing the stranger, the one she'd pegged as an officer when she'd seen him speaking with Sampson days before, striding along this street of all the streets in the settlement, had set her nerves on edge. Over the past evenings and nights, as well as identifying all those who lived in Andoto's house via their comings and goings, she'd also seen the officer and his 4 men go into and come out of one of the houses along the street. She hadn't exactly felt threatened, but tonight she'd directed Dave to pull up in the alley directly opposite Andoto's house again, out of sight of the officer and his men as they came and went from their house. Minutes ticked past. Her nerves flickered. They were tense and tight, anticipation plucking at them as if they were harp-strings. She shifted on the seat, then drew patience about her, refocused on Andoto's house. The carriage door on her left was wrenched open. She jerked. Her heart leapt to her throat. The horse shifted, startled. The carriage rocked, then settled. Before she'd even thought, she'd levelled her pistol at the chest outlined in the doorway. Outside the carriage, the moon cast a faint glow, enough to see. What a chest! She had no idea where such an inappropriate and unhelpful observation sprang from, but, oh my! As if from a distance, she heard Dave protest,
"Here, this carriage's taken."
"I know." The voice was deep, laced with tones of overt command. "I want a word with your fare."
Why? And who the devil is he?
Aileen knew such questions deserved immediate attention, but she was still caught by the image before her. Her would-be accoster was wearing a light jacket over a loose ivory shirt. The jacket was open, and his stance displayed the full width of his chest, barely screened by fine linen to her now wide-eyed gaze. Her eyes had adjusted to the darkness within the carriage. The light outside was more than enough for her to see, to trace, to drink in. What she had to admit was a very impressive chest. A distracting, mesmerizing one. Her heart was thudding in a distracting manner, too. She blinked free of the spell and realized that he, whoever he was, had glanced in and seen the pistol, and had wisely frozen. It was tempting to use his fixation to stare some more, but prudence raised its head. Before she could lay her tongue to any words, the man slowly lowered his head. With one hand braced on the doorframe and the other locked about the door's handle, he looked deeper into the carriage. He raised his gaze from the pistol to her face. He studied her for a second. His gaze rose briefly to her hair, then returned to her eyes. His jaw set. "Miss Hopkins, I assume?" His tone set her hackles rising.
"You presume, sir."
Her voice dripped icy disdain.
"I suggest you shut my carriage door and go away."
The moonlight fell across his features, leaving the austere planes shadowed. Yet she could have sworn an expression of frustrated exasperation fleetingly washed over his face. She'd seen a similar expression on her brothers' faces, often enough to recognize the emotion from the veriest glimpse. He shifted his gaze to the pistol. She'd continued to hold it steadily aimed at the center of that quite impressive expanse. "Is that loaded?"
"It wouldn't be much use if it wasn't."
His lips compressed into a thin line. After several seconds of what she sensed was inner debate, he crisply stated, "Captain Robert Frobisher. I'm acquainted with your older brothers, David and Henry." His gaze rose to her face. "And I believe, Miss Hopkins, that we need to talk." Her heart was still beating far too rapidly. She focused on his face and opened her mouth to inform him just how mistaken he was. The words died in her throat. He was the officer she'd seen with Sampson, the one she'd glimpsed off and on in Undoto Street over recent evenings. He was Frobisher. Sampson had told her Captain Frobisher had been searching for answers as to where people, including Will, had disappeared. Sampson had said Frobisher had gone, sailed away, presumably back to London. Obviously, he'd returned. Hope made her heart skip a beat. All manner of questions tumbled through her brain, rendered giddy by the sudden breadth of possibilities. She drew in a breath. A flash of movement snapped her attention back to the forward-facing window. It took her a split second to pinpoint what had caught her eye. A reflection in a half-open window of Undoto's house, a window with its glass angled up the street. The armed men were approaching. Then she heard the tramp of their feet. They hadn't yet reached the intersection where the alley met the street. They couldn't yet see the carriage or the large man standing alongside it, plainly conversing with someone inside. She swung her gaze back to Frobisher, just in time to realize he was leaning into the carriage and reaching for her pistol. She jerked the pistol up and away from him, simultaneously sank her fingers of her other hand into his sleeve, and yanked as she whispered in a furious tone, "Get in! Damn you! They're coming!" Robert had heard the tramp of feet, but focused on her, he hadn't registered what it might mean. Even as he responded to her hissed command and scrambled into the carriage, pulling the door shut, but then easing the latch silently home, his brain was catching up with events. With her. She'd been able to see farther up the street than he. She'd seen and had reacted. Incredibly quickly and decisively. He fell back on the seat facing her. The carriage was small and narrow. They couldn't easily sit side by side. Immediately, she pushed at him to shift to his right, out of her way as she peered through a window in the carriage's front wall. He obliged. He would have liked to seize the moment to study her while she was distracted, but he didn't like having his back to the action. He twisted around until he could see through the small rectangular window, too. 4 well-armed men were swaggering up Undoto's front path to his door. Slavers. Had there been any question of their occupation, the cutlasses and bandoliers hung with knives, and in one case, a long-barreled pistol that the 4 were sporting obliterated all doubt. Only outlaws of one stripe or another would walk about a settlement armed like that. The man in the lead, a heavy-set brute, from his skin tone and glimpsed features more English than not, raised a fist and thumped once on Undoto's door. Seconds later, the door was opened by Undoto himself. Although he didn't smile, the priest welcomed the four men warmly, shaking hands and clapping them on the back as he ushered them into the house, then closed the door. Miss Hopkins sat back. Shifting on the seat, Robert looked at her. He and his men had seen the small black carriage arrive every evening and depart close to dawn over the past 3 nights, all without letting anyone out or taking anyone up. When they hadn't seen the carriage this evening, he'd come out to reconnoitre and check, and had spotted it drawn up in the alley. Resisting temptation really wasn't his forte. He'd approached from the rear, confirmed there was someone, a female, inside. Even then, some part of him had guessed. Any surprise he'd felt at discovering that the occupant was the elusive Miss Hopkins had been submerged by a sense of inevitability. Despite the dimness inside the carriage, he could see the grim determination in her face, in the set of her lips and her resolute chin, in the way her gaze remained locked on Undoto's front door. That she was Miss Hopkins. Even in the carriage's dark interior, one glance at her hair was enough to detect the telltale brassy sheen. She was, however, rather older than he'd expected. Her oldest brother, David, was of an age with Royd, and Henry was near Robert's age. He'd assumed Miss Hopkins was the youngest of the brood, but from what he could see, and all he could sense of the considerable feminine strength occupying the seat opposite, she fell somewhere between Henry and William. As a lieutenant, William was most likely in his mid-20s, so Miss Hopkins must be in her late 20s. His eyes had adjusted. He could see reasonably well. Well enough to take in her full figure, along with her rigidly upright posture, the competent and confident way she held the pistol in her lap, and the naturally commanding set of her head. All hints anyone with skill at reading others would interpret as suggesting an unbending will. Just what he needed. A determined and strong-willed female complication. His notion of turning on his diplomatic charm and persuading her to pack her bags and head home dispersed like mist before a gale. As he watched, her eyes, still staring out of the window at Undoto's house, slowly narrowed in thought. Her expression screamed that she was making plans. The implications of all he'd learned coalesced in his mind. While he'd been hunting high and low, skulking about streets on Tower Hill, hiding in the shadows watching ladies arrive at their evening's events, or lurking in alleys to watch them during the day, she'd been under his nose all along, sitting in this carriage, watching Undoto's house. How much did she know? How much had she guessed? "They're slave traders," he murmured, and was rewarded with immediate attention and a thoroughly shocked look. "What?" For a second, her consternation shone clearly. Then it was wiped away, hidden beneath a nearly blank, slightly suspicious expression. "How do you know?" She looked back at Undoto's door. "Not all armed men are slave traders. They can't be. How can you be sure? How—" She broke off. Her knuckles showed white as she gripped the small pistol. Then, with quite awful deliberation, she dragged in a breath and refocused on him. He could all but feel her regroup, feel her reharness the wits he'd scattered and redirect them at him. "Sampson told me you'd been here, in the settlement, some weeks ago, asking questions about people who've gone missing. He said you'd returned to London." She tipped up her head, lips firm as she fixed her gaze squarely on his eyes.
Why have you returned? To follow the armed men? Is that who you think have taken those missing, including my brother?
Robert regarded her evenly, then sat back and folded his arms across his chest. When she opened her mouth, no doubt to ask more questions, he silenced her with a raised finger. The Captain Frobisher that Sampson mentioned being here earlier wasn't me. That was my brother, Declan Frobisher. He was sent to gain insight into a spate of officers mysteriously going missing. As per his orders, when he encountered active opposition, he returned to London to report what he'd learned to that point. Her gaze hadn't wavered.
And you're the one London has sent to follow the trail?
He glanced over his shoulder, confirming that Undoto's door was still shut. He looked back at her. Where are you staying? She'd followed his gaze to Undoto's door. She glanced at him and frowned.
I asked if you've been sent by the Admiralty or one of the offices in London. How does that connect to where I'm staying?
It's called reciprocation. Tit for tat. I gave you a certain amount of information. Now it's your turn to answer some of my questions. He saw her jaw firm, sensed her mutinous look. When she showed no sign of obliging, he stated, Miss Hopkins, instead of being able to concentrate on the purpose for which I was sent here, I've been forced to spend the last 3 days trawling through this settlement hunting for you. Her frown deepened. Why? Where are you staying? He'd reined in his temper, but it edged his tone. She considered him for a long, rather fraught moment.
You truly do know my brothers?
Yes. She met his gaze evenly, giving not an inch, but finally consented to open her lips and say, I have a room at Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house for genteel ladies. It's not far from the rectory. He'd seen it. It just hadn't occurred to him that she, who he knew was well connected and not in straitened circumstances, would be staying there. As if sensing his surprise, she tipped her chin upward.
I deliberately chose to stay there to ensure no one, no well-meaning friend of the family, would attempt to stop me doing what I needed to do to locate William, my younger brother, Lieutenant William Hopkins, and, if possible, rescue him.
Well, that answered his questions about her intentions. He frowned. How did you know about your brother going missing? Briefly, she told him about the letter her parents had received. He mentally cursed the Admiralty's clerks. The letter must have slipped past Melville's office. He understood all too well how distressed her parents must have been by the supposed news, and he could comprehend why she, a female of the type he was starting to realize she was, had set out to clear her brother's name. Do your parents know you're here, searching for William? She countered with, Am I to interpret your presence here as a sign that the authorities are finally taking action? He debated insisting she answer his question first, but... Yes and no. I'll explain in a moment, but first...
Oh, my God!
Her expression blanked, then her eyes snapped to his face.
Slave traders. You said those men who went into Undoto's house are slave traders. So that's where Will's gone. Slave traders have taken him.
For an instant, he feared that his reading of her character had been in error, and she was about to succumb to hysterics. Like any man, he felt a panicky sense of incipient helplessness. But then her jaw firmed and her eyes blazed as she shifted her gaze to Undoto's door.
That's why Will went to Undoto's services.
For some reason, he was looking for the slave traders, and that's why they, the slave traders, only turn up on the evenings after Undoto holds a service.
He felt his brows rise. He and his men hadn't realized that. Without him having to prompt, she went on.
I saw those men, the same 4, call on Undoto 4 nights ago, on the evening following his previous service. The men stayed for nearly an hour, then left, less happy than when they'd arrived, but not angry, as far as I could tell. The men haven't been back for the past 3 nights. I've been watching every night. But Undoto held a service today, and tonight the men are back.
Her gaze swung his way and fixed on his face with an intensity he could feel.
What does that mean? That Undoto... what? Points the slave traders at people they're supposed to seize?
Robert debated his response. On the basis of everything he knew, that seemed a sound supposition. Very likely it's something along those lines. A second of silence ensued. Then he opened his mouth on his next question, just as she did the same. But then her gaze whipped to the small window over his left shoulder. Unfolding his arms, he swung around on the seat and looked out. Undoto's door had opened. The 4 slavers emerged and trudged straight down the steps. None of them looked happy. The leader, Robert wondered if he was Cale, turned back and, in a belligerent tone, barked at Undoto.
He wants more men. Find us the right men. That's all you have to do.
Undoto stood framed in his doorway. He gave no reply. For once, his expression was impassive and sober, with not even a hint of a smile. The leader turned and stalked after his men. Undoto watched him go, then stepped back and quietly shut his door. Within a few strides, the slave traders passed out of their sight, moving swiftly up the street. Robert turned back to Miss Hopkins to discover the lady on her feet, using the end of her pistol's barrel to lift the trapdoor in the carriage's ceiling.
Whenever you judge it's time, Dave.
She whispered the strange order, then let the trapdoor fall. Before she could resume her seat, the carriage rocked. She swayed, feet shifting as she fought for balance. Robert seized her about her waist. A frisson of sensation speared through his hands, up his arms, and across his shoulders, the effect more potent and powerful in the dark. His hands locked about her, holding her, steadying her. He heard her breath catch, felt the lithe shift of her body beneath the fine layers separating his hands from her skin. His palms, his fingers, burned. His jaw tensing, he forced himself to ease his hold until he was barely touching her. She hauled in a strangled breath, pulled out of his grasp, and sat down heavily. Through the darkness, she stared at him, her expression suggesting she saw him as some strange species, one she hadn't encountered before. He returned her regard. For several seconds, it was all he could do to haul back on the reins of impulses that hadn't slipped their leash in years, in decades. Why now? Why with her? He squelched the urge to shake his head as if he could shake the fact aside, slough reality away. Then the carriage rocked again and started slowly rolling forward. He glanced out of the window and realized the driver was turning the corner in the direction the slavers had gone. He looked at the redoubtable Miss Hopkins. "While I appreciate your intentions, you don't need to follow the slave traders." The narrow-eyed look she bent on him suggested he save his breath. Then she redirected her gaze through the window beside his head. A familiar owl hoot floated through the open window. His men were already on the slavers' trail. The carriage cleared the corner and continued rolling very slowly up the sloping street in the slaver's wake. Suppressing his natural inclination to reveal nothing of his mission, much less to her, he said, "My men are following the slavers on foot. They're experienced and know what they're doing. They'll follow the slavers all the way to their lair, somewhere in the depths of the slums." The information succeeded in capturing her attention. She considered him, then said, "I take it you intend to join your men." He shook his head. "I know I can trust them to get the job done, and I can't blend into the local population as well as they can." Through the shadows he held her gaze. "And neither can you. You'll be spotted the instant you walk toward any slum, no matter how carefully you skulk." "You're sure the slavers will go to ground somewhere in the slums?" "So we've been led to believe." She was silent for a second. The carriage rolled ponderously on, but they were still some way from the crest. He could hear hoots and soft bird calls, like gulls softly cawing. His men had spread out and were pacing the slavers to either side, in alleys and lanes running parallel to the street. Miss Hopkins opened her lips. "What?"
"Miss!"
The agitated whisper floated down through the trap door.
"That big bruiser we're following. He's noticed the carriage. He's stopped, and he's looking back at us."
Before Robert could react, the thorn in his side sprang up and whispered in reply,
"Pull into the curb, now, and just wait."
She dropped back to the seat. The carriage slowed and angled toward the roughly scored curb. Robert twisted about and peered through the small window. The upward angle gave him a good view along the dusty street. 3 of the slavers were continuing on, apparently oblivious, but the leader, the big bruiser, had turned around and, with one hand on the hilt of his cutlass, was standing, staring down at the carriage. The carriage rocked to a halt. The muffled clop of the horse's hooves faded. The man shifted his considerable weight. Then he started toward the carriage.
"Miss, keep your head down,"
Miss Hopkins quietly directed.
"Stay as you are."
Robert wouldn't have said any different. Now was not the time to panic. But the big slaver didn't slow. His suspicions had clearly been aroused, and he wasn't going to go on until he'd reassured himself over who was in the carriage and what they were doing. Robert watched the slaver pace steadily nearer, the man's expression growing increasingly intent.
"He's almost here."
Robert didn't need the anguished, barely audible warning to realize Miss Hopkins's time had run out. Disaster loomed, 6+ feet and more than 300 pounds of it. He had to act. Swearing beneath his breath, he swung to face her. Time seemed to slow. Through the dimness, he met her wide, faintly horrified gaze. He reached for her. "This is the only way. Don't scream." It was all the warning he gave her, all he had time for. He seized the feisty Miss Hopkins about her waist, lifted her, and deposited her in his lap, hauled her to him, and slammed his lips over hers. Even as sensation flooded his brain, he reminded himself this had to look convincing. He wrapped his arms about her, crushed her to him, and devoted himself to kissing her as if ravishment was his immediate goal. Chapter 7. Sensation crashed through Aileen with a force that left her reeling, that left her adrift on a sea of surging reactions, of impulses and urges, and the giddy sense of having stepped off the edge of the known world. Her world, at least. Her awareness expanded, then fractured. Heat, hardness, lips that demanded, limbs of steel surrounding her that held her so tightly she had no hope of breaking free. A hard body that made her own stir, that made her pulse race. Thighs like oak beneath hers, and that fabulous chest like a warm wall against which she could lean. A startling new reality broke over her. She tried to take hold, to grip and steady herself. Curling her fingers in the fine fabric of his shirt, she clutched and hung on. Tried to make her wits stop whirling, her senses stop waltzing. What the devil is he doing? Even as the thought formed, she heard again his words. No other way. He was right, and she should be grateful he'd thought quickly enough. His lips moved on hers, and her thoughts fragmented, flitting off like butterflies in the sun. She couldn't call them back, not while his lips supped at hers, coaxed and tempted. Barely aware of what she was doing, driven by an urge too powerful to resist, she straightened her curled fingers and slid her palms up the long, hard planes of his amazing chest to his shoulders, solid with muscle and just the right anchor to cling to. She gripped and kissed him back. She needed to play her part in this staged scene. The armed man would look in and see and think. As if driven, nay, goaded by her response, Frobisher angled his head and kissed her more forcefully, with a potent demand she felt race down every nerve. On a smothered gasp, she wasn't sure when last she'd breathed, she parted her lips in invitation, eager, as she'd never been before, for more. More of the heat, more of this headiness, more of him. He surged into her mouth and ruthlessly claimed. And something inside her rose to meet him. No wilting flower, she. She wanted to experience, wanted to feel, wanted to seize and savor too. So she met him and matched him, kiss for kiss, demand for demand, and found herself utterly enthralled. Never before had she been so captured by a kiss. Truth be told, she'd never been kissed like this before, as if she were a delicious fruit to be devoured, as if her lips and mouth were a succulent delight to be savoured. Some part of her mind understood his motives. To pull off this deception, they had to make the armed thug, the slaver, believe that this was why they were there, wildly and obliviously consorting in the carriage on the darkened street, that their hunger for each other was enough to have driven them to such flagrant madness. Their lips parted for a heated breath. For just a split second, from beneath heavy lids their eyes met, and in that instant, she realized she wasn't calling on any large degree of histrionic ability. And neither was he. This was all too real. Then they plunged back into the fiery exchange, melding their lips, their mouths, driven by an unprecedented madness, by a desire too potent to deny. Passion beyond anything she'd ever imagined all but erupted between them. She caught and framed his jaw, and recklessly returned the fire and molten heat he'd sent streaming down her veins. From a great distance, she heard a throaty chuckle. Then a very deep male voice growled,
"Wondered what you and your fair was up to, mate."
Pretty obvious, I'd have thought,
Dave mumbled back.
"That it is, and clearly not something I need to worry about. Leastways, not unless I was her husband."
With a distinctly male guffaw, the thug walked off. Aileen strained her ears, trying to refocus enough of her senses away from the demands of the utterly engrossing kiss to track the man's retreat. Frobisher's hand firmed about the back of her head, and he relentlessly drew her and her senses back, down, into the still swirling cauldron of their exchange. She knew she could stop kissing him now, but she couldn't seem to summon the strength, the will, to pull back, to turn away from the enthralling embrace. Surely she could rely on him to end the exchange once they were safe. She'd draw back when he did, and he wasn't by any means drawing back yet.
"He's gone, miss. Where do you want me to take you to now?"
The words rudely jerked her back to the here and now, to full consciousness of what she'd been doing and with whom. Where had her wits gone begging? It was suddenly easy to end the kiss and pull back, assisted by Frobisher having returned to Earth, courtesy of Dave, too. They sat wrapped in the warm dark of the carriage. From a distance of mere inches, their gazes met, and held. She could feel the rigid rod of his erection against her hip. She was 27. She knew what that particular circumstance meant. But then his features hardened. His arms fell from around her. He gripped her waist and lifted her off his lap and set her back on her seat with an alacrity that made her blink and question her conclusion. Perhaps he was hiding something else in there. No, don't think of that. Composing herself, regaining her usual firm mental footing, was going to be difficult enough as it was. Robert watched the delectable Miss Hopkins blink distractedly several times, as if trying to bring the world into focus. He knew precisely how she felt. While one part of him was pleased to note the first sign of anything like weakness in her, and was tempted to preen, his own inner turmoil wiped out any inclination to smugness. What the hell just happened? He knew what it was supposed to have been. Hell, he'd instituted it. But somehow the simple act of pretense had metamorphosed into something quite different. Into something else. He could barely catch his breath. Him! And where the devil did she learn to kiss like that? He mentally shook aside the question. It was something he didn't need to know. This was his chance to seize the initiative, to claim and keep the upper hand. Ruthlessly blocking the lingering sensations of having her, all warm feminine curves and sleek limbs, in his arms, he refocused on her. Just as she leaned forward to peer through the window beside his head, her features eased. "They've gone." Immediately her gaze flicked to his face. "Are your men following them?" He nodded. He listened, then said, "I can't hear their signals, but they'll already be on the other side of the crest, so that's no surprise." She sat back and studied him. He got the impression that she'd recovered from the kiss, from its unexpected, unprecedented intensity. Given he was still inwardly scrambling to do the same, he wasn't sure he approved. Her eyes narrowed on his face. "I know why I was following those men, even if I didn't know they were slave traders. But why were you?" "For much the same reason." He hesitated, but she already knew enough to guess the rest, and probably would. "As you've discovered, this particular band of slave traders are working in conjunction with Undoto, and people they've been seizing have been Europeans, mostly English, men, young women, and children." "Good Lord." "Indeed. That's not the normal pattern of slavery in these parts, and yes, it's been outlawed. Yet it does still go on. However, there are several oddities about this particular outbreak, not least that it's been occurring inside the settlement, under the very noses of the local authorities, apparently without hindrance. But this enterprise is also notable in that they've chosen to kidnap several serving officers, your brother William among them. From what I've gathered, Will was following the trail of a Captain Dixon, an army man from the fort.
Robert nodded. Dixon disappeared first. Hopkins, your brother, was sent to see what he could learn about Dixon's disappearance, and he, too, vanished. Next came a Lieutenant Fanshawe, who was sent to find William, and he also disappeared. There was one other, too, but after that, London called my brother in, and subsequently, I've been sent to pursue the trail.
What? Are we going anywhere, lady and gent?
They both looked up at the coachman's faintly exasperated question.
Seize the initiative.
Quickly, Robert ordered, "Back to Miss Hopkins' lodgings." Silence. Then the coachman carefully queried,
"Miss?"
Robert shackled his annoyance and calmly met the delectable Miss Hopkins's glare. Finally, she looked up and called,
"Thank you, Dave. Go by the same route we've taken previously."
"Aye, miss."
Robert heard harness jingle, then the carriage rocked into motion. It picked up speed as it continued up the slope, then veered right into a street that led across the side of Tower Hill toward the more fashionable quarter. Once they were bowling along, before she could return to her attack, he caught her eye and said, "As I mentioned, I'm acquainted with your older brothers. Given that connection, I must in all conscience insist that you leave the pursuit of the slave traders and the subsequent rescue of those taken, including your brother, to me and my crew, and those who will be sent subsequently." Her eyes narrowed on his face. He was growing accustomed to the sensation, to being the absolute focus of her keenly attentive gaze.
"Why, subsequently? Why wouldn't you see this mission through to its end and rescue those taken by the slavers yourself? Well, you and your men."
Opportunity offered, and he reached for it. That is one of the difficulties with this particular mission. He paused, realizing he stood on the brink of revealing another secret, yet the potential reward outweighed the risk. He needed to get her to leave the settlement. "There are those in the settlement whom we have yet to unmask who are working with the slavers. We cannot, and indeed must not risk alerting any of those people, whoever they are, or to escape eventual exposure and justice to cover their tracks. They might well order the massacre of all those who've been taken. At this juncture, we have no reason to imagine that those taken are already dead. In fact, we believe they're alive and have been specifically taken for some reason, for something they know or something they can do. So at no point must we do anything to jeopardize the safety of those missing." He paused to study her face. She was listening intently and all but immediately waved at him to continue. He hid his reaction to her imperious, if wordless, command and went on. "Because of that restriction, each operative sent to look into this business can only remain here long enough to further the investigation to the next stage. Consider, your brother William was the first to be sent in. He was followed by Fanshawe, who was in turn followed by a highly skilled operative named Hilsyth. Your brother, Fanshawe, and even Hilsyth, experienced though he was, each pushed one step too far, and were seized and taken, leaving London no wiser as to what was happening here." Her frown was definite, her concentration complete, and she gave no sign of wishing to interrupt. He hesitated, considering the wisdom of further revelations, but eventually continued. "My brother came to the settlement openly. He and his wife posed as merely calling in while on their honeymoon cruise to Cape Town. They identified attendance at Undoto's services as a common key in all the disappearances, and also learned of the slavers' association with Undoto himself.
But then my sister-in-law was drugged and handed to the slavers because she asked questions of the wrong person. My brother rescued his wife, but of course, they then had to leave to maintain the covert nature of the investigation and to take word back to London. When I arrived here, I learned that the local priestess who had connected the slavers directly with Undoto had been brutally murdered shortly after my brother and his wife had spoken with her. So I had no direct avenue to locate the slavers other than by watching Undoto.
The priestess was murdered?
Yes. This priestess lived among her people, yet the slavers were able to walk into her house and bludgeon her to death. He'd deliberately led her to that fact, the one he felt most clearly illustrated the danger involved in pursuing the slave traders. As I said earlier, this is not a mission that's safe for someone like you, someone without the requisite training and support to actively pursue. He had far too much experience with women to say she couldn't pursue it because she was female. I assure you that you may, with full confidence, leave your brother's safety in my hands and in the hands of those who will follow. London is now fully aware of the delicacy and urgency of the situation here, and the authorities there are fully committed to ending this illegal endeavour and rescuing those taken and seeing them safely home. The carriage started to slow. They rolled past the church. Then Dave drew his horse to a halt. Robert waited, breath bated, for the thorn in his side to pluck herself out and agreed to return to safety on the next vessel bound for England. She continued to study him, then quietly said,
"So this mission is being run in stages, as it were, each with some definable goal?"
He didn't respond. Her gaze grew more intent.
"What's your stage? Your goal?"
He inwardly swore. Her brothers were well known for their dogged stubbornness. Clearly, that was a familial trait. She wasn't his responsibility. She was old enough to be her own mistress, and clearly was determined to be so. He didn't need to feel that it was incumbent on him to make her safe at all costs. He told himself that, several times in various ways, increasingly explicitly. He knew himself well enough to know it hadn't worked. For whatever godforsaken reason, responsibility for Miss Hopkins and her safety, at least while here, now rested squarely on his shoulders. He sighed and tipped his head back against the squab. Her eyes had narrowed on his face. He could tell without looking.
"Are you going to tell me? Or should I start to follow you, or ask at the governor's office for information?"
He swore virulently and didn't care if she heard. She had brothers. He doubted she'd be shocked. Abruptly, he raised his head and met her gaze. He wasn't sure what to say, which tack to take, which was the wiser course to pursue. He was an experienced negotiator, an expert persuader. He could usually talk anyone into trusting him with almost anything, but with her, he felt stumped. He was also well aware that while it might be unwise to tell her too much, telling her too little might potentially be worse. Telling her anything went entirely against his grain. He compressed his lips against the impulse, but he couldn't not say, "Promise me one thing, that you will not under any circumstances speak to anyone in authority here. Not at the governor's office, not at the fort, not at the office of the naval attaché."
"Why?"
"Because at least some of those involved are connected with those offices." He paused, then added, "The governor's wife was the one who drugged my sister-in-law. After she was rescued and my brother and she sailed for London, the governor's wife took her leave. All those here believe she left to visit family, so please, under no circumstances reveal you know otherwise." He'd finally managed to stun her.
"The governor's wife? Lady Holbrook?"
He nodded. Her stunment didn't last long.
"What evidence do you have that the office of the naval attaché is involved?"
This was why he hadn't wanted to tell her even that much. "We have evidence to suggest the army as well as the governor's office have been suborned to some extent. We don't as yet have any direct evidence of naval involvement, but we have to assume it exists, as it well might. In this sort of case, we have to assume we can't trust anyone until it's proven that we can." She humphed. To his ears, it sounded irritatingly dismissive. Then she refocused on him.
"You haven't yet told me what your goal in the ongoing investigation is."
He hadn't. He didn't want to. He still didn't know what he was going to do with her.
"Are you two ever going to get out?"
Dave's voice drifted down through the trap door.
"If we're not headed anywhere else, I wouldn't mind finding my bed tonight."
Saved by the coachman. Again. Robert shifted forward and reached for the carriage door, the one opposite the pavement, away from her lodgings. No need for anyone happening to glance out to see him leaving her carriage. The movement brought him closer to the irritating female who, her gaze still locked on his face, seemed intent on driving him to his wits' end. Jaw clenched, he nodded curtly. "I'll call on you tomorrow, at 11, and we can continue this discussion." With that, he opened the door and stepped out into the street. With exaggerated care, he shut the door, then stalked into the night. Aileen watched him go. For just those seconds, she allowed her senses the luxury of drinking in the sight of all that sauntering masculinity. He had a grace of movement she found unutterably compelling. All too soon, he disappeared into the black shadows, leaving her wondering if him making an appointment for tomorrow morning signaled a capitulation, or whether he was planning something else. Her bet was on something else. Drawing in a bolstering breath, she got down from the carriage, bade Dave a good night, then, on impulse, told him to call for her tomorrow morning.
"At 10, sharp."
"Aye, miss."
Dave touched his cap.
"I'll see you then."
Aileen smiled to herself as she turned and walked smartly through the gate and up the path to Mrs. Hoyt's front door. After a refreshing night's sleep, Aileen awoke to the conviction that Captain Robert Frobisher was the sort of gentleman who would do all he could to curtail her endeavours. He might be handsome, he might be compelling, he might be an excellent kisser, but he was also a man, more, one of a sort she knew all too well. With a dismissive humph, she threw back the covers, rose, washed, and donned one of her skirt and jacket ensembles in a very pale shade of green. A crisp white blouse complemented the outfit. After winding her locks into plaits, she then fashioned into a coronet about her head. She felt ready to face her day. She went down to take breakfast in the small dining parlour to the rear of the house. Eschewing the hearty porridge, she opted for fruit and cheese to accompany her tea and toast. Her excursion last night had left her distinctly peckish. After completing her repast, she exchanged greetings with Mrs. Hoyt, then returned upstairs. As she climbed the stairs, she considered what next she might do to track Will. If Frobisher was correct, and Will had been taken by those slavers, then perhaps she should see if she could identify in which direction the slavers went when they took people out of the settlement. She didn't immediately know how she might accomplish that, but she could spend the morning in the gardens working out her approach. After checking her hair, she settled her straw bonnet over her coronet and pinned it in place, then picked up her reticule. The sounds of a carriage drawing up on the street had her glancing out of her window, just in time to see Dave draw his horses to a halt before the gate. The gate, Frobisher, was opening. She watched him step through the gate, then stride up the path. After their encounter in the dark last night. Sternly, she quelled an appreciative shiver. Sadly, there was no denying he looked even more impressive by day. The width of his shoulders, the way he walked, plus the air of command he projected, all combined to make a significant impact on any woman with eyes. Indeed, he was a great deal too sure of himself. She scowled and flicked a glance at the small clock on the mantelpiece. Barely 10 o'clock. Not 11 as he'd said. She gritted her teeth, then swung around and went quickly to the door. If she hurried, she might be able to slip out of the back door unobserved. About to quit the room, she realized she'd forgotten her gloves. With a muttered curse, she returned to her dressing table, swept up the offending articles, then quickly and silently left the room. Pausing at the head of the stairs, she listened and heard Frobisher's deep voice asking for her. Mrs. Hoyt all but fell over her toes, showing him into the parlour, and garrulously assuring him that, indeed, Miss Hopkins had yet to leave the house, and that she was sure Miss Hopkins would be very pleased to meet with him. Aileen grimaced. In the circumstances, trying to avoid Frobisher might land her in even more difficulties, such as explaining to Mrs. Hoyt why she didn't want to meet with him, a man Mrs. Hoyt's well-attuned antennae had already identified as a distinctly eligible gentleman. And did she really want to give Frobisher the impression she was actively avoiding him? On several counts, the answer was no. A Hopkins did not run from an obstacle, no matter how irritating. More, a wise lady did not run from a man of Frobisher's ilk, especially not after an impromptu kiss of the type they'd shared the previous night. That would be akin to waving a red flag before a bull, or running from a predator naturally inclined to give chase. She could see no benefit in having Frobisher dogging her every step, trying to catch her. The notion of what he might do if he succeeded. As she heard Mrs. Hoyt back out of the parlour and the door click shut, then her landlady's rushing footsteps coming up the first flight, Aileen reached the conclusion that meeting with Frobisher and deflecting whatever barrage he sent her way was the safer, more certain, more sane and acceptable course. She drew in a fortifying breath, then looked down and pulled on her gloves.
"There you are, Miss Hopkins."
Mrs. Hoyt, rosy-cheeked and beaming, halted on the landing.
"I was just coming to let you know you have a caller. A gentleman caller, a Captain Frobisher."
Mrs. Hoyt's eyes grew wide. She lowered her voice.
"Ever so handsome he is."
Aileen summoned a smile.
"Thank you. I was just on my way down."
Mrs. Hoyt turned and preceded her down the stairs.
"I'll just be in the kitchen, should you need anything, Miss Hopkins."
Stepping off the stairs, Mrs. Hoyt abruptly halted and shot a questioning look Eileen's way.
"That is,"
she lowered her voice to the merest whisper,
"unless you feel the need for a chaperone, I would be happy to oblige, if you wish."
Eileen's smile grew more genuine.
"Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Captain Frobisher is a friend of my family." "Ah, I see."
Mrs. Hoyt nodded.
"I'll take myself off, then. Just ring if you wish for any refreshments."
Aileen watched Mrs. Hoyt bustle into the nether regions, Then she turned to face the parlour door. After a second's hesitation, she drew herself up, reached for the doorknob, sent the door swinging wide, and with her head high, in what her mother would have termed her galleon mode, she swept into the parlour. With a practised movement, she swung around and shut the door. Then, her head rising again to a distinctly challenging angle, she continued toward Frobisher.
"Good morning, Mr. Frobisher. I trust I see you well?"
He had been standing before the fireplace, examining an old map mounted above it. He'd turned and watched her entrance. As she approached, he shifted to face her and gravely inclined his head. "Miss Hopkins." For most of their previous exchanges, he'd been sitting. She hadn't truly appreciated just how tall, how commanding his physical presence was. Her brothers were tall. She was used to tall men. She just wasn't used to men like Frobisher, who seemed to possess some uncanny knack of fixing her senses and abrading her nerves. That abrasion was not unpleasurable, only unsettled her all the more. His hair was dark brown, a touch lighter than sable, and fell in wavy locks about his head. He was clean-shaven. The sharply delineated angles of his cheekbones and squared chin displayed with a certain arrogant air, a clear signal to all with eyes that he was not a man to be trifled with. He was dressed more conservatively than he had been last night, with a pale lightweight coat over a conventional shirt, and with a brown silk cravat knotted about his neck. He still looked dangerous. To her leaping senses, he felt dangerous. After last night, something primitive in her saw him as eminently desirable. She slammed a mental door on her intrigued impetuosity. She had to tilt her head still higher to keep her eyes locked with his. She halted with a safe 6 feet between them and opened her lips to tartly point out that he'd called an hour early. He took the wind from her sails with the words, "My men found the slaver's lair." She stared at him. That was quite the last thing she'd expected him to say. Not that she didn't have confidence in his men's abilities. She simply hadn't expected him to admit as much to her, to include her. He was watching her rather closely. Last night, she hadn't been able to make out the colour of his eyes. They were a strong, solid mid-blue, rather like the man himself in their unwavering focus. If she read him correctly, his utterance was an olive branch of sorts. She could guess what he hoped to gain in return. As to that, she would see, but in the meantime— "Where is this lair?" She waved him to one of the well-worn armchairs facing the sofa, and moved to claim the sofa herself. After gathering her skirts, she sat and looked up at him. "Is it in the slum, as you thought? The one at the end of Undoto Street?" With apparently unconscious grace, he sank into the armchair and nodded. "Right in the middle of a labyrinth of tiny lanes and alleys. Unless you know exactly where it is, or are following someone who does, it would be impossible to locate." Robert captured her gaze. Her eyes were a bright hazel, vibrant and alive, and calmly continued. "My men have found a hide of sorts from which to keep watch. Not so close as the house directly opposite, but in the house behind that. That house possesses a ramshackle tower, and we've rented the room at the top. It affords us an unrestricted view of the slaver's front door, while being sufficiently distant that our observation won't alert them, and we're also free to come and go without risking attracting their notice." She didn't bother pretending disinterest. She leaned forward and eagerly asked, "Are there any captives there at present? Have your men seen enough to determine that?" "The slavers don't appear to be holding anyone in their lair at this time." He paused. then decided he may as well be hung for a wolf as a lamb. My men have already been asking around, not directly, of course, but via the women the slavers rely on for cleaning and cooking. My men have established that at this moment there are no extra captive mouths to be fed. She frowned. Before she could make a bid to take charge of the conversation, he rolled on. Last night, you asked what my stage, my mission's goal, was. Her gaze lifted to his face. Its intensity assured him that his new tack of including her was precisely the right one to take. Imperturbably, he continued. My goal is not to find the slaver's lair. That's merely a step along the way toward fulfilling the mission I was asked to undertake, ascertaining the location of the slaver's camp. Their camp? In the jungle? He nodded. From what we've determined, the modus operandi of this group is to seize people in the settlement and take them to the lair, either to gather them together or simply to report to their base. Regardless, they wait for night before they move their captives out through the slums and into the jungle, to an established camp. From what we've learned, there always is such a camp. The slavers don't deliver their captives directly from the settlement, or from wherever else they seize them, to the captives' eventual destination, but always congregate, slavers and captives, at their camp. Subsequently, they move their captives on in larger groups to whatever enterprise, whatever owner, the captives are destined for. Her frown had turned puzzled. Why bother with a lair here as well as a camp in the jungle? My understanding is that while the locals, the inhabitants of the slums and also the local tribesmen living about the settlement, are wary of crossing the slavers and generally avoid doing so, they don't approve of the slavers' activities, especially in this case, with the slavers taking Europeans from within the settlement. The locals fear the slavers, but they also fear the reactions of the British authorities if and when the slavers' actions come to light. The locals fear that any repercussions will impact on them, too. He lightly grimaced. That's probably not an unreasonable fear. Consequently, the slavers keep to themselves in the slums and only move through the settlement at night, when the authorities are essentially asleep. And in turn, the locals tolerate them, or at least don't directly oppose them. Her frown had deepened. He was visited by a ridiculous urge to reach out and, with his thumb, smooth it away. Her next words refocused him on his current ploy. You've mentioned several times that numerous people, all European, have gone missing from the settlement, not just the officers whose disappearance triggered the investigation. Her eyes refocused on his. How many people have vanished? He grimaced and admitted. We don't know the full extent of it. Not yet. We know of the 4 officers, but it's certain there will be more men who've gone missing and who no one's reported, and we believe that at least 4 young women and 17 children of various ages have also been taken. Good Lord! She sat back and regarded him in horrified astonishment. How on earth could that happen? In a few succinct phrases, he explained. He concluded with, So our guess is that Lady Holbrook was instrumental, possibly via Undoto, in pointing the slavers at people she knew could be taken without causing sufficient alarm for the authorities to be alerted. She may also have played a key role in convincing her husband that there was no crime, as such, involved, and therefore no need to take any action. After a moment, his thorn shook her head. This was bad enough when I thought it was only Will who had fallen foul of someone. She studied his face, his eyes, then her own narrowed fractionally. Why are you telling me this? because he'd realized that the only viable way to keep her safe was to keep her close. Then, when he, or more likely his men, if he was dancing guard on her, located the slavers' camp, and they were ready to leave the settlement, he had every intention of hauling her back to London with him. He wasn't past kidnapping her, not in such a case. And it might well come to that, Hopkins that she was, and with her brother among the missing. But of that decision, he said nothing. He wasn't about to give her any advance notice. She was going to be difficult enough to manage as it was. Quite a challenge, in fact. In the small hours of the morning, he decided to view her as that, a challenge to his skills in manipulation and maneuvering. A touch of spice added to a mission that was otherwise shaping up to be rather boringly straightforward. He looked into her eyes and confirmed her understanding, her reading of him. He had wondered if she would have the wit to realize his present behavior didn't fit his character. The incipient suspicion that had run beneath her simple question suggested she was well aware of the contradiction. Luckily, he had a distraction up his sleeve. Still holding her gaze, he boldly stated, "Because I need your help." She blinked. Twice. Then, still faintly suspicious, she asked, "How so?" He crossed one knee over the other, set his laced fingers on his uppermost thigh, and did his best to appear relaxed but grave, and also faintly, but not too overtly, supplicatory. As I've learned more about the situation here, it's become increasingly apparent that, even with my men as support, there are areas of expertise that I and my crew lack. For instance, having the ability to further investigate the kidnapping of the children. We know that the children's disappearances don't connect with Undoto's church, so how and from where are the children being preyed upon? Are they even being taken for the same reason, the same ultimate destination? He looked directly at her. If I or my men start asking around, we're unlikely to get far, not on our own. He'd banked on the children being an angle that would appeal to her. From the expression on her face and the militant light that sparked in her eyes, he'd guessed correctly. Smoothly, he continued, "My men and I expect to have to watch and wait for several days at least, until the slavers leave their lair and return to their camp. We'll follow when they do, and then we'll have the information we were sent for. With that in hand, we're required to return to London and report. All well and good, but meanwhile, I'm anticipating several days of inaction, and rather than waste them, I would like to use the time to get some idea of how the slavers are stealing away children, how they have in the past, and if they still are. That's something extra to add to our knowledge of what's going on here that I would like to take back to place before those in London." Her nod was decisive, and, as he'd hoped, supportive. "I applaud such a stance. Seizing children." Where another lady might have shuddered, she looked pugnaciously belligerent. "That cannot be allowed to continue." In addition, he tracked the emotions flitting over her face, "I have a letter I would like to see on its way via the General Post to the Admiralty." With his customary nonchalance, he drew the letter from his pocket, then met her gaze. "To the First Lord." He held the missive up. "I've written of what I've learned regarding Holbrook, who appears to be innocent and oblivious of his wife's involvement. Melville and those assisting him need to know that, so that they know they can, and should, leave Holbrook in place and uninformed." He glanced at the letter. "I've also included various additions to what my brother reported. Small matters in themselves, but they add to the wider picture and might prove crucial to those who come later. He returned his gaze to her face and met her eyes. I have to allow for the possibility that, for one reason or another, I and my crew will be taken by the slavers too. It's unlikely, but not impossible, and it's therefore important that this letter gets away. A faint frown played about her eyes. Why can't you just post it? He told her. Ah, I see. Her eyes were riveted on the letter. So I wondered if you would be willing to go with me to the docks and see this letter on its way. Her brows rose as her gaze shifted to meet his. Of course. Her haughty agreement was music to his manipulative soul. Aileen studied the faint smile that seemed to lurk about his eyes and at the corners of his well-shaped lips. She tried not to notice those lips themselves, or, indeed, to allow herself to fall into the depths of his eyes. For some idiotic reason, she found them quite mesmerizing, but she knew better than to let him guess that. However, she had a sneaking suspicion that she was being managed, very artfully managed, but managed nevertheless. As someone who frequently managed others, she knew the signs. No man of his ilk was that guileless. Still, as long as he continued to answer her questions and tell her all she wanted to know, if it became necessary, she could always tip the scales and reverse the condition. She blinked, refocused on his eyes, on the far too perceptive blue of them. Then, deliberately imperious, she held out a hand, palm up. If you wish me to assist you, you can trust me with that. His eyes widened fractionally, but he smoothly sat up, reached out, and placed the missive in her outstretched hand. She grasped the letter and nodded. And you can also promise me that you will inform me of what you and your men learn as to the location of the slavers' camp. He hesitated at that, but after a second of regarding her with an expression she couldn't quite fathom, he inclined his head. You have my word, I will share with you whatever we learn. She took a second to replay his words, then permitted herself a small smile. She looked at the letter in her hand. Right then. She rose. Let's be off to the post office. He'd risen as she did. He smiled and fell in by her side as she made for the door. He reached out and opened it. She sailed through, paused for him to join her, then walked out of the house with him by her side. She was, she decided, as she allowed him to hand her up into the carriage, quite enjoying this. Why not? Playing to his expectation caused her no harm, and at least he'd come to his senses sufficiently to see the value in sharing what he knew and including her in his plans. What his true motives were she didn't yet know, but she would learn of them eventually. Of that she had no doubt. He sat on the seat opposite. He'd given Dave directions to drive to Water Street and halt at a certain spot for them to walk down to the post office on the quay. Having seen him walk out with her, Dave had accepted his directions with a grunt. The instant Frobisher shut the door, the carriage jerked into motion. As the carriage rattled down the hill, Aileen struggled to keep her gaze trained forward and to the side, denying the nearly overwhelming urge to study Frobisher. He too did the polite thing and didn't stare at her. She glanced at him once and found him looking out of the window. Distractingly compelling he might be, but she'd already seen enough to judge him effective. The sort of man who could and would get things done. In his own way, perhaps, but done nonetheless. If she had to work alongside someone to learn what had happened to Will, to lay the groundwork for his rescue, then she would far rather it be with a man like Frobisher. She might not entirely trust him, but he was a sort of man she understood, the sort of man she had an affinity with, a man like her brothers. He would respond to much the same goads, would react in what to her were predictable ways. Until she had reason to decide otherwise, her best way forward was to play by his rules. He'd been sent by the paramount authority to search for information, to pave the way for all those taken, including Will, to be rescued. That was her ultimate goal as well. Working with Frobisher, rather than against or despite him, made singular sense. And she had to admit that the notion of children, and young women too, being seized by the slavers to serve some blackguard's nefarious ends, had fired her ire. She'd lived her entire life in safety, in the sure knowledge of being surrounded by those who cared. What it would be like to live without that net of unstated security she couldn't imagine, but she knew many young women, and children, did. In the wider scheme of things, in the larger cosmos, surely she owed those who hadn't had her privileged life something. She could give them her championship, if nothing else. She could work beside Frobisher and see what she could do, even while she assisted him as required and supported him in furthering Will's cause. There was, indeed, a lot to recommend Frobisher's way forward, regardless of whatever his true motives were. If she'd learned anything in a life filled with loving parents and 3 managing brothers, it was that in achieving one's goals, one took whatever path offered. She glanced again at Frobisher. He now seemed sunk in thought. She shifted her gaze away and set her mind to the challenge of how to learn more about the missing children. As the carriage turned into Water Street, she flicked a glance at Frobisher. "Mrs. Hardwick is the minister's wife." When he met her gaze, she continued, "She might well have information about the missing children, especially as you said that they, too, are European, by which I assume you mean primarily English." He nodded, then said, "Mrs. Hardwick was the source of our information on the 17 children that have gone missing." "Indeed?" She smiled intently. "In that case, she is undoubtedly the best person for us to question." He shifted. "I already have a list of the names and ages of those taken that she provided to my brother." Aileen inclined her head. "That's a start, but there are several other facts to which Mrs. Hardwick is very likely privy, and those might give us a more definite idea as to how the children were taken, and specifically, from where." The carriage was slowing. The intersection they wanted was coming up on the right. Across the carriage, she met Frobisher's blue eyes. "I suggest, sir, that I should post your letter, and then, as it is still mid-morning, we should adjourn to the rectory and see what more we can learn." He held her gaze. She sensed he wasn't accustomed to following someone else's directives. But then the carriage rocked to a halt, and he bowed his head in agreement. He stepped down and gave her his hand. As she descended to the pavement, she fought to suppress a no doubt unwise, stupidly triumphant grin. Chapter 8. From the shadows of the alley that ran alongside the post office, Robert watched Miss Hopkins. How was it he didn't yet know her first name? March along the quay and sweep in through the door, exchanging a polite nod with a gentleman who promptly held the door for her and raised his hat. Robert inwardly humphed. The woman moved with the aplomb of a force of nature, the effect augmented by those snapping hazel eyes and the crowning glory of her brilliantly glossy hair. Her bonnet hid most of her distinctive locks, but tendrils hung in ringlets on either side of her face and about her nape. Those tendrils tended to bob and tremble in a thoroughly distracting way. He found it disturbing that he even noticed such things, but with her, he couldn't seem to rein his senses in. The urge to step out of concealment and sidle up to the window and check that she'd met with no difficulty bloomed. He clenched his jaw against the impulse. There was no reason to imagine anyone would think her sending a letter to the Admiralty was odd, and if anyone was insane enough to question her, she was more than capable of putting them in their place. Even if someone noticed the plainly male script of the address, he felt confident she'd concoct some glib story and deliver it with a haughty air. She had a very good line in haughty airs. He slouched against the building's siding and kept his head down. An uneventful minute ticked past. The impulse to just take one quick look through the window pricked at him. But he really couldn't afford to be recognized, and stepping free of the shadows onto the open quay in the middle of the morning would definitely risk that. If just one person recognized him, the news that another Frobisher had appeared in the settlement would spread, and speculation would swell, and the villains might take fright. He shifted, restless. Then he hit on the one thought that effectively doused the urge to peek through the window and check on his new co-conspirator. What if she spotted him? He was still debating the likely outcome when she sailed out of the post office, came marching along the quay, then turned down the alley and swept past him and on. As he'd directed, she didn't spare a glance for him. As she walked on, he fell in behind her. Only after she'd rounded the first corner did he lengthen his stride and catch up to her. He glanced at her face. Her expression was just a touch triumphant. Something inside him eased, relaxed. No difficulty?
None.
After a moment, she glanced at him and met his eyes.
I told you everything would go smoothly.
She looked ahead and tugged up her gloves.
Now let's get to the carriage and drive to the rectory.
His lips twitched. The idea of what his crew, let alone his brothers, would think at seeing him following her directions. He sobered as he realized he wasn't sure if they would laugh or feel sorry for him. How the mighty had fallen and all that. But he was only acceding to her command to placate her, and while her direction matched his own. If she diverted from his predetermined course, then he would seize the wheel and haul her back. But until she did, there was no reason he could see to rock this boat. Dave was waiting where they'd left him, at a spot where an overhang screened those climbing into and out of the carriage. As soon as they were seated and the door closed, the old Cockney set his horse in motion. Neither Robert nor Miss Hopkins spoke as they travelled back up Tower Hill, past Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house, and on to the rectory. As he handed Miss Hopkins down, he murmured, "My brother and sister-in-law became acquainted with Mrs. Hardwick. They spoke with her on several occasions. If you need to use a name for me, introduce me as Mr. Aitken, a friend of your family." She met his eyes, her gloved fingers gripping his, then nodded. He offered his arm, and she took it. As they walked up the short path, she dipped her head his way and murmured back, "Is there any chance Mrs. Hardwick will recognize you?" He hid a grimace. "Declan and I look similar, so she might. If she does, I'll claim he and I are distant cousins. But I'm counting on her not being able to place me, and I intend to fade into the background and leave the questioning to you." She grinned and patted his arm in a soothing manner. He cast her a speaking look as they halted before the door. Then he smoothed his expression, reached out, and knocked commandingly. A little maid saw them into a small but comfortable parlour. then went to fetch her mistress. Robert saw Miss Hopkins to the sofa, then moved to an armchair beyond its end, out of the light falling through the windows. Mrs. Hardwick walked in briskly a minute later.
"Good morning."
A stern-faced matron, she looked at them keenly as they rose, her gaze travelling from Aileen to Robert, and there Mrs. Hardwick's gaze halted. Aileen plastered on a smile and stepped forward. She held out her hand.
"Good morning, ma'am. I'm Miss Hopkins."
Mrs. Hardwick turned and grasped Aileen's fingers.
"I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, my dear."
When the minister's wife's gaze strayed again toward Frobisher, Aileen waved airily, rather dismissively, his way.
"This is Mr. Aiken."
She gave Mrs. Hardwick barely a second to exchange a polite nod before barrelling on.
"I'm visiting the settlement for a short time, and I've heard some rather disturbing rumours. We thought you might be the best person to ask for the truth."
"Rumours?"
Mrs. Hardwick frowned.
"I'm not sure a minister's wife is really the best source."
"Oh, it's not that sort of rumour."
Aileen glanced at the sofa.
"Please."
Mrs. Hardwick gestured.
"Pray be seated."
Aileen sat, pleased when Mrs. Hardwick chose to sit in the armchair facing her. Frobisher waited until both she and Mrs. Hardwick had settled their skirts, then resumed his seat, sinking as far into the shadows as he could.
"You see,"
Aileen leaned forward, capturing Mrs. Hardwick's gaze.
"We've been walking around the shops in Water Street, and we heard from several shop girls about children going missing."
She straightened.
"It's something of an interest of mine. I'm aware of the work done by the Foundling House in London, and, well, I did wonder if there was some problem here, and if so, what help I might be able to provide, even if only to take news back to the right people in London."
She now had Mrs. Hardwick's complete attention. The woman had all but forgotten Frobisher's existence. After several seconds, Mrs. Hardwick moistened her lips.
"My dear, if you can get anything done, I, for one,
will pray for you every night."
Aileen widened her eyes.
"So, the rumours are true?"
"Well, I don't know what you've heard, but what I can tell you is that through my husband's mission here among the poor, I'm aware of at least 17 children who have vanished over recent months, and there may very well be more."
Mrs. Hardwick's expression hardened.
"And no matter what those in higher office may claim, these children have not run away. They've been kidnapped, although by whom and for what I cannot begin to guess."
"Good gracious!"
Aileen sat back. She paused as if considering, then asked,
"Tell me, the children who vanished, do they have anything in common? Do they attend the same school or orphanage, or—"
"Oh, my dear, there's no orphanage in this settlement. As you most likely can guess, that's one of the last things any town gives a thought to. And as for schools, they've only just started talking of establishing a grammar school for the children of the Tower Hill families. Those in the slums will be waiting a long time for any sort of schooling."
"In the slums? So all the children who vanished have come from there?"
"Sadly, yes. If that weren't so, perhaps their disappearances would have attracted more attention, but—"
Aileen frowned.
"Those who have vanished, did they hail from the same area of the settlement?"
Mrs. Hardwick sat back. From her expression, no one had previously asked her that question, and she was re-examining what she knew. After several moments, she slowly said,
"You know, I believe you may be right.
She met Eileen's eyes, then glanced to her left.
"Let's have a look at the map."
She rose and led Aileen to a framed map that hung on the wall to one side of the door.
"This was given to my husband earlier this year, so it's reasonably up to date."
She raised her hand and trailed her fingers over the various streets of the settlement. Aileen looked closer. The harbour was easy enough to locate, as was the fort and Tower Hill. The slums were equally easy to pinpoint due to the density of the streets and alleys. Mrs. Hardwick's finger descended, and her lips firmed.
"Here."
Slowly, she traced a circle around the slum to the southeast of the eastern end of Water Street.
"All the children who vanished lived in this area, in the warren between the shore and the eastern end of the commercial district."
"I see." Aileen glanced over her shoulder. Frobisher looked tense, as if wishing that he could see too. But although he'd stood when she and Mrs. Hardwick had risen, he'd remained in the shadows. Mrs. Hardwick's hand lowered. She continued to stare at the map.
"You know, I never thought to look at the disappearances that way. The adults who've gone hail from all over the settlement, but the children, they all come from that area."
"Do you have any idea whether the children there go to some special place or gather anywhere in particular?" When Mrs. Hardwick glanced at her, patently puzzled, Aileen explained, "If they don't go to school, and presumably they're too young to work, then what do they do all day?" Mrs. Hardwick gave the matter some thought, and offered,
"I really don't know, my dear, but I assume they play."
A moment later, Mrs. Hardwick shook herself from her thoughts.
"My dear, I've been dreadfully remiss. Would you and Mr. Aiken, is it, care for some refreshment?"
Aileen smiled, thanked Mrs. Hardwick, but declined her offer, and immediately excused them on the grounds of having learned what they'd come to find out, and having taken up quite enough of Mrs. Hardwick's time. "I plan to return to London in the not overly distant future," she told Mrs. Hardwick, as that lady showed them to the front door. "And I promise to bring up the matter of the missing children with those I know will have an interest in the case." Mrs. Hardwick smiled resignedly.
"Thank you, my dear. I pray every day that, whether it be through your agency or someone else's, this matter will be investigated, and no more children will vanish."
Aileen nodded and clasped Mrs. Hardwick's proffered fingers. Robert nodded to Mrs. Hardwick, then took the resourceful Miss Hopkins's arm and escorted her down the path. She waited until they were in the carriage and rolling down the hill, before stating with evident satisfaction,
"So, now we have a definite place to start."
Robert wondered precisely what she meant, but rather than inquire, he complimented her on her performance and her insightfulness. In any shared endeavour, it was always good policy to give a junior partner their due, and he was, in truth, distinctly impressed. He hid his smile when she all but preened. As he'd assumed he would, he all too soon learned exactly what his newly recruited partner had meant by having a definite place to start. She initially suggested they quarter and search the entire slum, from the rim of warehouses at the border of the commercial district all the way to the shore of the cove east of Crewe Bay. Luckily, he'd foreseen her likely start. As they'd left Mrs. Hardwick's parlour, he'd trailed behind long enough to note the name of the maker of the map she'd been studying. Dave knew the map maker's shop, tucked away on a side street not far from the docks. He drove them there, and Robert escorted Miss Hopkins inside. 15 minutes later, They climbed back into the carriage with a map of the settlement finalized in the previous month and including the slums in helpful detail. Detail enough to engross Miss Hopkins. What the devil is her first name? Robert folded the other map he'd bought, one of the coast and interior, extending well beyond the bounds of the settlement. That map was far less definite, but contained more information than any map of the area he'd yet seen. He slipped it into an inner pocket of his coat.
Perhaps you might ask Dave to drive us to the end of this street.
She angled the map, pointing with a gloved fingertip.
From there, we can walk into the slum to the areas in which children most likely gather.
He saw where she was pointing, then rose, lifted the trapdoor in the ceiling, and did as she'd asked. He sat again. The carriage started rolling, and he trained his gaze on her. She continued to frown at the map she'd taken charge of, and didn't seem to notice. He wasn't accustomed to working with anyone other than his crew. Working with Miss Hopkins as a partner was going to demand several degrees of adjustment. He decided he might as well make a start. As it seems we're destined to work together in this business, I can't continue to think of you as Miss Hopkins. I've already given you my first name. What's yours? She stared at him for a moment, then simply stated,
Aileen,
and went back to studying the map. Aileen. He looked at what he could see of her face beneath the rim of her bonnet, at her bright hair and determined expression, and decided the name suited her. Very well, Aileen. Why do you believe the slum children will gather in any particular area? She looked up at him. Faint surprise showed in her eyes. Then she straightened and folded her hands on the map.
You have siblings, as do I. When you were children, if you'd been left for any time unsupervised and with nothing to do, what would you have done?
We would have gone out looking for, well, adventure. Our version of adventure back then.
Exactly. And if you knew of a place where other like-minded children gathered, you would have gone there, would you not?
He grinned faintly as memories rolled over him. There were 4 of us, so we didn't always need others, but at times, yes, we joined the local packs. She nodded briskly.
From what Mrs. Hardwick told us, the children of the families who live in the slums, those who are as yet too young to find work, have no school or any other formal daytime occupation. So in the way of children everywhere, they'll congregate in groups to play. But
she lifted the map, tipping it so he could see the close-drawn lines.
The alleys of the slums aren't wide enough to even toss a ball, so they'll gravitate to the areas that are.
She smoothed the map over her lap.
That's why I was so pleased the cartographer had a very recent edition.
With a fingertip, she pointed.
He's marked the places where fires, or buildings simply falling down, have created spaces between the houses. In lieu of any real playground or common, that's where the children will play.
He leaned forward, forearms on his thighs, and studied the map, drawn in by her rationale and infected by her enthusiasm. He saw the areas she meant, considered, then nodded and sat back. We'll start by sweeping across the slum, working steadily from the warehouses to the shore, checking all those areas and any others we find. He sensed her approval. When she raised her head, he met her eyes. We'll check all the likely areas within the slum itself, but for my money, we'll find the places we want along the shore. More possible adventures, more features likely to catch a boy's interest, at least. She considered, then inclined her head regally.
You may well be right.
The carriage slowed, then rocked to a halt. Dave's voice came from above.
Far as I can take you, miss. Sir, do you want me to wait here?
Aileen reached for the door handle, but Frobisher beat her to it. She was forced to wait while he descended first, blocking the doorway while he cast an apparently idle yet alert glance around. Finally, presumably satisfied that no danger lurked, he stepped aside and offered her his hand. She stifled a humph. He was the one people might recognize, not her. But she had little choice beyond mentally gritting her teeth, placing her fingers in his, and letting him assist her to the ground. Immediately he released her, she looked down and shook out her skirts. As she straightened, she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He was surveying their surroundings. She could only hope that he hadn't noticed any sign of the leaping of her pulse, the catch in her breath, or the tension that gripped her every time they touched. Every time he drew near. Mercifully oblivious, he turned and looked up at Dave. "Yes, wait here." He paused to glance at her, then looked back at Dave. "Or rather, meet us here later. We're likely to be several hours." Dave nodded.
"I'll go and get me lunch, then. I'll come back in 2 hours and wait for you just here."
With a crisp nod, Frobisher closed his hand about her elbow. Aileen paused to send an approving nod of dismissal to Dave, before allowing Frobisher to steer her across the street and into what, according to the map, was the main alley running across the slum. As the dimness of the alley engulfed them, he released her, and she realized she'd been holding her breath. She had to conquer her reactions to him, but she couldn't think of that now, not with him pacing by her side. "Where to first?" he asked. With her reticule dangling from her wrist, she flicked the map out and held it between her hands. She blinked at it for several seconds, looking at the streets. Frobisher reached across, tugged the map from her grip, rotated it through 180 degrees, then returned it to her fingers. She managed to force out a, "Thank you." Then she concentrated. A second later, she pointed to their right. "Turn at the next lane. It should lead us to the first of the cleared spaces." He nodded and strolled on, his pace one she could easily match. Head high, she reminded herself that when she kept her mind focused on what they were doing, on the details and execution of the segment of his mission she decided to take on, she managed well enough. As long as her wits were fully engaged, her senses remained, if not unaware of him, then at least sufficiently quiescent to conceal what was, in reality, an avid, not to say rabid, interest in him. She'd never had to deal with such a disruptive, distracting, and potently impulsive compulsion before. While one part of her definitely did not approve, far too much of her found him, and even more the reaction he evoked in her, intriguing and utterly fascinating. But as long as she kept her mind under control, her wits focused on what was at hand, and did not under any circumstances allow her senses to slip sideways and wallow in memories of that kiss in the night. A piece of flapping washing lightly slapped her on the cheek. She jumped, realized what had happened, and felt colour rise in her cheeks. Not from the slap, but from realization of how far from reality her senses had led her. "Are you all right?" He dipped his head to look under the rim of her bonnet. "Yes, quite." She looked ahead and marched on. "I was absorbed and didn't see it." She forced herself to make the comment true, and turned her attention to the houses, dwellings that passed for such, that they were passing. More specifically, she noted the people. She'd travelled to India when David had been stationed there, and had also visited cities along the Mediterranean and European coasts. Her previous experiences had given her the knowledge of how to book passage from London to Freetown. Where other ladies would have stumbled, She'd known what to do. Her exposure to cities in many countries had left her aware that it wasn't only London or Edinburgh that had slums. Every city had them. More, as in London, while some slum areas might be inhabited by natives, other slums, like those of the East End and around the London docks, were home to a predominantly immigrant population. That was the case in this particular slum. Virtually all those she saw were of European origin. The English were most plentiful, but the French, Spanish, Italians, Greeks, Dutch, even Russians, and those of the Scandinavian countries were also represented. In terms of occupation, among the men, she noted sailors, fishermen, navvies, carpenters, and land-based labourers moving through the narrow alleys. Among the women, she saw tavern wenches and housewives, washerwomen and fishwives, craft workers of several types, and, of course, the painted ladies. Several of the latter, lounging in doorways like cats in a spot of sun, cast sleepy yet distinctly come-hither looks at Frobisher as he and she walked past. Surreptitiously, she checked, but as far as she could tell, he didn't even register the women's interest. His attention was directed farther out, beyond the immediate space through which they moved, as if he was constantly scanning for any hint of approaching danger, as if he was intent on detecting it long before it had any chance of reaching them. That was confirmed when they reached the first open space on their map. When she would have marched out of the alley into the area, he put a hand on her arm and halted her in the alley mouth. Surprised, she glanced at him. Careful. His gaze was focused into the open area, and up. Up wasn't a direction in which she often glanced. She followed his gaze, and saw a pendulum-like contraption dangling from the rough framework of a new construction, already being put up in the soon-to-be-not empty space. A makeshift crane of sorts, it swung a load of wood, more or less at head height, across the path along which they'd been walking. She lowered her arm away from his touch and frowned. That's hardly safe. The glance he cast her was faintly amused. There's little that's safe in a slum. She swallowed a humph and consulted the map. There might be danger, but there are no children lurking. We may as well make for our next potential spot. They did, and discovered the locals had turned the area into a fire pit, apparently for burning refuse. Aileen tried not to breathe as they hurriedly walked on. 2 stops later, at an open space that was empty for the simple reason that it was filled with a large extrusion of jagged rock, she looked around in mounting exasperation. I've seen plenty of babies and very young children, but none beyond the age of toddlers still clinging to their mother's skirts. Surveying the area, he nodded curtly. The others have to be somewhere. He met her gaze. That only vindicates your thesis. All the older children must be gathering to play somewhere. We just haven't yet come across the spot. She met his gaze, then narrowed her eyes at him. By which you mean to say I'm being impatient? He shrugged. I'm impatient too, but... He flicked the map she still held in her hands. We still have several spots to check, and my money was always on the areas by the shore. She hesitated, then said, Do you want to skip the other spots within the slum and go straight to the shoreline? He shook his head. Our current strategy means we're being thorough, and who knows what attraction, meaning ruin or potential game, one of the other spots might hold. He glanced at the map. So where to next? They checked 3 more areas shown as open spaces on the map. 2 had been turned into impromptu marketplaces full of sharp-eyed adults, and the third was a dank and rather fetid hole, Even a rat might have thought twice about entering. Finally, more than an hour after they'd commenced their hunt, they turned toward the shore of the cove. A smaller indentation in the coastline, immediately to the east of the wide-mouthed Crew Bay, the cove lacked the busy wharves and the large commercial ships. Instead, its rough sands played host to a range of fishing vessels. Some were anchored out from the shore, bobbing on the waves, while others had been hauled up on the sands and lay tilted on their sides like beached whales. A ragtag group of children, ranging in age from about 6 to perhaps 12 years old, girls as well as boys, were swarming over 2 upended fishing boats. They were playing some game that involved much clashing of sticks that were clearly meant to be swords. Robert only had to halt 10 yards away and fix his gaze on the children for them instantly to become aware of him. To his surprise, instead of their faces lighting with innocent expectation and curiosity, instead of the boys, at least, racing up to swarm around him and badger him with questions, as always happened when he appeared among children at home, these children fell silent, shifting to face him and eyeing him warily. From the corner of his eye, he saw Aileen taking note. She had come to stand beside him. She glanced from the children to him. Then she looked back at the children, smiled in an easy, reassuring fashion, and walked forward. The children's gazes shifted to her. Their expressions eased. Curiosity lit their eyes. Interesting. Men are dangerous, women are not. Perhaps understandable, given where these children were growing up. Resigning himself to guard duty, distant at that, Robert turned and pretended to survey the beach, so that he wasn't looking directly at Aileen and the children as she crouched before them. "Hello." He was close enough to hear the children shyly chorus a greeting back. Then one small poppet said, "You have very pretty hair." "Thank you." Aileen looked at the older boys and girls. "What game are you playing?" It was apparently their version of Pirates versus the Navy. Robert felt his lips twitch. While he could have given them chapter and verse on that particular story, Aileen made a surprisingly good show by asking several of the right questions. By the time the children had described the play world they'd created, in sufficient detail to satisfy themselves that they'd done their creativity justice, the group had drawn close around Aileen. She'd gained their trust in a little more than 10 minutes. Robert silently owned to being impressed. Then she said, "We've heard that some children about your age have gone missing from their homes near here." She looked around the group. "Have any of your friends gone missing?" The children studied her for a second. Then one of the older boys shook his head. "Nah, we're too smart to want to go off looking for our fortunes. That's something we do in our games, and we can still go home to our Mars at night." "But you've heard of children going off to seek their fortunes?" Aileen asked. Many heads bobbed. "Not our lot, though," the tallest girl said. "The ones that go off with the men from the jungle are all from the group as plays at the far end." The way she said far end made it clear the words designated a place. Aileen tipped her head. "The far end? Where's that?" "Way over there." The boy who'd spoken pointed along the beach to the east. "There's another group as plays in the middle, about the old beached boy, but as far as we've heard, none of them have gone. But the far end is the biggest lot of children about here, and lots of them have gone off." "I see." Aileen rose. "So right at the end of this stretch of beach?" Many children nodded. "You can't miss it," the tall girl said. "There's a pile of rocks reaching into the water there. The far end children play on and about them." "Thank you." Aileen took a step back.
I'll let you get back to your game."
The children grinned. Within seconds, even before Aileen, trudging back over the sands to Robert's side, reached him, an argument had broken out over who had held the advantage before the interruption in hostilities. Aileen halted beside him and arched a brow. She looked down the length of the beach.
"I can see the beached boy, but I can't see any rocks. Can you?"
He was nearly a foot taller than she.
"Just. They're nearly as far past the boy as the boy is from here."
She sighed and started walking. He directed her down to the ribbon of washed and more firmly packed sand edging the waves.
"The going will be easier down there."
At first, they walked in silence. Aileen paced by his side, her skirts shifting with each step. Her gaze remained trained on the sand before her feet. Eventually, she said,
"They really have nothing beyond their own imaginations, not even wooden swords."
"And," he replied in much the same reflective tone,
"very likely those sticks will soon be claimed for some fire."
In the sand above the beached boy, they saw another group of children, these a trifle more bedraggled in appearance than the group playing about the boats, building what appeared to be a small village of sand castles. Their implements were their hands and several bits of broken crockery. The group noticed them. Suspicious glances were directed their way, but when they didn't stop, the children paid them no further heed. Aileen frowned.
"It seems odd that these children—"
She glanced at those they'd just passed and waved back toward the boats.
"Have instinct enough to be suspicious of any men trying to lure them away."
She looked ahead to where, several 100 yards farther along the sands, a dark grey jumble of rocks marked their destination.
"Yet, apparently, the children playing about the rocks are susceptible to whatever story the slavers are spinning."
After a moment, he said,
"Children usually have good instincts when it comes to evil,
but I suspect we'll discover that the children who play about the rocks are, in general, older, and that they'll also be feeling more desperate for themselves and also for their families. Desperation can overcome instinct. That's what the slavers, or any like them, count on." Puzzled, she glanced at him. His expression, usually deceptively mild, looked faintly grim.
"Why do you say that? That these children will be more desperate?"
He met her gaze, then tipped his head toward the ramshackle houses bordering the sands.
"Because I suspect each group of children hails from one section of the slum, and we've been heading east, away from the settlement's center. The families who wind up on the edges of the slum, farthest from the amenities of the settlement and its protections, are almost certainly the most destitute, the most downtrodden."
"Ah." She nodded and faced forward.
"The most desperate."
"Indeed." There was an edge to the word that told her that he didn't approve of the situation any more than she did, but they were both too old to imagine they could help everyone. Today, they were looking for a way to help a group of children, those missing as well as those at risk of being taken. One did what one could when the opportunity offered. In cases like this, that was all they could do. The rocks proved to be something of a natural breakwater. They jutted up through the sands, reaching almost to where the line of dwellings edged the beach. With a touch on her arm, Frobisher directed her up the beach and around the spine. They stepped clear and immediately spotted a group of children playing in and about a conglomeration of flat rocks that held tidal pools cluttered with flotsam and jetsam. Aileen halted beside Frobisher in the shadows thrown by the rocky breakwater and studied the group. It differed from the previous two in several respects. The children were more numerous. Aileen counted well over 20 heads, and their clothes were more ragged and their limbs more stick-like. The instant she looked at the harshness in their faces, the gauntness deprivation had already etched in their features, she knew this group would require a different approach. There were no games in these children's world. She pulled up her reticule and wriggled the drawstring open.
"How many pennies do you have on you?"
Frobisher didn't question her, just reached into his pocket and pulled out his coin purse. Between them, they had over 30 pennies, enough for her purpose. She handed him her coins.
"You hold them. Follow me, but as you did with the others, stand back and don't frighten them."
After pulling the strings of her reticule tight and letting it fall to dangle from her wrist, she picked up her skirts and started down the beach. As before, the children saw them coming. And as before, they noted that she was in the lead. That left them unsure of whether the approach constituted a threat. She smiled and halted some yards away, enough to make it clear that she wasn't about to try to corner them. This time, she didn't open with any hello. She let her skirts fall, clasped her hands at her waist, and calmly stated,
"I have a proposition for you all."
Immediately, they gathered before her, still wary enough to keep their distance, but their expressions made it clear they were entirely willing to hear her out. She glanced over her shoulder to where Frobisher had halted, several paces up the beach. He was scanning the beach and not, overtly at least, looking their way, very much a man on guard, and, by implication, no threat to her or the children.
"We would like some information."
She returned her gaze to the children and let her eyes roam over them, as if assessing their ability to deliver. One of the older boys shuffled forward half a step.
"About what?"
She studied him for a second, then said,
"We've heard that some children have gone missing from around here."
Awareness rippled through the group. Glances were exchanged.
"We're not after the children themselves,"
she hurriedly added.
"We wish no harm to them or any other children whatsoever. However, we would like to know where the children went, how, with whom, and why they left."
That they'd come to the right people, those who had answers, was apparent in the considering, assessing looks the children gave both her and Frobisher, and also each other. Eventually, the boy who'd spoken rubbed his hand over his mouth, then said,
"If and we tell you, what's in it for us?"
She let her gaze sweep the grubby, still faintly suspicious, yet oddly innocent faces.
1 penny, each. A penny given to each of you for your own."
The boy frowned.
"But I can tell you everything. You can just pay me."
"No,"
another boy pushed forward.
"I'll tell ya." "Me! Pick me!"
came from multiple throats, as several of the older children jostled to stand before her. Aileen held up her hands, palms out, and waited with unshakable patience for the pushing to stop and the shouting to cease. The children got the message. When they were once more lined up and quiet, listening, she stated in a tone that brooked no argument, much less disobedience,
1 penny to each and every one of you. Those are our terms. We don't care who answers our questions, only that we get the answers. All of the answers we want."
She glanced over her shoulder. Frobisher had edged a touch closer, but remained a good 3 paces away.
"I will ask the questions, and when we're satisfied we've heard all we need to learn, all you can tell us, you will line up, youngest to oldest, and this gentleman will give you each a penny."
That way, the younger ones would have a chance to run home and hide their penny before any of the older ones could take it from them. Satisfied she'd arranged the situation to the best of her ability, she returned her gaze to the group.
"So, first question. The children who've gone missing, how many came from your group?"
She waved to the rocks around them.
"From the children who play around here?"
The children traded looks. Then one girl started rattling off names, counting on her fingers. The others called additions. When the roll call finally ended, they'd recited 19 names, 2 more than Mrs. Hardwick had known of. Aileen nodded.
"Very well. 19. Now, were any of you about when these children left?"
Lots of nods. Virtually every head bobbed.
"Did the children leave with some men?"
Another round of nods.
"Not all at once,"
one of the girls said.
"Those that went with the men went off 3 or 4 or 5 at a time."
"Aye." One of the boys loitering at the rear of the group caught Eileen's eye.
"The men come and tell us about how they have work for us, and ask how many of us would like to go with them and make some money."
There was more than a hint of cynicism in his tone.
"What they say,"
another of the older boys put in,
"is if we go with them into the jungle, we'll make our fortunes, just like explorers and all do."
His gaunt face lit with nascent hope.
"When next they come, I might just go."
He threw a challenging glance at the boy at the back of the group.
"Better than just hanging around here getting nothing but older."
Aileen swallowed the impulse to insist he do no such thing. She needed to be careful.
"These men, who are they?"
Several children shrugged.
"Don't know, do we?"
the first boy said.
"It's all a big secret, this project of theirs. They don't want others learning of it and trying to fight them for it, do they?"
"What do these men look like?" Bits and pieces of description tumbled forth.
Big bruisers, some of them. Mostly like us, English or mixed, not natives. They carry knives, big knives and cutlasses on their hips. One had a pistol. There's one comes and talks to us, explains things to us. It's usually him as talks."
The picture the children painted was of a group of 4 or 5 men, usually English, who came to visit the children by walking along the beach, as Aileen and Frobisher had. Sometimes the men approached from the west, sometimes the east, and sometimes through the slum itself. They departed with the children they'd recruited by walking either east or back through the slum. The man in charge was the one who spoke with them, making promises of gainful employment. It was transparently clear that, somehow, that man had succeeded in winning the trust of most of the children.
"Do you know, have you heard, any of the men's names?"
Aileen asked. But that was too much to hope for. She thought rapidly, then asked,
"Do the men take any of you who want to go?" "They're pick and choose,"
one of the girls said.
"They want strong ones. When Robbie wanted to go,"
she nodded at one of the boys,
"they wouldn't take him because he had a broken arm." "I'm waiting for them to come back."
Robbie held out his skinny arm and flexed the elbow.
"Right as rain now."
His eager expression had Aileen biting her tongue, while she rapidly thought of how to ask the most vital question.
"I would have thought," she said, "that your beds here, no matter how shabby, would be better than slaving away in the jungle. Who knows how far away from your families?" "Aye, well,"
the older boy who'd first spoken shrugged.
"It comes down to what they're offering, don't it?"
An older girl with wispy pale hair shot him a look, then faced Aileen.
"We've families, see? Our mums are working as hard and as long as can be, but there's not much work to be had. even for them, and there ain't no jobs nor nothing for us to do to help. But the little ones have to be fed, and the landlady has to be paid. And all we can do is hang about and wish we could do something useful. But we can't.
She fixed her gaze on Eileen's face.
So when the men come, some of us take the chance they're offering and go. It might be hard work, but if we can make some coin to help our mums and the little ones, well, why wouldn't we?
Aileen understood. All of it. That the men who were taking the children were trafficking in hope, preying on these children's innocent and wholly laudable wish to help their struggling families. She drew in a deep breath and inwardly lectured herself that she couldn't simply issue orders and make these children's world right. She exhaled.
I see. Very well. One last question. Have any of the children who've gone come back?
She was certain she knew what the answer would be, but hoped that through articulating it, some, at least, of the older children tempted to go with the men, might think, might use their innate wariness to consider what the answer might mean. The boy at the rear of the pack, the one with world-weary cynicism far too deep for his years etched into his face, snorted and looked away.
Nah,
Robbie answered.
None who've gone have yet come back, but then the project's still going, ain't it?
His grin suggested he was glad it was, because that meant he still had a chance to join those who had gone and make some coin. Aileen felt anger burn, but ruthlessly tamped it down. Railing at the children, trying to make them recognize the danger and stay away from the men. She wouldn't succeed. Arguing against hope was always a losing proposition. And worse, she would put the children's backs up by attacking something they equated with helping their families. She drew in another breath, then turned her head and glanced at Frobisher. He looked as grim as she felt, but from the watchful, warning look in his eyes, she gathered he read the situation in the same way and saw the same danger she did.
Anything more?
She asked them. Do the men come at regular times? His deep, resonant voice rumbled over her and the children. Or do they come after a certain number of days? She turned back and looked at the children and arched her brows.
They usually come in the afternoons. But if you mean which days, they're not regular like at all. Can't even remember when last they came. Must be weeks ago now. They've only come about 4 times. Maybe once a month. Always in the afternoons.
Several nodded. When nothing more was forthcoming, either from the children or Frobisher, Aileen nodded. She stepped back and waved toward him.
Form up in a line then, youngest first, and no arguing. I won't believe that you don't know who is younger than whom.
The children gave her a careful look, but did as she bid them. Having apparently divined the purpose behind her organizational strategy, Frobisher handed out the pennies, literally one by one, pausing between each to give the most recent recipient time to depart. Which they all did, clutching their penny and racing over the sand to disappear into the slum. Aileen followed the last lad, the one who had shown his suspicions of the men most clearly, as he approached Frobisher. The lad took his penny and ducked his head. As he started to step away, Aileen said,
You don't think going with the men is a good idea?
The lad cast her a glance from dark eyes.
No, Mum. Plain as a pikestaff, they're up to no good. Why else would men come specially to seek out the likes of us? If they was offering honest work, there are hundreds in the settlement would line up to do it. Don't make no sense.
The lad's gaze hardened.
But you was right to say nothing of what you think. I saw you holding it in.
He darted a glance at Frobisher, but immediately looked back at Aileen.
It don't do no good to try make 'em see. I got the bruises to prove it. They think I'm a coward for not going. The men asked me once, and I said no.
His expression close to a sneer, the lad stepped back, then turned away.
No point trying to help those that is determined to be blind.
Aileen watched him go. After a moment, she murmured, "No point trying to convince those blinded by hope to see." Indeed. Frobisher glanced down at her. She felt his gaze travelling over her face. When she finally gave in and glanced up, he met her eyes. "It's past noon. There was a cafe just outside the slum, near where we told Dave to meet us later. Why don't we go there and discuss our next move?" She realized she was hungry. She nodded and turned to walk back along the beach. Frobisher fell in beside her. After a moment, as if reading her mind, he murmured, "In circumstances such as these, replacing blind hope with a more healthy fear isn't something that can be readily achieved, certainly not in a few days. Trying to convince those children that the men who come for them are evil and should be avoided will simply cast us as people to be disbelieved, avoided, and possibly even feared." Reluctantly, she nodded. "Whoever they are, the men have gained the children's trust. Us walking up and telling them that those particular men are untrustworthy isn't going to help." A few paces later, she put the feelings circling through her brain into words. Kidnapping, simply seizing the children and carting them off, would have been bad enough. This preying on their innocent dreams, using those dreams against them, is worse. Robert didn't disagree. He looked ahead, then touched her arm and steered her up the sand toward the end of the main alley. "As far as I can see, the only way we can help those children and keep them out of the slavers' clutches, and if God smiles, get the others back too, is to finish this mission with all speed and take the information back to London so that the next stage can be launched." He glanced down and met her eyes, saw and recognized the fierce light shining in them. "We'll do what we can, as fast as we can." Her lips firmed. She nodded and lengthened her stride. "Let's find that cafe and decide what to do next." Chapter 9. Robert was happily surprised to discover that Miss Hopkins, Aileen, wasn't wary over trying unusual foods. The little cafe they stepped into, close by the spot at which Dave was to meet them, served a local version of Mediterranean-style snacks, some of which were spicy, although everything smelled delicious. Wrapped in the cool shadows enveloping the counter of the small eatery, they perched on high stools, and apparently relaxed and animated, Aileen chatted with the proprietress over which of her many dishes she would recommend. Once the middle-aged woman had filled plates for them both, and they settled to eat, between bites, Robert asked, "Have you travelled before?" His thorn, not so much of an irritant today, looked at him as if that was a foolish question. "Of course." After swallowing another mouthful, she added, "I seized the opportunity to travel whenever David or Henry were posted to faraway places, India, Gibraltar, Malta, and Egypt." "So you enjoyed the different cultures?" "I enjoyed the experiences, yes. But I have to admit that at the end of each journey, I was always happy to return to the green fields of England." She directed a sharply inquisitive glance at him. "What about you?
You must spend most of your days out of England. Or is it Scotland?
She wouldn't be able to guess from any accent. He didn't have any. Scotland. Frobisher Shipping operates out of Aberdeen. When he didn't expand on that, she tipped her head and asked,
Do you spend most of your year on the waves?
He waggled his head while he thought of the reality of his life. I spend most of my time, roughly 3/4 of the year, I suppose, on trips of one sort or another. But for most of those trips, the travelling itself takes only about half of the time. The rest goes in waiting for those I ferried to complete their business and be ready to return, and that generally is to England. She studied him for several seconds, then stated,
You don't strike me as the sort to be a glorified ferryman.
He couldn't stop his smile. He tipped his head in a fencer's acknowledgement. I usually take care of other business while I'm waiting. The overt diplomatic purposes of his voyages were often a screen for activities rather more secretive and sensitive. She pushed away her empty plate and sighed.
Enough of us.
She caught his gaze as he looked up.
We need to decide what to do.
He edged aside his plate. We need to decide what we can effectively do.
First, what do we know about the children going missing?
She balanced on the high stool, held up her hand, and ticked each point off on her fingers.
The men, whoever they are, come roughly once a month, in the afternoon, and take 4 or so children, all hale and sufficiently strong to be able to work. Said men have managed to gain the children's trust, to the extent that simply warning the children away isn't going to work.
She'd run out of fingers. She stared at her hand, then met his gaze.
So what can we do?
He felt his features harden as his earlier thoughts coalesced. As far as I can see, we can do nothing directly. We could try, but both you and I know we'd be wasting our time. He looked down at the scarred counter and traced a scratch with one finger. The best we can do is to see if we can further our mission via the children. If we can learn anything pertinent that might lead us to the slavers' camp. And that, he looked at her, depends on facts we don't yet know. Such as, he tapped his finger on the table, whether these are the same men, the same slavers, who have been taking adult Europeans. She frowned.
How likely would it be to have 2 entirely unconnected gangs seizing Europeans from the settlement, one taking adults, the other children?
He grimaced. Not likely, but it's possible there are 2 separate gangs supplying the same mine, especially as the men come for the children during the afternoon, while the slavers move adults at night. He paused, then went on. Assuming that, regardless of whether it's children or adults they've seized, the slavers will take their captives to a jungle camp prior to moving them on. At this point, we don't know if the camp the children will be taken to is the same camp through which the adults are transported. She blinked.
But it doesn't matter, does it? As you said, the children are most likely being taken for the same mine. So regardless of which camp we find, the one the children are taken to, or the one the adults are taken to, then the trail they take out of that camp will lead to the same mine.
The mists in his mind cleared. He nodded. You're right. The children's camp might not be the one I was sent to locate, but it will work just as well for our ongoing purpose.
So,
she straightened on her stool.
How do we go about finding the camp the children are taken to? I assume the obvious way, by following the men who take the children the next time they come. And as they come in the afternoon, which they must as the children will go home at dusk, that shouldn't be as difficult as following them at night.
He swiveled on the stool and leaned back against the counter. Looking outside, he saw Dave arrive and draw the carriage up to the rough curb. It might be weeks before the men return.
I don't think so. The children said it's been weeks since they last came. It sounds as if they're due for a visit.
She was right, and it was definitely worth considering. His men were watching the slavers' lair in the settlement, but if there was another, possibly more direct, route to a jungle camp supplying their putative mine, it never hurt to have a fallback plan. After a moment, he said, "One thing that continues to puzzle me is why they're taking only Europeans." From the corner of his eye, he saw her brows arch.
"Perhaps," she said, "they are taking natives as well, but we simply haven't heard of it. We've only heard about the Europeans. That doesn't mean they're not seizing natives, just that they're not seizing natives out of the settlement."
He had to admit that was possible. Something to ponder. She looked at him. He could feel her gaze, searching and acute.
"So what are we going to do about the children?"
He turned his head and met her gaze, managed to keep his lips straight. "I take it you have a suggestion?"
"Indeed. Why not ask that last lad, the one who doesn't trust the men and who has apparently tried to warn the others, to come and tell us when the men come back? We could offer him a reward to come and alert us."
It was a viable idea. Most importantly, if he agreed, she wouldn't insist on prowling the slum, but instead wait for word. He narrowed his eyes, then shifted his gaze to stare absent-mindedly outside. "We could tell him to bring the news to the inn where I'm staying. It's not far from here." He glanced at her, then away. "No point in him trying to report to you. Even if a slum brat like him could get up Tower Hill to your lodgings without being challenged and chased home, Mrs. Hoyt's is too far away. Even if the men leave before I reach the shore, I should be in time to pick up their trail, whichever way they go." He looked at her and met a pair of hard hazel eyes.
"We," she stated. "When we reach the shore, we should be able to pick up their trail."
She lifted her reticule from the counter.
"And I agree. So let's go and find that lad and put our proposition to him."
She slid from her stool and, head high, swept toward the open doorway. Robert enjoyed the view for several seconds, then rose and followed her, exceedingly careful to keep his smile off his face. They returned to the shore, saw the lad in the distance, and managed to attract his attention and beckon without alerting any of the other children. But when the boy joined them in the lane in which they were lurking, he was reluctant and skittish. He showed every inclination of shying away, and only Eileen's presence and her quick, reassuring words held him. She had her work cut out convincing the lad to aid them. Robert held his tongue and did nothing more than gravely nod every time the boy's sharp gaze darted to him. The lad was quick to understand what they were asking, and eventually he succumbed to Eileen's persuasion and agreed to help them. Robert offered the lad £0.50, with the promise of a whole crown if he delivered a useful warning. A crown was riches to such a waif. Robert had little doubt the boy would do his best to earn it. When the boy reached out and took the coin, Aileen stepped aside. With her back to them, she took up position as lookout in similar fashion to Robert's role that morning, with her gaze fixed on the children playing in the distance. Even though the lad was still nervous about dealing directly with Robert, he seemed grateful to Aileen for watching his back. His manner straightforward, Robert gave the boy directions to the inn. The boy dutifully recited the directions back, hesitated, then asked what to do if Robert wasn't there. Robert glanced at Aileen. Her attention remained fixed on the distant children. He looked back at the lad and quietly recited the directions to the hide his men had established in the slum farther up the hill. The boy appeared to know his way around that area too. Again, he recited the directions back without faltering. Satisfied, Robert lightly clapped the boy on the shoulder. He ignored the way the lad jerked and nearly leapt away. "You're doing the right thing. Possibly the only thing you can do to help your friends, those too blind to see." The boy met his eyes, searched them for a second, as if to confirm he was sincere. Then he ducked his head and sidled back. Robert let him go and lowered his arm. The boy looked at Aileen, rather curiously. The lad waited. When she glanced around, met his gaze and smiled, he bobbed his head. "Mrs.?" Then he thrust his hands into the pockets of his ragged, too-short trousers, put his head down, and slouched off. Not to rejoin his playmates, but deeper into the slum. When Aileen looked questioningly at him, Robert kept his expression impassive. "Are you ready to return to your lodgings?" She nodded. "Yes. We may as well go back and sit in comfort while we plan our next move." As to that, he had his own plans, but rather than invite an argument, he stepped back, let her walk past him, then fell in beside her. Side by side, they walked out of the slum and back to Dave and his carriage. Robert fully intended to part from Aileen once they'd reached Mrs. Hoyt's boarding house. He needed to go into the slums and check in with his men. Given he'd devoted the better part of his day to squiring Aileen about and letting her involve herself on the periphery of his mission, he assumed she would be weary and content to rest and recuperate. Or whatever gently bred ladies did after spending all day striding about a settlement in the tropical heat. When Dave drew the carriage up outside Mrs. Hoyt's, Robert climbed down. He handed Aileen down, but before he could take his leave of her, she slipped her hand from his and swanned up the garden path. Accepting that he probably should see her to the front door, he followed. Rather than speak from a distance, he climbed the porch steps in her wake. But instead of pausing there, she opened the door and sailed straight through, and finally halted in the front hall. She was looking to her right. She frowned. Damn! He'd halted just over the threshold. He heard the muttered curse clearly. Following her gaze, he saw a closed door. "There's someone in the parlour," she whispered. She reached back and tugged his sleeve. "Come upstairs, but for God's sake, be quiet." She released him, raised her skirts, and went swiftly up, leaving him standing in the front hall, staring after her. He spent a bare second debating whether to follow or turn around, stride outside, and go on his way. That would lose him all the points he hoped he'd gained through their morning's excursions. Silently, he could be more silent than she might imagine when he wished, he closed the front door and climbed the stairs. He found her waiting before a door in the upper corridor, the one to the corner room overlooking the front garden. Before he reached her, before he could speak, she opened the door and went into the room. Frowning, he was forced to follow, but halted just over the threshold. He glanced around, and she pushed him to the side as she quietly shut the door. Then she looked at him. "As long as we keep our voices down, we can talk freely here." All he wished to say to her he could have said on the front porch, indeed, in the street.
Miss Hopkins, given we're now working together and we're private, it's acceptable to use my first name. What precisely did she mean by working together? While he was digesting the implications of that, she walked to the writing desk, placed her black reticule upon it, sat on the stool before it, the only stool in the room, and looked up at him. As it's already afternoon, it seems unlikely we'll receive any summons from that lad today. So what's next on our list to tackle? Our list? He studied her, his gaze taking in the brilliantly brassy shade of her hair and the direct, confident gaze she levelled at him. He reminded himself that he was a diplomat. He could talk his way out of almost anything. Miss... He inclined his head. Aileen. He paused. Sitting upright on the stool, she widened her eyes at him, transparently encouraging him to continue. Looking into her bright, browny hazel eyes, he accepted that, regardless of his inclinations, with her, direct opposition would in no way be wise. He gripped his hands behind his back and settled into a familiar captain's stance. As I mentioned this morning, my men are watching over the slavers' lair. They'll be expecting me to look in, to learn what they've observed. I take it that should the slavers leave to lead captives back to their camp, you intend to follow. He nodded. With my men. I see. She looked down and frowned. Obviously, it will be impossible for me to accompany you on such an action, given it will occur in the dead of night, and will involve stealthily negotiating dangerous slums and who knows how much jungle. He contented himself with a curt nod. Indeed. Relief flowed down his spine, and he released his hands and straightened. However, as promised, I will keep you informed of what we learn. Excellent. She raised her head and smiled at him. Then she rose and picked up her reticule. And as there's nothing more I can do in the matter of the missing children at this time, and as I am now a partner in your mission, I believe I will accompany you to your men's hideaway and view the slavers' lair.